Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good morning slash afternoon so far. We do have some pretty significant severe weather to cover this afternoon and as well as late this morning, depending on what time zone you're in. We do have two tornado warnings that were just issued in the last 5 minutes that I want to break down for you. Before we get too far into this, make sure to like the stream so this gets out to more people. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Let's begin with the tornado warning northwest of Indianapolis. This one was just issued moments ago. There is some rotation, literally advancing to advance, as well as the Banyan and eventually towards Jamestown and eventually going closer to Whitestown over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Make sure you're seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you're in a mobile home, you want to make sure you're getting out of that. That's not safe during any sort of severe weather. And you also want to make sure if you're in an apartment building to get to the lowest floor possible, preferably in somebody else's bathroom, basically is where you want to be right now. The rotation is currently located, it looks kind of weird here, but the rotation right now is located right here. That's near New Ross. So far, we've not had any confirmation of a tornado yet. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. However, a tornado could hit the ground at any time in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So you want to make sure if you're in advance, Lebannon, or back even through Whitestown, that you're getting to your safe place. If you're over in Whitestown, just east of Interstate 65 here in Indiana, you don't have to get to your safe place immediately, but make sure you have your tornado action plan in place because this storm will be directly heading towards you over the next several minutes. Here's the latest radar scan, and again, here's that's the rotation right there. So we can see here, these are the winds going towards the radar. Here are your winds going away from the radar. Our rotation right now is somewhat broad. When you see these little green the gray specks in between the red and the green, that usually indicates at least some broad rotation. And since we're looking at the surface, that's what we're looking at right now. So for right now, there's not a tornado on the ground at this given time, but one could drop at any time. The rotation slightly higher up is likely a bit stronger, and you can kind of see here back out to the west. The rotation does exist a little bit more up into the atmosphere, so we could even have a little lowering that's happening with this storm as it continues to march out to the east. Again, if you're in advance, get to your safe place immediately. Just north of Jamestown, that region, make sure you get to your safe place. This isn't too far away from Indianapolis, so we'll be watching this line of storms very closely, and the tornado warning now no longer includes the downtown area of Jamestown, but it will be including areas just on the southern side of Lebannon back to the west of Whitestown. Those areas are included in a radar indicated tornado warning. We do want to go back down to the south as well. We have another tornado warning ongoing back down in Arkansas. This is going to be southeast of Little Rock. This just got issued moments ago as well. This is going to be for England and Coy. All the locations are on the left side of your screen. And this is the velocities right now in terms of what we're seeing with the rotation. Looks like this is the area of rotation, but I'm not overly confident that there's really anything going on here, at least near the surface. The rotation is very weak. The velocities aren't very strong. These are your winds going away from the radar, going towards the radar. A lot of dull green, which usually represents weak velocities or weak winds, which would likely mean that we're not really seeing much of any rotation near the surface, but definitely monitor this storm very closely. Again, if you're anywhere in this polygon, anywhere in the pink, purple polygon, whichever color you want to go by here, make sure you're getting to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We'll go back on the scans here for just a second to see if it was a little bit stronger before, because I'm guessing it was a little bit stronger before we looked at this. And yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there back about 10:58, so only a few minutes ago. Looks like there might have been a little bit more rotation then, but even then, there's not a whole lot of organization yet with this supercell. Again, this is kind of embedded in a little line of storms, and it has a little bit of an inflow. We'll have to watch this closely. It's trying to develop a little inflow kind of on the northern side of the cell. This is where your rotation would be. That's near 256, approaching again England and Coy. So make sure you're getting to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, make sure you're getting to a different shelter place and not the mobile home, because the mobile homes are not safe during tornado warnings or really any severe thunderstorm warnings, and really for the most part. So make sure you're getting to your safe place immediately. If you're in an apartment building, go to your lowest floor into somebody else's room. If again, you want to make those plans ahead of time, but make sure you're going to a safer place on a lower floor. Again, this tornado warning will be moving towards areas like England and Coy. Eventually, it'll be going towards Humphrey and eventually going closer to 165 a little bit later if that storm is able to maintain its intensity. Let's go back to the tornado warning northwest, of Indianapolis. We're going to go back to the velocities on this one. This has a bit more of a concern to me. This one had a little bit more rotation and a bit more organized of a cell embedded in a linear line of storms this morning. And you can see here, that's your rotation. A little bit stronger stronger than the cell back down in Arkansas right now. So if you're just east of Advance, this is where that tornado warning will be approaching. 39 is directly in the track of this over the next 5 minutes. Just south of Lebanian, that is where you want to make sure you're getting to your safe place. Interstate 65, that is where this will also be approaching. And just to the west of Whitestown, this is a tornado-warned storm just to the northwest of Indianapolis. So make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. I'm going to check and see if we have any reports on this storm at this point, either one, because again, these are two definitely concerning storms. This one is a little bit more concerning, I think, than the Arkansas storm. Has a little bit more organization. You can see here the brighter greens. That is a bit more concerning. When we see brighter greens like that near a little couplet that's trying to develop, that usually indicates some stronger rotation, and this very well could be some sort of weak tornado on the ground. I'm going to see if we have any other updates, though. Let's see. I don't think we have any reports yet, but again, if you're anywhere in this area as well, again, make sure you're getting away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this cell will be quickly approaching Interstate 65, and for right now, we do not have any reports yet on this storm, but we'll keep you posted if anything does change there. Again, this storm is going to be approaching Interstate 65. It is going east, by the way. This is not a storm that's directly going towards Indianapolis. It is going to just stay to the north, but we do still have a line of storms that will be approaching here out of the west. Looks a lot less organized back here south of this tornado-warned storm. So any storms that are approaching Indianapolis over the next hour at this current time are quite weak. Now, they could very well strengthen as they move closer to Indianapolis, but for right now, they are a bit on the weaker side. And I would say today, this is a concerning region. This is probably the most concerning area. Tornado parameter values are a bit higher here. Low-level jet is also a bit stronger, so rotating supercells, if any become discrete, or any of these lines of storms, any of these like little areas actually become a bit more organized, we very well could see an increased tornado threat across anywhere in southern and central Indiana, back through southwest and western Ohio, and as well as northwest Kentucky. Those areas definitely have some concern for some, at least a few tornadoes across this region. Let's go back to the velocities. And again, the radar just updated, I believe, a second ago. Yeah, this is the latest radar scan. So again, here's your rotation. We'll check out the correlation coefficient to see if there's any debris. And for right now, there's no debris being lofted up, so that's a good sign so far. You can see that tornado, or at least where the rotation is, on the latest radar scan is kind of embedded. It looks like a little bit of rain here. So we'll have to watch that very closely as this continues to approach Route 39. That's where it's going to be heading towards in the next few minutes. And just south of Lebanian is where this ongoing tornado warning is. Let's real quickly go back to Arkansas and just check out and see if this storm has had any progress. Again, we do have a tornado warning that, for perspective, this is southeast of Little Rock. This is where we have a little area of storms that is actually producing some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And this is the velocities. And again, I'm not seeing a whole lot here. There's not really a whole lot of any tightening of rotation in this little cluster of storms. That's just south of England. So you can see here, again, a lot of gray here, which would represent very broad rotation, if there is any rotation to begin with, at least near the surface. We go a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, so a few thousand feet off the ground. This was really the most recent scan. Again, this is about 5,000 feet probably, at least off the ground, and I'm not seeing much of any rotation. So for right now, if you're anywhere near Coy or England, just stay in your safe place for the next few minutes. The warning only goes for 7 more minutes. So again, wait it out. Make sure that tornado warning gets lifted before you actually get out of your safe place. Because, you know, with the environment that we have, we can very well see tornadoes rapidly develop. But with lines of storms like this, they do become a bit more tough. All right, let's go back to Lebanian. Again, northwest of Indianapolis is where we're at right now. This is where we do have some stronger rotation developing. And again, that is pretty strong rotation. I would not rule out that this does end up hitting the ground in some time in the next few minutes if it hasn't already. It is still a bit of a stronger little couplet of rotation approaching Whitestown over the next few minutes, and as well as Interstate 65. Interstate 65 will be hit by this in the next couple of minutes. If you're in between Lebanian and Indianapolis here, or really in between Lebanian and just west of Zionsville, and if you're a truck driver, I would recommend that you do pull over, because there is going to be some high winds with this storm. Regardless of there being a tornado, that little couplet would represent at least 60 mile per hour damaging wind potential moving towards Interstate 65. All right, we have a new radar update here, and it looks like on the latest scan, it's a little bit more broad. Again, we still have some of that rotation there. It's still not tight and confined. It's nothing that's definitive of an actual tornado right now. These, again, are the winds going away from the radar. Let me go ahead and draw this out. So here are the winds going away from the radar. This is going towards the radar. So we do have some spin here, but again, you see a lot of these grays in between. That usually represents some broadened rotation. Again, west of Interstate 65 and south of Lebanian. That would be where, though, a tornado would be located. If we match that up with the reflectivity right now, that is where we're looking for a possible tornado. So it's actually a little bit more out in front of this area of storms here. So kind of be embedded in that little area. So if you are a storm chaser on this storm and you see any sort of tornado, you would probably be able to see it, since it's probably not rain wrapped at this point, since the reflectivity values are indicating much heavier rainfall just behind that little couplet of rotation. But again, this isn't a classic looking supercell by any means. It's going to probably struggle to rotate anyways as this continues to move off to the east and northeast, hence why the tornado warning has only been issued for about 10-15 minutes, and it's only going until 11:15. It's a short-term tornado warning because a lot of these tornadoes embedded in this line of storms will be quick. They're not like long track strong tornadoes. And if you have not already seen the latest Storm Prediction Center update for today, the tornado risk has been downgraded to a 5% risk. But that's not really a reason to go ahead and say, oh, there's not going to be anything today, because this is actually a very large area that we're watching today. There's a 5% probability within a 25-mile radius of a tornado across a large chunk of the United States. This might be one of the largest 5% areas I've ever seen, honestly, on a day one outlook. I haven't seen really this large of a 5% area in a long time. But this is a very large area that we're watching for at least a few tornadoes. There are several tornado watches in effect as well. We'll see this line of storms likely produce some more of these embedded tornadoes. They're going to be quick and weak. They're not going to be really a strong and long track type variety unless we see a discrete supercell that gets out in front of that line, which is an entirely a possibility. Really the highest possibility of that actually happening would probably be in southern Indiana, but really that threat still kind of remains uncertain. It just depends if those storms really fire up going into the later parts of today. That'll probably be in a couple hours from now. All right, here's the latest radar scan on the storm near Libania. This is the latest radar scan as of 11:10 p.m. And again, here's your rotation right now. We're still not seeing anything tight and confined, but that is your pocket of rotation where a tornado could occur at any given time. Again, this tornado warning goes for another 3.5 minutes. So if you're anywhere near Interstate 65, just to the west of Whitestown, you want to be in your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Storm is becoming a little bit more organized. It has a little bit of that hook shape. We do have a bit of an inflow as well going into the storm, which can't help to increase that rotation with a supercell. Again, this is a linear line of storms, so these can very well just be brief and quick little spurts that we're seeing here. But again, you want to make sure you're in your safe place just in case a tornado does drop in the next several minutes. Tornado warning still does continue for Jefferson and Lonoke County in Arkansas. We'll keep a close eye on that over the next several minutes in case anything does end up happening. I can't pronounce that name. I'm used to saying Libania, I'm pretty sure it's Libania, New Hampshire. I can't remember though. Lebanyan. Yeah, that's a tough one. All right, the storms are passing that area, so we don't have to say that any much more today. Let's go over to the latest velocity scan. We're starting to see some more organization on this storm on the reflectivity. This is the velocity scan from literally right now. So again, our rotation's located here. It's over Route 39 right now. I'm going to see if we have any new reports here. And we'll double check to see if there's anything that we can get out of the storm. Again, we've had a few reports today. We've actually already had a few tornadoes, really primarily this morning, which again, it is technically still the morning, I'm pretty sure. Is this area, is Indianapolis in Central Time or Eastern Time? Can't remember. But this area right now, technically morning. We are still seeing some rotation though right now near 39. Again, this is moving off to the east-northeast towards areas like Interstate 65. We do have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued down back actually on the Arkansas storm. It has not yet appeared on the map, but we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued. This is going to go towards Stuttgart. This is near Humphrey as well. We do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for this area of rotation, which again, I have not seen a whole lot here, and there's your tornado warning. I haven't seen a whole lot here in terms of strong rotation. We do have a little bit, though, of a little notch. You can kind of see it there on the velocities. There is a small notch where we could get a tornado. We do have a little bit of inflow going into the storm, and here's your little hook. It's a very small-looking area. Again, it's harder to see with a linear line of storms like this. Here's the latest radar scan. So we are starting to see, again, a bit of an inflow going into the storm near Sherrill. So there's an inflow going into this tornado warn cell. Do have a little bit of hook echo, so if there were to be a tornado, it'd be located right in that little black circle there. And again, that's south of Coy and just west of Humphrey. Let's go back over to the velocities again. And again, I'm not seeing anything overly defined here in terms of a strong rotation near the surface. If we go a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, we might be able to pick out some sort of maybe lowering with the velocities, because again, we're looking at more of a radar analysis sort of thing here. Let's go to the 1.3 degree angle. So we'll go up to here. And yeah, there's a little bit more rotation, a little bit higher up. Again, it's not overly impressive. If the lower level winds can strengthen over the next few minutes, we could see a tornado out of this. So again, you want to make sure you're in your safe place if you're in Hummoke or Humnoke, as well as Humphrey and just west of Stuttgart. Those areas are in the path of this tornado warning cell going towards Route 79 and 165 over the next several minutes. Again, this storm will be moving off to the east, so you want to make sure you're in your safe place immediately. And also, we just officially hit 45,000 subscribers. I do appreciate everybody subscribing. That's a crazy milestone. Again, I would have never imagined. We've gained like 10,000 subscribers this week. It's absolutely wild. All right, let's go back over to here. We'll go back to the velocity, or we're going to go back to the reflectivity again. We'll go over, just for reference, we will go over other places. We're not going to just go over tornado warnings, but for right now, when there's a tornado warning issued, we're going to primarily just focus on that because those are definitely more concerning. Real quickly, though, I do want to go back up to Indianapolis. We're going to check out and see if there's any rotation in this storm still. There is no longer a tornado warning. I believe there's a tornado possible. Yeah, okay. Guys, if you're in Whitestown, Zionsville, Sheridan, or Westfield, you still want to make sure you're in your safe place. There is still strong rotation here that's located just to the southeast of Lebanian. I'm going to keep saying the name because I don't know how to say the other one. But it's just southeast of there. It's going to be along Interstate 65. We still have some rotation there. It's not tight and confined, but it's strong right now. It's moving over Interstate 65 as we speak. Again, I would recommend that you still stay in your safe place. It is still kind of there. It could strengthen and really drop a quick tornado at any time near Whitestown. So get the word out if anybody's in this area. Make sure that they are seeking shelter. Again, this is going to be northwest of Indianapolis, near Zionsville, Westfield, and Sheridan. That's where the severe thunderstorm warning is. But that tornado, at least the rotation, it's not a tornado on the ground. But if there were to be a tornado, it's going to be located in here. That will be heading kind of in this direction here. So I'll kind of put a little cone on here. So that's kind of the area that we're watching in the short term for potentially a quick, brief tornado, which again, a lot of these tornadoes today will probably be closer to like EF0, EF1 type tornadoes. So if this one was to drop, it would probably be somewhere in that realm, but you still want to make sure you're taking this seriously because those tornadoes can cause damage and send flying debris. So just keep that in mind. But this is going towards Westfield over the next several minutes. So make sure you're staying in your safe place for now, away from windows. And you should regardless. I mean, damaging winds, part of this line of storms could be producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So you want to make sure you're staying away from windows regardless, especially with trees. If there are any trees in your backyard, they could definitely fall over from damaging wind potential like that. Let's go back down to the south. We'll keep a close eye on the storm up there, but we're going to go back down to Little Rock for the time being. Or just southeast of Little Rock. Yeah, we do have a little tornado warning just to the southeast of Little Rock. This is southeast of England. We'll be watching the storm closely. I still don't have a whole lot of confidence on this storm producing an actual tornado, but we'll keep a close eye on it. Again, it's heading towards Humphrey and as well as Stuttgart over the next several minutes. So you want to make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, and again, away from windows. This will be heading towards Stuttgart and Stuttgart over the next several minutes. Thank you. Nothing can be mispronounced. I'm telling you right now, if I mispronounce a name, I apologize. We're just going to go with it. Again, if you live locally, you'll know what I'm talking about, hopefully. But, again, it's not too far off. But, yeah, again, Stuttgart is what I just heard in chat. So we'll go with that. Again, that's moving off to the east right now, going towards Route 165. And with multiple tornado warnings, getting pronunciations right on every single town and city is not a piece of cake. All right, let's go back up to this severe thunderstorm warning. We'll check this one out really quick. It looks like the storm that is severe is moving out of this region. So it looks like a lot of damaging wind potential going through O'Keene and Walnut Ridge and northwest or northeast parts of Arkansas. So something to watch out for again today will be this entire line of storms. If we go over to the entire radar here, you can see this line of storms is huge. I mean, we're watching tons of different segments that could bruise the threat for tornadoes. Back up here in Michigan, we're watching a little cluster of storms back near Flint and west of Detroit. That's producing the threat for some damaging wind potential right now. Could produce a quick tornado as well. And then further down here to the south near Fort Wayne, this is another segment of storms, which isn't really that huge. It looks larger than you think. This is literally the main area right now where that segment of storms is right now more organized. And then we have another much more organized segment just southeast of St. Louis. This is a bit more of a concerning area for damaging winds, I would say, this afternoon. We could still see a few embedded tornadoes, though. And again, this tornado watch, I would say, is probably the most concerning area for a tornado risk today. So if you're anywhere in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Cincinnati, Louisville, you want to make sure you go over your tornado action plan just in case there are any tornado warnings. In addition to that, we have a tornado watch back up here to the north for those in Michigan, back through northwest Ohio, northeast Indiana. You should be doing the same thing. Go over that tornado action plan because we very very well could see a few tornadoes up that direction as that line of storms continues to march towards areas like Detroit and Toledo, Ohio. And then further down to the south, we do have a much larger area of a tornado watch from Evansville, that's southwest Indiana, all the way back through areas in southern Arkansas. So we'll have to watch this area very closely as well for some significant severe weather throughout the afternoon today. All right, we'll probably stay tuned for this tornado warning for now. This tornado warning goes until, believe it or not, until 12 o'clock Central Time. But I would not be surprised with how quick the storm is moving. It probably will not last that long. The storm's moving about 40 to 50 miles per hour off to the east. Now, as I mentioned before, the rotation isn't overly strong near the surface right now, but there is a little bit of a hook shape here. We have an inflow going into the storm, and of course the radar update's what I'm drawing, but this is pretty much the same thing here on the latest radar scan. This is your hook here, a little bit of a hook shape. We have an inflow going into the storm, pretty clean inflow since we don't have any storm activity out in front of it, and then this is where a tornado would be located if we were to see a tornado at some point down the road. And again, this is your velocities right now. I'm not overly concerned at this moment of a tornado being on the ground, but one could develop at any time over the next 30 to 40 minutes as this moves towards Humphrey and eventually going towards Route 79. This is, again, a storm that has some rotation. It's not the strongest we've ever seen. It's nothing like yesterday, by the way, but this is going to be something to watch for maybe a quick tornado that could drop in between, really, this location near 31 all the way back through Stuttgart over the next several minutes in southeast parts of Arkansas, or eastern Arkansas. It's basically southeast of Little Rock, so kind of in between, I would say, like southeast central Arkansas, if that's a thing. So that's where we're at right now in terms of this tornado warning. So we'll keep a close eye on it as it continues to move off to the east. I'll zoom out a little bit, so for those that are wondering what the general area is, I'll keep it on this screen here for a second. This is southeast of Little Rock, so that's where we're looking with this brand new tornado warning. We are still monitoring a severe thunderstorm warning as well back up in Indianapolis. It's just north of Indianapolis. There is a little bit of rotation with that cell that we've been watching, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well over the next several minutes. Hey, thanks DK for the $5 super chat. Sorry to divert tension, but any concerns for the Gulf Coast today? Not really the Gulf Coast. I would be a little bit more concerned about tomorrow, but even then, I'm not really that concerned. There is a low-end threat for severe weather tomorrow along the Gulf Coast. There might be a quick, brief tornado. Let's go and look at the outlook for today. So here's the outlook. Today, anywhere along the Gulf Coast, there's still a marginal threat. I'm still not that concerned about it. Isolated damaging winds, maybe an isolated hailstorm's possible. Tomorrow, I don't think there's a threat for severe weather yet. Yeah, there's not one yet, but there might be a small marginal threat right along the Gulf Coast. So if that were to occur, it would probably be in this region here, and that is where we might see a couple of isolated tornadoes, but again, that threat still remains very low at this point. So I'm not overly concerned about the Gulf Coast really either today or tomorrow. I'm still more concerned. I know the enhanced risk is massive. I am still more concerned about the storms that are going to be ongoing in this region here over the rest of today. So for the next several hours, this is a bit more of a concerning region. This is where we could see the threat for some significant damaging winds and maybe even a few tornadoes as this line of storms continues to move off to the east. So this will be a bit more of a concerning area here for sure. But anywhere outside of this, we still got to be mindful of. Again, the difference between an enhanced risk and a slight risk really should not be any different. You still want to make sure you have a tornado action plan in place today. In fact, this slight risk goes all the way into literally Western New York. This thing is huge today, and really a big reason why. I've had a lot of people asking, why are we seeing severe weather this far off to the north during this time of the year? Let me go ahead and show you the, we'll go ahead and do this. We're going to show you the, we'll try to show you the infrared imagery. So here we go. So here's the infrared imagery. Our low pressure system's actually back up in here today, and it's negatively tilted. And what that helps to do is basically pull a ton of moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. I have to go a little bit more widescreen here since it's not large enough. So again, here's your low pressure system that's up here. We have a negatively tilted trough, and the jet stream has very strong southwesterly winds. What this essentially will help to do is pull a ton of this Gulf of Mexico moisture up to the north, and as well as the heat. So our warm front is like way up here today. It's all the way back up in Canada, believe it or not. And the temperatures are pretty warm in areas like Michigan as well. And I know a lot of people are like, how in the world are we seeing severe weather in Michigan? It's like the beginning of April. But that's really the big reason why. And if we go ahead and put on the, we'll plot the temperature map here. And you can see here, that's where your warm front is right now. The warm front is basically located right about here. This is where your cold front is as well. So that's what we're looking at here in terms of the setup. All that moisture is rising off to the north. Now, obviously, the further north you go, the less moisture there will be naturally, just because it is a very large pull that you would really need for, like, you know, 60 to 70 degree dew points back up here in Michigan, especially for this time of the year. here. But in addition to that, the heat is also going pretty far off to the north, and that's why we're seeing severe weather back up in Michigan today. So yeah, that's pretty much what we're seeing up that direction in terms of severe weather. All right, let's go back down to the tornado warning. We do actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued, so I would expect that this tornado warning does not last too much longer here near Humphrey. If we go back over to the velocities radar, we'll go ahead and pull this up and see what's happening. So I'm not overly concerned about a tornado threat anymore with this storm. It has very well weakened, and there wasn't a whole lot of rotation to begin with, but it's always a good precaution to at least have a tornado warning, because there was a little bit. If it were able to become a bit more matured, there very well could have been a tornado, but for right now, this is more of a damaging wind threat as it moves through areas like Humphrey, Arkansas, back through Clarendon, Holly Grove, St. Charles, and Almira over the next several minutes. So you want to make sure, again, that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, just in case there's any falling trees and that sort of stuff. But the tornado warning has now officially been canceled, so we no longer have any tornado warnings. We still have lots of severe thunderstorm warnings, and I'm pretty sure the storm back up near Indianapolis, we're going to keep a close eye on, because this one still has, or had, a little bit of rotation. So we'll keep a bit more of a close eye on that. Let's go back over to here. Let me make sure I put this on that. So we'll put on tornado possible, because again, there is realistically a chance for a tornado out of really any of these cells. This storm specifically had a tornado possible label, and it still does. So we're keeping a close eye on this one. Let me go and do this and go to that. All right, cool. Thank you, DK, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank DK. Thank you very much, DK. Appreciate it. Thank you, Angel, as well, for the $2 super chat. Further reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in, make sure to like the stream and subscribe if you are new. Again, we'll be keeping you updated with the latest on severe weather coverage. I technically have a class in about an hour and a half, but I will probably be live. I'm probably going to skip it, so there's going to be a lot of severe weather this afternoon. And if nobody else is live, you know, I'll be making sure you guys stay safe this afternoon. So there's a lot of severe weather still to come. Obviously, we're still watching a lot of severe weather. This isn't it. I mean, really the peak of severe weather, in my opinion, today will be between probably about 1 Central to about 4, maybe 5 Central. That's probably the peak of severe weather today in terms of the damaging wind potential, and in addition to the tornado threat. I think it peaks by then. In addition to that, this tornado watch here does go here in southern Indiana, central Indiana, back through even western Ohio. It goes until about 5 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock Central time. So we'll be watching this area pretty closely for that threat of some severe weather. Yeah, we very well could see a few tornadoes out of this line of storms. We already potentially saw a brief tornado just northwest of Indianapolis a few minutes ago here, but again, it was not obviously confirmed by radar, but it did seem like there was at least some tight rotation, so there might have been something there. But that is our threat over the next several hours. Storms through Indianapolis will be rolling through here pretty shortly, so we'll be watching that area for some damaging wind potential over the next several minutes. We're going back to the velocities radar here in a second. I just got to double check to see on the timing, to make sure we're all good there. So back up in Michigan, for those that are wondering, for Michigan, there is still a threat for more severe storms later today. So let's just go back up to Michigan real quick. So this area back up in Michigan, right now, here's the live radar feed. So again, the line of storms is pushing through here, through Flint, Detroit. That's where we're seeing right now the line of storms. One thing to keep in mind is if there is enough instability this afternoon, and there's not a whole lot of sinking air, but this is a low chance, but if there is enough instability, we could see a second area of storms develop this afternoon, which could produce maybe an isolated tornado threat with damaging winds. There will likely be some sort of convection that brews, but I don't think we'll see much of a tornado threat. But if it does end up developing with enough instability, this might be an area to watch for maybe an increased, maybe a briefly increased tornado risk, as well as damaging winds. But the threat remains very low. There's no reason to panic. Just make sure you're aware of that if you're back up in that direction. Here's the velocities back on the storms near Zionsville. Again, this was a tornado warn cell a little while ago. I'm not seeing anything in this little segment right now that indicates a whole lot of rotation. Just more of a damaging wind threat right now going through areas north of Indianapolis. This will again continue to track out to the east over the next several minutes. So we'll keep a close eye on this segment as it continues to move off that direction. For those in Indianapolis, we're watching really more of just some showers, maybe a couple of rumbles of thunder. There's definitely gonna be a lot of lightning with this segment of storms. We've already had, this morning actually, there was like 2,000 strikes in a 10-minute period from like the Midwest all the way back through Arkansas. It was a huge area, but these storms are producing a lot of lightning, so you wanna make sure you're staying indoors regardless as the storms do approach. But the tornado risk right now is going to still remain a little bit low until these storms kind of push through Indianapolis. That is when it might increase just a little bit. We do have a damage report, by the way, coming out of Center Ridge in Conway County, Arkansas. This is a report of a downed tree blocking Highway 9 north of Center Ridge. So a little heads up there. There was actually that report there. And for those back over in eastern sections of Arkansas, we are watching a storm with 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, as well as quarter-sized hail. That quarter-sized hail threat will be back near 343 over the next several minutes. So if you have any, if you're out there right now near Clarendon, Holly Grove, or I don't know how, I have no clue how to say that, but that area, there's a threat for a little bit of quarter-sized hail here over the next several minutes. Thank you, Ace, for the $5 super chat. Any concerns for Northern Illinois today? Depends on where you are in Northern Illinois. But I would say no, because the cold front is pretty much already moving through. And if we go to the live radar feed up this direction, all the rain is already past you. Now, I wouldn't rely like an isolated, potential, like an isolated maybe weak storm developing later today, but Northern Illinois will probably stay fine. This is right now what we're looking at. The cold front's back here to the west, so maybe an isolated storm over the next hour, but I would say the threat is very low. There's a lot of sinking air after this line of storm, so it's going to be really difficult for any sort of storm activity to really brew near Illinois over the next really couple of hours. So I would say no, but keep a close eye out of the sky just in case. I think go over to the satellite imagery real quick. Pull that satellite imagery up. You can actually see here. This is pretty impressive. This is the satellite imagery. Let's go to this screen here. So yeah, this is the satellite imagery right now here across the Midwest. There's a ton of cloud cover, without a doubt. You can see all the more severe storms are really back over in here. You can kind of see some of these white peaks there that represents higher cloud tops on the satellite imagery. And then you can see back out here to the west, all these more thin clouds. You see a lot more breaks over there. But yeah, the cold front's basically right here. And then eventually the clouds kind of become less with height. So the clouds are basically like shrinking in height. So like a cloud top around 30,000 feet might be here. And then like 15,000 feet's here. Like the clouds are basically just at a lower altitude overall. So there is definitely a difference there here across the Midwest right now, but there is a ton of cloud cover out here. But one thing to note, let's go over to Kentucky real quick. Look at this. There is a lot of sunshine right now, and that could be a problem for instability. And that's why I've been mentioning that this kind of region here might be a bit more concerning this afternoon, because there's been so much sunlight here over the last several hours that's going to create more instability, and that could lead to an increased severe weather potential. That would be for southern Indiana, back through maybe central and western Kentucky, and even western Tennessee, maybe even southern Illinois wouldn't be out of the question, but southern Illinois should clear out here pretty soon. But yeah, that's what we're looking at right now in that sort of area. All right, let's go back over to the live radar. I don't believe we have any new tornado warnings at this current time, but we'll keep you posted if anything changes there. We have some videos coming in. So this is in Columbia City, sent in by Gregory. Appreciate you sending this in. And this is on Twitter, by the way. If you ever want to send me in anything on Twitter, you can see some of the clouds there. Nothing too crazy. It doesn't look super scary. I mean, this isn't like an environment where we have 50, 60,000 foot cloud tops. But if we look at this video here, this is a severe storm rolling through Columbia City. And again, a little bit of wind, not a whole lot of anything here. Let's go a little bit farther. There goes the police car. Nice. Yeah, again, not a whole lot of wind. There's a little bit windy. I'd say gusty winds, if anything, maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour. That was out of Columbia City in Indiana. So thank you for sending that in, Gregory. Nothing too crazy there. More of just gusty winds at this point, which is good. We don't really want a whole lot of damaging winds. And so far, I mean, we're really looking, again, the enhanced risk is probably going to live up to what it is. But overall, the severe weather has remained somewhat isolated so far. But I think that increased threat the threat will start to increase more than anything this afternoon. So probably closer to 1, 2, 3 o'clock. I think that is when we really see the peak of severe weather today. So we'll keep an eye on that more closely. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss any messages here. I'm super far behind on chat here. Yeah, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. Will be your one-stop shop for any severe weather coverage today. And make sure to like the stream as well. Helps get this out to more people. Yeah, I'm super behind on chat. Thank you, Jaws, for becoming an 8-month VIP Chaser member. I know, time does fly. Dude, I literally remember the day that you gifted 100 members or whatever. The first stream back in early August. It was crazy. Thank you also from Jaws for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's get some claps in the chat for Jaws. I appreciate that a lot. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Jaws. Friendly reminder, if you do get a gifted membership, you do get access to you get access to bloopers here on our YouTube channel. There's a playlist for that. So it's a little reminder there. Let's see if there's any other reports coming out of these storms. We haven't had any recent reports, but we will check to see if there's anything new. in the last several minutes. We do have an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's go ahead and go over that. This is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. Just came out literally 8 minutes ago. I guess I somehow missed that. But we do have a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. We're going to go over it. This is my first look. I have not looked on my other monitor at really anything. But this is the latest update. So for those in Indianapolis, or not Indianapolis, Illinois, Northern Illinois, I had somebody ask about Northern Illinois. You're no longer in a threat for severe weather. So some good news there. Let me take off the live radar feed. We'll take that off. And we're also going to take off all the warnings and watches for a second so you can actually see what we're looking at because there's just so much stuff on here. All right, so here's the current latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. So the main changes, it looks like, is that the enhanced risk has now shifted into this region. I mentioned this before. The threat for severe weather will increase by probably around 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon Central Time across areas like Louisville, just south of Indianapolis. This is where we've had a lot more sunshine this morning, which is leading to more instability. So this is a bit more of a concerning area, I would say, for this afternoon. And even back through Cleveland, Ohio, Mansfield, Columbia, you're all included in that enhanced risk for severe weather. Now, let's go through the threats of severe weather, the modes that we'll have to watch out for. Tornado risk at this point has not decreased. We're still at a 5% probability within a 25-mile radius that extends from literally western New York and as well as eastern Michigan, and even into Canada, by the way, even back through northeast Arkansas. That is our 5% area. That is a low threat for a tornado. That is not a zero threat. That is a low threat. In terms of what I scale it, in terms of a tornado threat, the green is a 2% chance. That's usually a very low threat. Then we're talking about a low threat here in the brown shaded region. That's a 5% risk. And then the yellow shaded region, which is what we had yesterday in some areas, is usually a medium threat. And then when we get to red, it's usually a bit more of a high threat of tornadoes, or medium to high. But again, that tornado risk does extend all the way down into Shreveport in eastern Texas, so there is an existent tornado threat down that direction, but overall it will remain low. Hail potential has stayed at 15%. That means that we'll see at least some spotty storms with quarter to $half sized hail. But again, if any storms do become discrete today, those are the ones that could produce an increased tornado risk, and as well as maybe even some very large hail. I wouldn't rule out a storm that produces, upwards of tennis ball sized hail if it becomes discrete, but that threat still remains very, very low. I mean, we're looking at a very low chance of that even happening, but if it did happen, just keep that in mind. A discrete cell is something that we're a bit more concerned about, but for right now, everything is linear. We're not really looking at any discrete supercells right now. Damaging wind potential is going to be the highest across that enhanced risk of severe weather. This is where we have a 30% probability within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. That threat extends all the way from northeast Ohio back through a very small sector of northeastern sections of Arkansas. So that's our latest threat level there. There is no significant severe weather threats, which what I mean by that is that there's no significant like EF2 plus tornado risk outlined, which means that the threat is going to remain very low in that category. And in addition to that, the damaging wind potential should for the most part remain between, I would guesstimate probably between about 60 to 75 miles per hour, and the hail threat should remain under 2 inches in diameter. We do have a brand new tornado warning. Let's go ahead and talk about this brand new tornado warning. This is over in eastern Arkansas. This is going to be near Fargo. This is our brand new tornado warning. Let's go ahead and go over to this graphic. We'll increase that tornado warning count to 1. Brand new tornado warning near Fargo, Brinkley. This goes until about 12 o'clock Central Time. That's also going to include areas just to the west of Wheatley. Zent is also included. Let's go to the velocities. Check out to see where that rotation is exactly located. And to be honest with you, I'm not seeing a whole lot. Let's go back in the radar scan here just a little bit. All right, here's your rotation. That's what they're outlining here. So it's going to be back up in here. That's in that little couplet. I actually kind of saw it a little bit. That's just to the south of Cotton Plant. That is where there's a little bit of rotation right now. It's not overly strong, but we very well could see a quick tornado out of this. And this is what we're looking at here. So that is your little hook here, and then this is your inflow going into the storm. So if there were to be a tornado, it would be located right over 17 right now, and that is moving off to the really east-northeast. It's going right along the top line, that pink line there, of this tornado warn cell. That's going to be near Cotton Plant and going towards Hunter. So make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We can actually go to this radar site as well. I'm not sure if it's going to give us any better of a view, but can at least look at it. So yeah, that is again where your rotation is basically located. It's just now to the east of 17 near Cotton Plant. It is very weak at this point, but if we do see a intensification of this storm, maybe some stronger inflow or even a bit of a stronger low-level jet, we very well could see a quick tornado out of this storm. Again, this tornado warning is going to be going for another 20 minutes unless otherwise canceled, but that is including areas near Cotton Plant. And again, the rotation is pretty much right in here. That is where that rotation is. It's on the very northern line. But again, if you're in Brinkley and Fargo, Fargo, it's always a good idea to just make sure you're in a safe place, just in case the storm does something very weird. But again, make sure you're in your safe place if you're near Fargo, just north of Brinkley, north of Interstate 40. That is where our brand new tornado warning is. And let's just go and outline that again. So again, here's your little hook. Inflow going into the storm, and that is where that tornado would probably be located if there were to be a tornado, which is just to the south by about a mile of Cotton Plant. That is where the strongest rotation resides. And no hail's expected with the storm, by the way. All right, let's go over to here real quick. Again, tornado warning does include Monroe, Prairie, and Woodruff counties, by the way, in Arkansas. Those are the counties included. All right, I think I'm missing chat a lot. Let me go over to here real quick. Further reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. We are your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage today. And also make sure to like the stream. Helps get this out to more people. All right. Thank you, TRG, for the $2 super chat. What about where Michigan, Indiana, as well as Ohio meet? The threat of severe weather is more of a damaging wind threat up that direction. Thank you, Michelle, for becoming a tornado chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, as well as William. Thank you. You guys become tornado chaser members. I think William was gifted, but I don't know. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And by the way, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning here. So my expectation with this storm is that the rotation will probably be kind of on the, it's almost like really at this point, kind of up on just north of that pink line. That is where that tornado warning polygon is. But this is where we have the potential for a tornado. But there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is where that hail is located. My thinking here is that if there were to be any sort of tornado, it would probably be now just really around or north or east of Cotton Plant. And in addition to that, this tornado warning is probably going to be led to expire because this is kind of in a weird spot now. The tornado warning is really far to the south of where that little couplet of rotation is. But oh, there you go. So there's a new tornado warning. That makes a bit more sense now. So here's the new tornado warning. So that's again for the rotation that's down here. And also there's a little couplet trying to develop even down here in the just in the center of that supercell. Little bit of rotation there, but our area that we're watching for rotation, which again has not been overly impressive to this point, is near Cotton Plant. And again, we could see a tornado drop at any time. I know the rotation looks very weak right now, but in some instances, with how really favorable the environment is for a tornado risk, there is a potential for a quick tornado or two out of the cell. So again, here's your little hook. This is your inflow going to the storm, and this is where that tornado would likely be located, would be right about there, northeast of Cotton Plant. And one thing to keep in mind here is that there is a lot of rain around it. You can see all these oranges and as well as the reds. That's indicating heavy rain, which would mean that this would be a rain-wrapped tornado if there were to be a tornado on the ground. There is a hail threat, by the way, increasing with this. We are watching for $half-sized hail. That is near 17. This is, again, in eastern Arkansas. That's west of Hunter, Arkansas right now. That is where the increased hail threat actually might be coming alive a little bit. So there could be a little bit of hail, upwards of $half-sized right now, moving off to the east. Again, this is going to be for Monroe County and Woodruff County in Arkansas. Thank you, Avery, for the $1.99. Will Louisville see large tornadoes? I'll be real with you guys. Again, this is an honest YouTube channel. I'm very honest. Like, I'm not trying to scare you or anything like that. I'm literally just trying to make sure you're prepared. Tornado risk in terms of large tornadoes, it's extremely, extremely low. It's really almost non-existent. With the environment that we have, a linear line of storms like this, it's kind of already disorganized to begin with, and seeing large or even violent tornadoes that are like, you know, I'm talking like half a mile plus wide or even larger than that. That's usually, it's not going to happen really with this sort of environment. Now, I'm not going to say it's not impossible for it to happen, but it's a very, very low chance. So I'm not like overly concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the brief embedded tornadoes in this line of storms. That's what we're watching for more closely, because that is what happens with these linear lines of storms. We sometimes get these little kinks and these little notches in a line of storms like this. What we're seeing here, there's a little inflow going into the storm. We have a little bit of rotation there. That is what I'm more concerned about. Now, if there are any discrete cells that form back over in Kentucky, southern Indiana, or even back through maybe northwest Tennessee this afternoon, if there are any discrete cells form, that is where there might be maybe a bit longer of a tornado if there were to be one occurring, but the discrete supercell potential today is kind of low already. So that's what we're looking at in that sort of regard. I'm not that concerned. There's no reason to panic today. I'm being like literally 100% honest with you, but just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Have a tornado action plan in place just in case. There's no reason to panic though. No reason to panic. And there really never is a reason to panic, to be honest, unless there's actually a tornado warning with a tornado on the ground. That's a bit of a different story, but I've been under believe it or not, I was under a tornado warning back in, I think it was September or October, I can't remember. And there was a tornado warning. I was actually live at the time, and I had to seek shelter during a live stream. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but that was funny. There wasn't a tornado, luckily, but I don't know if anybody remembers that. I don't think anybody really does. You remember that? Yeah. Oh, you guys do? You guys actually remember that? It's crazy. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. That was a Hurricane Ian, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Southeast South Dakota. Anywhere in South Dakota, if anything, it's just snow, but I'm pretty sure that thread's already moving out right now. Hey, no problem, IR. Appreciate you tuning in. Stay safe. And always a good friendly reminder for those that have not yet been hit by severe weather today, and you might be hit later today, or if you've not actually been hit by storms yet, a really good reminder right now is to make sure you have, batteries in your flashlights in case you lose power, because power outages are definitely going to happen with some of these severe storms. We very well could see that occur with this segment specifically. This one definitely has some damaging wind potential, and as well as even large hail. Make sure you cover your cars in case there is any large hail. Though the large hail threat is low, it is not zero. Make sure you hatch down trampolines. Our trampoline meter, I've had a lot of people asking me today, what is our trampoline meter? Let me go and show you. So the trampoline meter is not overly high today. Let's see if I can pull it up. There we go. So today's trampoline meter, for reference, yesterday was like an extreme level. Today is in a medium category for flying trampolines. It's not as high as it usually is. I would not expect, I'm not expecting like numerous to widespread damaging winds, but there will be scattered damaging winds across this segment of storms. But also make sure you bring in any plants, or at least cover them over in case there is hail or damaging winds. Those plants can sometimes be damaged if they are not properly covered. And any patio umbrellas as well. Make sure you take those down as these storms approach, because patio umbrellas, if you have one on your porch and it's just sitting up and wind picks it up, it could go flying into a vehicle, it could go flying into a home, a glass, anything like that. So you want to make sure you're also taking those proper precautions now and not later. All right, back to the tornado warning that we have ongoing. Again, we are currently located in eastern Arkansas. That is where this tornado warning is currently ongoing. Again, rotation, it's really not there. This tornado warning, in my opinion, I was kind of surprised it got issued to begin with, but there isn't a whole lot of rotation here. I would still stay in shelter, though, just in case this does develop into anything. But for right now, this is including Hunter, Cotton Plant, Fargo, Hillyman, as well as Zent and Penrose are included in this tornado warning. If there were to be a tornado, it would probably be located here. That is just now to the northwest of Hunter by like a mile. So that's where we're looking at for maybe a slightly higher tornado risk with this particular storm right now. Oh yeah, flags. That's a good idea. Yeah, if you have any like flags on your I don't know, like on one of those poles or whatever, make sure you take those down too. That'd be a good idea. Because yeah, again, there's a lot of precautions that you can take to make sure things do not get damaged. The trampoline one is probably the craziest one, but trampolines is like thinking above and beyond, to be honest with you. How's it going, Dobbs? Welcome back. Further reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll be your one-stop shop here for severe weather coverage today. Technically, I have a class in an hour, but I'm planning on skipping it. And also make sure to like the stream. Yes, actually, for those that are interested, Hurricane Ian actually has officially been categorized as a Category 5 hurricane. I actually didn't mention that on one of my recent live streams, but it has officially been categorized as a Category 5 hurricane. I know a lot of you may be shocked by that, but it's not really that shocking. The data wasn't there at the time for that to be a Category 5 hurricane, but it was just before landfall. So I don't know if you guys have heard about that already. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. It was on Twitter. I saw that. And we also posted it on our Discord server. Also, if you have Discord, by the way, we do have a Discord server, believe it or not. I will link the join link in chat if you ever want to join our Discord. Will be in chat from me now. So if you want to join our Discord, the link's in chat. Yeah, honestly, I thought it was a Category 5 to begin with when it was making landfall, but yeah, obviously the data wasn't there, wasn't supportive enough, but data's finally come out now, so we kind of already know. Let me just double check. Yeah, we don't have any other tornado warnings right now. Again, we have 3. Yeah, we have 3, 6. We have 8, 9. I think 9 severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning. Again, the warning count is pretty close to what it is. The tornado, we actually technically have 2 tornado warnings, but I'm just going to keep it as 1 so people, again, don't get confused about that. Let's go back over to here. We'll go back to the reflectivity for the time being. Again, tornado warning is ongoing in eastern Arkansas. This is, again, close to areas near Hunter, Cotton Plant, west of Colt, and west of Forest City. This is north of Interstate 40. If you're familiar with this area and you are included in this tornado warning, just make sure you stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is where we very well could see the potential for a brief tornado at some point in the next several minutes. So just make sure you're staying in your shelter place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Thank you, Becca, for the $5 super chat. When you have a minute, can you tell us what we can expect for Nashville? Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee probably will not be too bad today. And I'm saying that about a lot of areas. And I'm literally, like, I know a lot of people are like, try to spread the bad and always try to, like, make you kind of feel really scared. I'm not trying to make you scared by any means. I'm literally just telling you the facts here. Nashville will not see that bad of severe weather. If you see anything, it'll probably be damaging winds up to like 60 to 65 miles per hour. That's the main threat. You might see a brief tornado somewhere in that region as well. It's not out of the question. But you are in the enhanced risk. I know it looks a lot scarier than it really is, to be honest. But this is where we're watching, at least for damaging winds that could be scattered to maybe numerous. And then we'll be watching for a threat for a few tornadoes across this region. I say a few because there might be around 3 to 4 tornadoes across this area, which, again, that's not that large of a number, to be honest, because a lot of these will be brief and weak. They're not going to be like long tracked and strong. We're not going to see a tornado like this, and this, or whatever. They're going to be like quick. They're going to be like little dots on the map almost. So it's not really concerning, but you still want to make sure you are watching the weather very closely today. There's no reason to go ahead and say and blow it off and say, oh, whatever, it's not that big of a deal. It actually still is a big deal. I mean, we are still watching for some significant severe weather, but the threat is much, much lower. It's more of a damaging wind threat today and maybe some sporadic hail with maybe a few tornadoes. Again, there's no reason to panic today. Just make sure that you're prepared, have multiple ways to receive alerts, all that sort of stuff, and trust me, you'll be fine. But again, I'm going to be live all day today pretty much just to make sure nothing goes crazy here, which it's, we always see little curveballs sometimes in these forecasts. So if any discrete cells do form this afternoon back through western Kentucky or southern Indiana, that might be a bit more concerning, but yeah, we'll see. By the way, both tornado warnings have now been canceled in Arkansas, so we are on a ton of variety severe thunderstorm warnings now. So that has officially been canceled. Let me go ahead and go back over to here. Thank you, Vash, for the 99 cents. I appreciate it. Hey, no problem, IR. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. Yeah, for those that are wondering, I always focus primarily on tornado warnings. When there aren't any tornado warnings, we will focus on everything else. So we'll kind of go back through all the severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing right now in a second. Let me just double check to make sure we don't have any new reports coming in. Oh yeah, Jaws. Yeah, it's the same. I just clicked. I just made a new invite link. Let me go over to here real quick. Just pin this. Yeah. Thank you, Dylan, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go over all the storms, because, again, there are storms going on pretty much virtually everywhere right now, here from the Midwest all the way back through areas in even the southern plains. Let's begin with Michigan. So this is an area that we have a weakening line of storms ongoing. There is still a damaging wind threat here near Ann Arbor for the next 22 minutes. That is going to go until 12:15 Central, 1:15 Eastern Time. This is where there might be some damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. And right now, let's go back to the velocities. And right now near the radar site, there might be some high winds here, potentially some gusty winds around 40 to 50 miles per hour. I'm not overly concerned right now with a huge damaging wind threat here. I would say right now it's more probably of just gusty winds upwards of like 40 to 50 miles per hour, which still is enough to maybe blow some things around. Trampolines won't really get lifted off the ground with that sort of stuff, but there might be a few branches that might get knocked down, really thin ones. But overall, the threat here across eastern Michigan is fairly low right now, but we'll still monitor it closely in case anything increases here over the next hour or two. There is still enough instability for some severe weather. For those back near Fort Wayne, we're not watching anything too crazy. It's just a few storms, nothing severe right now, but I would still be monitoring the weather very closely. Some of these supercells are or not really supercells, but these cells are a little bit stronger. They're on the stronger side. You can see some of that pink here as well as the pink down here. That usually represents at least some small hail and maybe as well as some gusty winds near Fort Wayne. This will continue to move off to the northeast, and it will produce the potential for maybe a quick tornado as well. There's a little bit of a very weak rotation there near Interstate 69. So we'll watch that closely near Fort Wayne, but again, I'm not concerned about a huge tornado risk. Further down to the south, this will be back down near Indianapolis. We are still watching a linear line of storms as well down here that is producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is going through Alexandria, Anderson, and as well as just off to the north again of Indianapolis. This is a region that we had a tornado warning not too long ago, so I would not rule out a quick, brief tornado out of this segment of storms. We'll go over to the velocities to check that out. And yeah, there's a little bit, I mean, it's nothing particularly strong here, but there is a little bit of maybe some very broad rotation here. So we will keep a close eye on that as well. Further down to the south, we'll go to the next radar site here. So in parts of southern Illinois as well as southern Indiana, this is again another area that I have a bit more concern about later today, especially across this region. This is where we could see an increased tornado threat later today. Maybe a few tornadoes again are possible. And again, we have tornado watches up and down this entire region, but we do have a lot of storm activity. Just a lot of this is not organized. There's tons of rain, which could lead to some flooding potential, but I'm not overly concerned right now with a significant damaging wind or tornado threat in the short term. But again, that could very well increase as we go into the long term. Back through areas in eastern, really far southeastern Missouri, as well as southern Illinois. Again, we have a line of storms still approaching. This is, again, not overly concerning right now, but if it can mature a bit more and actually get a bit more, like, organized, we could see an increased damaging wind potential, maybe an isolated tornado in that segment of storms. And then much further down to the south, this is really the short-term most concerning area. This is where we're watching for more numerous to even near widespread damaging winds from Jonesboro in Arkansas back through Stuttgart. Those areas are currently seeing the potential for damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. And a few of these storms are actually producing up to $half sized hail, believe it or not. So that is something to be keeping a close eye on. This will be moving towards areas like Memphis and Osceola near Interstate 55 and eventually going into western Tennessee. And again, this is an area that also has an increased tornado potential in the short term. So this area has a little bit more of a threat for maybe producing a quick tornado over the next, I would say, 30 to 45 minutes, and even maybe in the next hour as this moves into western Tennessee. So we'll be watching that segment of storms really more closely than anything. This is where I would say the more significant severe weather threat is probably possible here over the next hour. All right, I'm missing notifications here. Let me just check these out real quick. Thank you, Dylan, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. As well as Marianne, thank you for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. As well as Ray, thank you for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. Welcome, guys. Thank you. A friendly reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be keeping you updated with the latest on the severe weather coverage. All right. I'm going to slow down the chat just a little bit so I can actually try to read some of these things. It's going so fast today. I'll put it at 15 seconds. How's everybody doing, by the way, today? Hope everybody's having a good day so far. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to go to this one. This is pretty large. This is back up near Fort Wayne. This is this entire segment of storms here just south of Fort Wayne. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. There's also a concern for maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail. Not really that much of anything to be that concerned about, but something to watch out here for maybe some damaging winds. We do have a new mesoscale discussion. I literally just mentioned this like a minute ago, to be honest with you, but I'm going to go over it again because the Storm Prediction Center has officially put out a mesoscale discussion. This is going to be back over in areas near the Mississippi Valley, or Mississippi River, I should say. This really, yeah, the Mississippi Valley too. This entire region that you see here that's outlined in a new little severe weather potential, this area here does have a concern in the short term for an increase in severe weather potential. It is expected over the next several hours. And again, we could see an increased tornado risk as well as damaging winds. And we are already seeing that, by the way. There is already increased amount of warnings here across this region. So that is going to be something to watch out for here over the next several minutes, and really over the next hour or two for the increase of damaging winds and maybe a tornado risk as this line of storms does approach Osceola, oh my god, I can't speak, Osceola, Memphis, and as well as Dyersburg, eventually going towards Union City, Kennett, and in the short term, Forest City will be impacted by this shortly. Damaging winds up to 60 is the main concern with this little segment of storms, but there is also a potential for hail upwards of $half sized. So, new damaging wind gust just came out, new report there out of Sandstone, Michigan. That is of a 62 mile per hour wind gust. That is near Sandstone. So that storm up there has been producing at least some damaging winds upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour. And if you have any photos or videos, you can always send them to me on Twitter. My Twitter is linked down below. And in addition to that, we do have a email You can also email me photos. It's at the very bottom of the description. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a Tornado Chaser member as well. I appreciate everybody becoming members today. Really do appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. By the way, if you do become a Tornado Chaser member, the bloopers are hysterical. So make sure to watch those after the live stream. I think anybody else that has watched those, they can agree. They are literally hilarious. If you have any questions, by the way, I will leave the chat open for questions. I always do, but if you have any questions, I'll try to answer a few of them. Just do not spam them, so. Ask it once. I'll try to answer it. If not, again, I tried. It's fun watching the bloopers. Funny enough, I've watched those bloopers over like 6 times. I am making a 3rd bloopers video here pretty soon, so stay tuned. Once I actually have time. By the way, this past week has been hectic. I mean, I'm not even kidding. I'm pretty sure I've worked about 40 to 50 hours this week just on weather alone. It's been so busy. It's not even funny. It has been absolutely insane how busy it's been. These 2 storms have literally been the, I would probably say, it's debatable, but they've probably been some of the most busy storms that I've actually ever covered. Here on the YouTube channel nationwide. It's been very busy over the last week and a half, but really noticeably so. I mean, this is a system that has been really potent for a while, and the other one that we had back on Friday, that was a very dangerous one as well. So somebody asked about Northeast Ohio. I'm more concerned about a damaging wind potential over your direction. You are under that enhanced risk of severe weather, but honestly, if you are to see severe weather today, it's probably going to be more of a damaging wind threat. For those that are down, I'm going to probably answer a lot of your questions. If you're in southern Ohio or southern Illinois, or even back through northern or western Kentucky, I'm going to kind of outline the area that I have a bit more concern about this afternoon. It's going to be in here. And I think that we could see a couple of discrete cells maybe pop off this afternoon, and these could potentially produce a threat for maybe a couple of tornadoes. This is an increased tornado potential, I'd say, for any storms that develop. This will be where we have an increased tornado risk, as well as an increased damaging wind threat as this line of storms does enter a more favorable environment. This is where we have a lot more daylight heating, which will lead to the potential for more increased storm activity, and as well as maybe some more severe thunderstorms. And as you may notice now, there are storms here. There are storms here, by the way. Let me pull up the larger radar. You can see them there, and we'll take this off. But again, there are storms here, but they're not really organized. They're not matured right now. But once they enter in more of this environment here where there's more instability, that increased severe weather potential will exist across western Ohio, back through southern Indiana, as well as northern and western sections of Kentucky. For those that are back over in Illinois, you're basically done with severe weather today unless you are in this region. That is where we're still watching over the next couple of hours for maybe some damaging winds and maybe a little bit of pocket change sized hail. I'm not overly concerned right now about much more severe weather there. The cold front, for reference, by the way, is back over here. So it's actually still back near Chicago, so you technically are not done yet, but there's a lot of sinking air, so really the threat of severe weather is going to be super low. There is a threat later today once this cold front approaches Missouri. There is going to be a threat for a couple of cells to pop off if there's enough instability, but even then I'm not really that confident about Michigan in terms of severe weather later today. There's so much sinking air behind this line of storms. It's literally using like all of the instability today, so it's going to be really difficult for much of any of that storm activity to really ramp up today. So that's what we're looking at currently across those areas. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. In terms of timing, by the way, for that increased severe weather potential, it would probably be from about, let's say, I would say about 1 o'clock Central Time, so 2 o'clock Eastern Time, to about 5 or 6 o'clock tonight. That would be, again, in Central, or, well, Eastern Time. So we'll say 2 o'clock Eastern to about 6 o'clock Eastern. That is when that, I would say, that risk increases down that direction today. Also, if you've not already, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Again, we do live streams like this all the time, so make sure to subscribe down below. And also make sure to like the live stream. Again, we'll be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage today as these storms do continue to approach your location. Again, we do nationwide weather. We are covering everything. We're not just covering one area. I'm going to see if we have any other new reports here. I don't think we do. Yeah, we don't have any new reports. We actually haven't had a whole lot of reports recently. For anybody near Fort Wayne, let me know what you're seeing out there. I'm not sure if anybody in the chat is from the Fort Wayne area, or even Indianapolis. I think Indianapolis right now is getting a little bit of storm activity. Nothing too crazy. Just a little bit of rain, really. This isn't much of any concern down here. It's just a little bit of rain, maybe some gusty winds. Gusty winds will be really a given with this entire line of storms, but nothing severe, which is good news. I would say the Fort Wayne area is looking at a bit more of a severe weather potential. There are some more nasty storms up here. They have slightly higher cloud tops, especially near areas east of Huntington. well as Interstate 69 right along that. We have some higher cloud tops here, maybe a little bit of small hail and gusty winds. Potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour also does exist, so we'll have to watch this area closely as this continues to, again, evolve over the next few hours. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a Tornado Chaser member as well. I think I might have said your name already, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Zero, for the $2 super chat. Do you think Jackson, Tennessee will get bad storms? That is a great question, but first, I need to figure out where Jackson, Tennessee is. One moment, please. Jackson, in the short term, does have an increased severe weather potential. Damaging winds is your main concern. If you're anywhere really in western Tennessee, that's your main concern, would be damaging winds. There is a threat, though, for an isolated tornado or two, so keep that in mind. There is going to be that potential for maybe a isolated tornado risk here over the next little while. So just make sure that you're prepared for that threat in case there is some sort of, brief spin up in one of these clusters or segments of storms over the next few hours. It's a good question. Thank you, Michael, for the $5 super sticker as well. I appreciate it. Also, EP, thank you for becoming a Tornado Chaser member. I appreciate it. Welcome. How's it going, Bob? Welcome back. I haven't had lunch, so I'm literally drinking soda to keep me going for a few hours. I was going to eat, but tornado warnings got issued. I was literally like, I went live about an hour ago. And 2 tornado warnings got issued. I was like, all right, I guess I'm not eating anymore. I'll be going live. So I might have to eat at some point if there's a little break in the action. But for right now, I should be good on the root beer. Yeah, it's root beer. It's not bad. Still nothing for Missouri. Well, Missouri is pretty much done. It depends on where you are in Missouri. But if you are in this chunk of Missouri, you still have a threat for severe weather. The rest of the state is done. You are all done if you're anywhere else in Missouri. So I'm not sure where you are in Missouri, but if you're in the southeastern quadrant, you still have a threat for severe weather over the next, I would say, 90 minutes. So near Malden, Haiti, as well as going through Sykeston, Cario, Cape, Gararu, something like that. Funny enough, actually, for those that want a little fun fact, recently I got offered a meteorology job here. So that's kind of funny. I wouldn't be able to say that name, so that might be kind of an issue if I were to work there. All right, let's get back over to here, back near Memphis. Gerardu, thank you. Gerardu. Cape Gerardu. Good to know. Little heads up, by the way, I've had some people asking, like, we're under a tornado warning or whatever. Friendly reminder. There actually is a tornado warning now, but the tornado watches are not warnings. The tornado watches mean there are ingredients for tornadoes, but they're not presently happening. Tornado warnings mean that there is a tornado imminent. We do have a brand new tornado warning. This can be south of Fort Wayne. Let's go and go back over to this screen. Again, brand new tornado warning south of Fort Wayne. It's going to be going for another 20 minutes here. Again, we're watching for more of these brief, quick tornadoes here. This is going to be south of Fort Wayne, north of Indianapolis, just to the east of Interstate 69, southeast of Huntington. This is going to include Bluffton. That's the main location, as well as Vera Cruz. This is the velocities right now, and this is actually a little bit concerning. We might get a quick tornado here, near Bluffton. So again, we do have some rotation. This is your winds going towards the radar, winds going away from the radar. That is where that rotation's located right now. Moving off to the east-northeast towards Bluffton, Indiana. If you're in this area, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Bring your pets with you if you have any. If you're in like a mobile home, you want to make sure you get to your other shelter place, not your mobile home. Those are not safe during tornadoes. And also, if you're in an apartment building, get to your lowest floor possible, interior room of that building as well. Preferably, if you have a friend on the bottom floor, knock on the door and say, hey, can I come in? There's a tornado warning. And they say, sure, awesome. There you go. So make sure you do that if you're in this tornado warning. Again, this is going towards Bluffton and Vera Cruz right now, moving off to the east-northeast. And again, that is where our rotation's right now located. It's back in here. It's not strong and tight. This is not a tornado right now on the ground, but there could be one at any given time. So make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. We have now another tornado warning on the southern part of, really just south of this warning. Oh, never mind. That's old. Just kidding. So these are the 2 tornado warnings that we have ongoing. Both of them right now are in Indiana. One of them is in Blackford and Wells County, and the other one is back over. The one on the northern cell here is going to be including Huntington and Wells County. And the other one down here includes Blackford County. So basically, if you're in Wells County, there's a pretty good shot that you are into either this tornado warning down here to the south or the one back up here to the north. Let me go back over to the... There we go. All right, so again, 2 couplets of rotation that we're looking at. We got one right here. We got another one that's broad, but it could strengthen at any time going towards Mount Pelier. It's moving off to the east-northeast right now. You're going to want to make sure you stay away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Let's go over to the correlation coefficient. Yeah, no debris being lofted up into the atmosphere right now, but since these are brief tornadoes, they could even happen in between radar scans. So just keep that in mind here if you're in these areas. Make sure you're in your safe place immediately. And the cell back up here, look at this. This is a pretty crazy inflow going into the storm here. We have our hook. The tornado will be sitting right in this little couplet here. It's a pretty interesting couplet. Look at this. It's actually a really weird couplet here. That is where your tornado would be located if there was one. This is your hook going around the storm, and it had to update at like the worst time possible, but there we go. That is where that tornado would likely be located. This is your inflow as well going into the storm. So we have inflow for sure, and then we also have that little hook here. So a nice little, like, you know, like a I don't even know what you would call it, like a little scoop almost. So there's a little bit of rotation there, and then again, that's approaching Bluffton, Indiana. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building is what you need to be at right now. Again, this is where we have a bit stronger of rotation. That's back up near Bluffton, Indiana. We have some broad rotation near Mount Pelier, Indiana as well right now, both of which have some rotation. So make sure that you're in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Nothing is happening in Texas in terms of significant severe weather. This also includes Roll, Indiana, by the way, but Roll is back over here. You are fine now. If you're in Roll, you can safely get out of your safe place. If you're on, like, the western side, if you're in, like, central Roll, I would stay in your safe place for another couple of minutes before this storm eventually now passes. Because if there were to be debris being lofted up, it could very well go flying over there. So just make sure you stay in your safe place for now. As well as back near Bluffton, I'm a bit more concerned about Bluffton, Indiana, to be honest with you. The one near Bluffton has some stronger rotation right now, but it's also impacting almost 16,000 people, so you want to make sure if you're in Bluffton, if you know anybody in Bluffton, just give them a quick message. Say, hey, make sure you get in your safe place, or just make sure that they're doing okay, because there will be a tornado potential here with this storm as it does approach Bluffton. There is stronger rotation up here in comparison to this cell down here, but both of them do have an equal chance of producing a tornado in this sort of environment. But this one has a lot more organization for sure, this one near Bluffton. So make sure that you are seeking shelter if you're in Bluffton, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Definitely a dangerous cell right now, moving off to the east-northeast. All right, let's go over to... Go back over to here. I'm going to go back to the reflectivity as the storm continues to approach. Here's the latest radar scan. Here's your hook still. Rotation's going to be located just on the western side of Bluffton right now. And the one rotation near Montpelier, that one there is going to have still, it's not strong, but there's rotation kind of embedded in that little line, little segment of storms near Montpelier. Let's go back to the velocities. And again, yeah, you can kind of see that there. I don't think the radar's fully updated here. This is a little bit delayed, but that's where our rotation's basically located. So if you're in Bluffton, again, make sure you get to your safe place. That's where the rotation is located as of like a minute ago. And then also here, it's about to move over Montpelier over the next few minutes. And then Bluffton is right in the track of this as well in the next few minutes. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, away from windows. And this storm is definitely packing a punch in terms of the potential for a tornado. Thank you, Isaiah, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Guys, it's in the description. I didn't pin it today. Though I probably should. Is anybody in Bluffton or Montpelier in the chat right now? Let me know. Hopefully you're staying safe. Again, make sure you're in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Where you want to be right now as this tornado warning does continue to approach. Or at least the potential for a tornado will continue to approach here near Bluffton and as well as Montpelier. And that is our rotation there. And again, our rotation's rain wrapped down near Montpelier. So if you're in Montpelier, just don't go towards your windows, because that would be a rain wrapped tornado. Back up here to the north. Again, that is where we're still watching for the threat of a tornado over Bluffton. Let's go back to the velocities again. Our latest radar scan on the velocities should come in here in a second. So we'll keep an eye on that. There we go. So here's the latest scan on the velocities. Rotation is now close to Bluffton. It's about a mile southwest of Bluffton. So that if there was to be a tornado at some point in the next few minutes, that would go right over Bluffton. So you want to make sure, again, if you're in Bluffton, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Our other rotations near Mount Pelier. That is where we're watching for the threat of also a potential tornado in the next few minutes. So make sure you get into your safe place immediately as the storm does continue to approach. Currently moving off to the northeast. The stream is buffering? I don't think it is. Hopefully it's not. Right now it says the connection's fine. That'd be bad if it was buffering. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Every few minutes. I would have absolutely no clue why I would be buffering, but seems fine for right now. I'll try to keep going for, again, I shouldn't have any internet issues. I literally have Ethernet, so. All right, let's go back over to the velocities again. We're gonna pull that back up. Let's go to here. Or it's already on, but let me go back to the reflectivity. Tornado warning has been condensed, by the way. It only includes Bluffton and VR Cruz right now. Those are the two main locations. This is the reflectivity. So again, the tornadoes, either one will likely be rain wrapped. So you can see here, that's where our rotation was located a second ago. And that is likely to be a rain wrapped rotation near Bluffton. The other area near Mount Pelier, it's gonna be in the same boat. Both of those are rain wrapped rotations. So if there is to be a tornado, it is gonna be very difficult to see, which is again, a friendly reminder, if you're in this area, don't go close to your windows trying to see it, because it's going to be very, very difficult to see over the next several minutes. That is, again, near Mount Pelier and Bluffton. Back up near Bluffton, the rotation is still kind of, it's not strong and tight. It's not like confined as if there's a current tornado on the ground, but a tornado could drop at any time. The winds going away from the radar are quite strong. Winds going away from the radar are currently a little bit on the weaker side. And there's a little bit of gray here, which would represent some broader rotation right now in between basically 124 back through S1. So that area here, still some broad rotation, but if it can tighten and become much more intense, we very well could see a tornado drop on the storm at any time as it does continue to move off to the east-northeast. One back near Mount Pelier has been weakening in terms of its rotation, not nearly as strong as before, but there is a little bit more, there's still some rotation there near 18. That's where it is right now. We'll be moving north of Pennville and eventually going towards S1 over the next several minutes. So again, 2 tornado warnings do continue here in Indiana. This is south of Fort Wayne, north of Indianapolis. This goes until about 12:30. Both those warnings go until then. Thanks, Casper. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Stay safe, Mitchell. Stay safe. I know a lot of you guys right now in the chat are probably from Bluffton, so I'm in Decatur, just north of Bluffton. Hope it weakens. Hey, stay safe up there. It's probably gonna be more of a damaging wind threat, I would say, for Decatur, so shouldn't be as bad, but stay safe up there. We'll see, though. It's going pretty much in your path, so if this does continue to have its intensity, which it has lost a little bit of intensity, the inflow has kind of gotten cut off here. It's not nearly as strong. There's not really a defined hook really anymore. It might try to recycle a little bit. That might be what it's trying to do right now back up here near Bluffton, but just keep a close eye here on the radar because this storm might end up still having a tornado risk as it approaches Decatur. Just making sure there's no other tornado warnings. And these are the 2 tornado warnings that we still have ongoing here. I can put a track on this one. So Decatur right now is forecasted for 12:32. I wouldn't be surprised if this storm gets there closer to like 12:27. Van Wert right around 12:54. Delphos right around 108. Columbia Grove, that's going to be around 127. Ottawa 130. Bluffton is going to be closer to 137. That's Bluffton over in Ohio, by the way, not in Indiana. We do have a brand new tornado warning that has now been issued for Decatur. So obviously I just had somebody literally saying, chat, they're in Decatur. You are now in a tornado warning. Now, if you are in Decatur, you still have a couple of minutes, but make sure you gather yourself, get to your interior room of your home or building, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a storm that has some rotation, and it could very well drop a tornado at some point as it continues to approach Decatur. So make sure you get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Still a storm that has some rotation approaching Decatur and as well as Monroe, those 2 areas. And the rotation is probably going to take a beeline right at Decatur. So if this were to produce a tornado, the rotation at this current time is projected to basically go right towards Decatur. Now, we sometimes see some shifting to the north, a little bit to the south, so just keep that in the back of your head. We very well could see the threat for this going a bit further to the north or south as this continues to move off to the buffering a little bit. I don't know why. I just saw it on my thing. It just said 0, whatever. It looks like it's back again. I apologize. Hopefully it doesn't do it too much more. I don't know why it would be buffering, because I'm literally on Ethernet, but it also might be because I'm on a very quick or very low delay. I do apologize. I don't know why that's happening. This never happens, actually, which is kind of crazy. All right, again, tornado warning is still ongoing for Decatur. Make sure you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as this storm does continue to approach Decatur and Monroe over the next several minutes. Again, this is still an ongoing tornado warning, moving off to the east-northeast, so make sure you seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Let's go back to the velocities again. I actually haven't looked at that here in a second. All right, here's the velocities right now. Again, your rotation is located right here. That is northwest of Vera Cruz, moving towards Decatur, near Monroe. That is where the rotation's located. Again, make sure that you're staying away from windows. If you're near 224, near as well as Route 27, back near Decatur, this entire region, that is where the rotation is currently located. This isn't a tornado on the ground right now. This is radar indicated rotation, but we could see a tornado drop at some point over the next few minutes. So make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Further down here to the south, we have a new tornado warning on the cell that is going towards Geneva and Bernie. This is going to be for those in eastern Indiana. Brand new tornado warning here. This is east of Interstate 69, north of Indianapolis, south of Fort Wayne. This is where there's some rotation as well, near W18 and S1. That is where we could see the potential here for a tornado in the next few minutes. That is a brand new tornado warning. Again, we now have 4 tornado warnings, which, again, they're both on basically 2 different storms here. So we technically have 2 tornado warnings right now, one of which will be for Decatur and Monroe over the next, basically, 15 to 20 minutes, and the other one for Bernie and Geneva. That is another area that we have an ongoing tornado warning for. We're going to stay up here. We're going to stay on this storm for now. Yeah, for some reason, the bitrate is really going all over the place right now. I have no clue why. Maybe we just have too many viewers. Maybe that's why. Burn? Okay, thank you. It is Burn and not Bernie. I don't know why I thought it was Bernie. And further reminder, again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage today. And also make sure to like the stream if you've been enjoying it so far. Adams County is what is included, by the way. This is Adams County up here for the new tornado warning. So that's just an update there. That would be in that county. All right. This is not quad tornadoes, by the way. This is these are not quad tornadoes. This is one pocket of rotation, and this is a different one. So if there were to be 2 tornadoes at the same time, that'd be a different story. But it's definitely not quad tornadoes by any means. Now, let's go back to the velocities. This is the latest radar scan. We still have rotation located here. It's broad for the most part right now. That's going towards Bern and as well as Geneva. And that's going to go towards Route 27 and 218. So make sure you get to your safe place. I know it's broad, but it could strengthen. The rotation back near Decatur is still a bit more concerning. That is an area that we have a little bit more rotation. This could very well strengthen as well over the next several minutes. So make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is, again, an area that I have a bit more concern over the next several minutes for the threat of a tornado as it approaches areas like Decatur and Monroe. Again, any tornadoes that develop will probably be brief and probably weak, but you still want to make sure you take this very seriously because that can definitely send flying debris, break windows, and all that sort of stuff. And this tornado warning down here does include Adams, Jay, and Wells County in Indiana. So, again, those are the 2 counties included right now. And I'm going to go closer to the Decatur rotation on the next scan in case it does really intensify, because Decatur is definitely a much more concerning area right now with that rotation. It's definitely more intense than the one down here to the south. Spotter saw brief funnels near the Bluffton warning. Thank you for the report. So there's at least, this is from chat, again, it's not confirmed, but there have been a few reports at least for the potential there for a few brief funnel clouds near Bluffton. which is entirely realistic. This rotation's been a bit more impressive anyways than the southern cell. But the southern cell, again, is still a concern going towards Bern and Geneva. By the way, the day 2 severe weather outlook just came out. No big changes to it. The only change is that the marginal threat is more along the Gulf Coast now for tomorrow. It's going to be primarily for southern Texas, though. Does not go into Louisiana. I had somebody ask about that earlier today. Just double checking. I don't think we have any other reports at this current time. Spotter Network is one of the ways that I check a lot of the reports. So they have not had any reports recently. All right, latest update on the radar. Let's go back over to the storm near Decatur. The Decatur storm is still a bit more concerning. Again, that is where we have rotation. It's still not strong, condensed, confined. It's not tight and confined. We're not looking at an ongoing tornado here. But we could see a tornado drop at any time as this does approach Decatur and as well as near Monroe. This is still a concerning area because we could very well see a tornado drop at any time. So make sure you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. The storm will be quickly approaching Decatur and as well as Monroe. And further down to the south, again, this is our other area of rotation near Geneva and Bern. This is where we're seeing not really that much of a tight and confined rotation. Again, this is not an ongoing tornado on the ground, but there is a potential that this does drop a tornado at some point over the next few minutes. This is the correlation coefficient. Again, no debris is being lofted up into the atmosphere with this cell or the other. That obviously, again, indicates that we do not currently have a tornado on the ground. And this is the reflectivity. And what we're looking at here is that hook shape. And that's what we're looking at in terms of the hook shape. Let's go back to the velocities. And our rotations actually, believe it or not, located in the dead center of this rain-wrapped area. So there is a bunch of rain literally all around this storm. So if you are chasing this storm, it's like a donut here. We have rain all around it, which essentially means that it's going to be very difficult to see if a tornado is approaching. So if you are a chaser, just make sure you stay a little bit far back from this. And if you are a person that lives in Decatur or Monroe, do not try to look outside for this tornado if there is to be one, because it would likely be rain-wrapped. And again, Decatur's right in the dead center track of this. And also, we have an inflow going into the storm as well. Inflow is definitely pretty strong. The latest radar scan just came out. This is what we're looking at right now in terms of that. But let's draw the inflow again. So here's your inflow going to the storm. And again, it looks like a donut pretty much what we're looking at here with this storm. Let's go back to the velocities again, because that just updated. Again, rotation's not tight and confined yet, but it could be at any time. This is again where that rotation's located. Moving towards Decatur right now. Decatur's in the dead center track of this rotation. They'll be moving directly towards Decatur. If you're outside of that white little area that I just drew, you should still be in shelter. If you're anywhere in the pink polygon, that's where you need to make sure you're in shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. It looks like we have a couple of other small notches trying to develop as well. They're very weak rotation. Very weak, to be honest with you. Like, the winds are super weak, but still something to watch out for in case you end up developing. We're going to go back to a bit more of a zoomed out look here. Again, Decatur, rotation's located right there. And then we also have our other one down here just to the west of Geneva by about a good 5 miles. We have a donut hole pretty much that is developed. That is a little donut. This would again be rain wrapped. That's what these lines mean. Yes, I made these lines up. They are not actually, they don't actually have a definition of being rain wrapped, but that's just what we're getting at here. That there's rain around. If there were to be a tornado, there's rain around the circulation. So it'd be very difficult to really pick out a funnel cloud or a tornado with this cell. Just keep that in mind. Again, for those that are just tuning in, we're in eastern Indiana. We have 4 tornado warnings ongoing, but 2 of them are about to expire. They're all with the same storm. But this is an area in eastern Indiana, in between Indianapolis and Fort Wayne. That's where we're at, near Decatur. These will be entering into Ohio here pretty shortly. So there's 2 different separate areas of rotation, one of which that's going to be back up here to the north near Decatur, and then another one down here near Geneva that's still broad. Both of them are still kind of in the broad stage right now, but they could very well intensify. I have more concern about the storm near Decatur. It has a much stronger inflow, or at least did. The inflow is kind of getting cut off again, but again, this is kind of your little hook. So we have that hook shape. It's a very large kind of little hook here, and then we also have our inflow going to the storm. If a tornado were to occur, it would be rain-wrapped, so you definitely want to make sure that you are staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Go back over to the velocities again. This is the latest velocity scan. Again, rotation has remained broad with these storms so far. That is where the rotation is pretty much located. It's broadening out again. It seems like it's trying to recycle again, which is good news for Decatur. If the storm is recycling, which it very well might be right now, that would mean that the tornado risk would be much lower in Decatur over the short term. But once this moves further off to the north and east, it may increase again if it's in that recycling stage, which it seems like it's trying to recycle again. And the storm near Geneva, it's really just been kind of flat out weak rotation so far. Winds going away from the radar have been strong, but going towards the radar, they've been very weak so far, so there's not a whole lot of rotation there. But this storm back up here near Decatur still has my eye more than anything, because this one has been a consistently rotating supercell for a good 30 to 45 minutes now here across eastern sections of Indiana. So I'd say this is a bit more concerning, to be honest with you, than the cell further to the south, but we'll have to watch this very closely. And again, friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage this afternoon. We'll keep you posted ahead of all the severe weather that happens here across the United States over the next few hours. There have not been any correlation coefficient drops yet. No, we've not had any debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. For those that are wondering what is a correlation coefficient, because it sounds like a very complicated phrase, what the correlation coefficient basically is, you can actually see a key up here. This is called, I call it the debris radar. It gives us an idea if we're seeing any debris, or in some cases, are we seeing any sort of hail being or falling from a supercell thunderstorm that's producing very large hail. In this case, we're looking for any debris being lofted up into the atmosphere, specifically where the rotation is. We have rotation right about here near Decatur, and we have another area of rotation near Geneva. Neither of them are going close to the green or blue, and when we get that sort of color, that usually represents some sort of debris being lofted up. Once we're just looking at like reds and usually oranges, anywhere in this color range, it usually is just rain falling and maybe a little bit of small hail mixing in. That's what the debris radar essentially is, otherwise known as the correlation coefficient. So that's what we're looking at, that sort of term, or that sort of radar, and it's a very important radar to look at with really massive supercells. Those massive supercells, like yesterday, we did have a few correlation coefficient drops with clear tornadoes on the ground. It helps us indicate, is there an actual tornado ongoing right now? Is there a lot of hail falling with this storm? And it really has a very powerful tool to be able to give us an idea of hailstorms and as well as tornadoes. It has a dual purpose with the radar in terms of, just having warnings out for hail and whatnot. We used that a lot yesterday, really late morning and early afternoon. We used that a ton. We were tracking some severe storms throughout the Midwest near Chicago and back through even Davenport, and you could see the hail falling on radar. If you guys watched yesterday's stream, you probably saw it. There was tons of hail falling, and it gives you a really good perspective on what's happening out there on radar with the hailstone sizes and all that sort of stuff. So it has a lot of uses. For sure. It really helps a lot. I literally cannot stress that enough. Like, the correlation coefficient is super useful in a lot of these sort of environments. All right, latest radar scan. Again, rotation is starting to fizzle out on the Decatur storm. That doesn't mean this will not produce a tornado nearby, but it does mean this is actually trying to recycle. This is the second time that this Decatur storm, or Bluffton storm, whichever one you want to call it, this tornado warned cell, though, for the last 45 minutes. Now this is like its third time trying to recycle into maybe a tornadic supercell, so we'll see if it can complete a recycling stage, which what I mean by that is basically at the velocities and the rain around it, it kind of cut off the rotation, so it's trying to now make a redevelopment potentially near Monroe. That's what it's trying to do right now. The one near Geneva is still popping out to me just a little bit. There is a little bit of rotation there near Geneva. It's not tight and confined, and it's still kind of weak. We could see a brief tornado there at some point, and you might be able to notice here if we get much closer. The rotation here are your winds going towards the radar, winds going away from the radar. That is your rotation. And you see these little green specks, or the dull reds and greens. That's usually indicative of broad rotation, and that's what we're looking at right now. But this is still a storm. If it's able to really intensify over the next 5 to 10 minutes, it could potentially drop a quick tornado. And you can see here, it is a rain-wrapped circulation near Geneva, so you will not be able to see it. So stay away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. New severe thunderstorm warning was issued back out in front of this area of storms, and it also has a tornado possible label, which would probably indicate if we don't see an intensification of any of these little couplets of rotation, we will most likely see more than anything just damaging wind potentials with maybe an isolated tornado, but the tornado warnings will likely not be continued into Ohio, at least at this point, but we'll see what happens over the next several minutes. All right, let's go back to the velocities. We'll stay on the reflectivity for a second. We'll go back to the velocities if we need to. We actually have another severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Van Wert in Ohio City. So again, tornado possible labels would probably indicate that the National Weather Service is not comfortable with issuing a new tornado warning. Both of these storms, as I mentioned before, have had broad rotation for quite a while. They've not intensified, so having just a tornado possible label on these severe thunderstorm warnings, which is a little bit new, by the way. This is not like something that's been out for like 10 to 15 years. It's newer for a term with severe thunderstorm warnings, but yeah, we still could potentially see a tornado drop as this enters into western Ohio. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. Will be your one-stop shop for severe weather today. And like the stream, helps get this out to more people that are in the track of these nasty severe storms that we've had so far today. We've had a lot of them already. They are going to continue. For those that are wondering, by the way, yeah, this is a pretty good point. You know, if I'm not talking about your location specifically, that's probably a good thing. Because, I mean, if I'm talking about your location, we're talking, you know, potential significant severe weather. So, if I'm not talking about your location, again, that is a good thing, to say the least. By the way, thank you, Juliet, the $5 Venmo donation. I kind of forgot I had a Venmo donation link. I appreciate that a lot, Juliet. Thank you. I just saw that 17 minutes ago. I don't check my phone very often. All right, let me check Twitter real quick. I'm going to see if we have any new updates on these storms or any new reports. And if you're in this area, by the way, anywhere near Decatur, Monroe, Geneva, Bern, let me know what you're hearing or seeing out there. Again, stay a distance away from windows, but if you are seeing anything, feel free to let me know in the chat. Again, these tornado warnings will both go until about 12:45. They possibly could just be canceled. Because the two pockets of rotation are starting to move out of these two areas. Again, rotation has become very broad near Geneva. The other rotation here near Monroe, west of Rennes, is also fairly weak. So I'm not overly impressed right now with the two pockets of rotation, but keep a close eye on it in case it does end up developing into something. A bit further down to the south, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to go over those here shortly once these tornado warnings do get lifted. Because, again, that area is also starting to see an increased severe weather threat right now. So this tornado warning in Decatur, if you're in Decatur or Monroe, you are fine. You can get out of your safe place. This storm is now past you. Don't go outside, though, because there is a lot of lightning. I would still stay at least somewhat of a distance away from windows. If you're in Bern or Geneva, I would stay in your safe place at least for the next couple of minutes, just in case this storm does somehow really rapidly develop a tornado, but I still don't think that's going to really happen with this. But stay in your safe place, just in case. Next radar scan will come in here in just a moment, and we'll check out to see where that rotation is. But for right now, the rotation's now east of Geneva by about a couple miles. And Bern, you're pretty much out of the track of that. But still stay away from windows because there is a possibility back near Bern of some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. And maybe a little bit of pocket change sized hail. But I'm not overly concerned about much else there. Thank you, Juliana, by the way, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate all the new members today. We have 8 new members, excluding the gifted members. That's awesome. Appreciate you guys all becoming members today. Yeah, for those that are wondering, I will be covering every other state here. After these tornado warnings are lifted, I will go through literally everything on the radar. So if I've not already mentioned your location in the last like 20 minutes, I will go over everything. Just stay tuned. I'm just making sure that nothing crazy happens here over the next few minutes with these storms that are on the radar, because again, these are the ones that are a bit more concerning. Any of these embedded tornadoes, they have much more of a concern in comparison to some of this, like, you know, some of the 60 mile per hour damaging wind threats, because tornadoes, in all honesty, they can produce a wind damage upwards of 65 miles per hour, all the way up from there. I mean, it can go up to 300, but we're obviously not looking at a threat for EF4, EF5 tornadoes by any means. We're looking at like EF0, EF1 type tornadoes, which is usually in the range of 65 to like 120 miles per hour. So that's more concerning than all these severe thunderstorm warnings that are 60 miles per hour. Even though you should still treat 60 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warnings as if they're tornado warnings. Just stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible, preferably an interior room of your home or building, because trees can be knocked over and sometimes debris can go flying into windows, but usually it doesn't, but it can occasionally happen with severe thunderstorm warnings around 60 miles per hour. Always a good little precaution to take. And I've mentioned this a few times. I'm literally, this is an honest YouTube channel. We do not try to scare the crap out of you by any means. I'm very honest. I'm not looking to get money out of this stuff. I really do not care. I'm just telling you, the threat for significant tornadoes, significant hail, or significant damaging winds, when I'm talking about that, I mean like EF2 plus tornadoes, or large tornadoes in that matter, or long track tornadoes. I don't have really any concern about that today. That is a extremely low threat of happening, so you do not have to be concerned about long tracked strong tornadoes, but you should still have multiple ways to receive alerts, and as well as making sure that you're monitoring the weather closely outside, staying indoors, and again, make sure you have a tornado action plan in place today in case there are tornadoes, which we have tornado watches ongoing, but it's not as scary as it looks. I know this is a huge area for tornado watches, but the conditions with these line of storms is not favorable for those long-tracked, strong tornadoes, but you should still have multiple ways to receive alerts. Significant damaging winds exceeding 75 miles per hour is also a very low chance of happening, and hail over the size of hen eggs is a very low chance as well. So I am not concerned about those. Again, I am a very honest person. I do not care about money or anything like that. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm literally telling you the honest truth. I'm not that concerned about that stuff. I'm more concerned about basically the scattered damaging wind potential, 60 to 70 miles per hour out of this line of storms. It'll remain pretty scattered, so a lot of you will probably still see some severe weather to some extent in terms of damaging winds. That's the main concern, but the tornado risk still does exist. In these lines of storms, we quite often see embedded brief and weak tornadoes. So with that being said, that threat of a brief and weak tornado will exist with a lot of this line of storms. I mean, this line of storms is becoming more organized now, so that threat will gradually increase over the next couple of hours. But obviously, the threat for long-tracked and strong tornadoes, again, is extremely, extremely low. We're not really talking about much of that today, but we really still want to treat it as if that was to occur today. So make sure you have a tornado action plan in place and have multiple ways to receive alerts. Don't just have one way. Don't rely on my YouTube stream, because obviously we've been buffering a little bit. So just make sure you're not relying just on my stream or relying just on a phone. Make sure you have like a weather radio. Don't rely on sirens either. Just make sure you have multiple ways so you get alerts if you are under any sort of tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. That's what we're looking at for today. Trampolines are in danger. Yes, they are. All right. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for northwestern sections of Ohio. Tornado label is there, so there's a possibility for a brief, quick tornado, but overall the threat does still kind of remain low at this area. This is going to be primarily for the threat of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. This will continue to move off to the east over the next little while, so make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. As this continues to march out to the east, we are still monitoring the threat for some damaging winds as it continues to move through Bryan, which it already has, eventually going towards Defiance and eventually towards Deschler and Grover Hill and Ottawa. Those areas are in the track of this damaging wind potential, main locations. But again, northwestern Ohio, very large severe thunderstorm warning. All right, we're going to take off the tornado warnings. They are both those storms are out of the area. So let's go ahead and catch our breath for a second, and we're going to also talk about all the warnings. So let's go ahead and kind of start going through all that. Let me just make sure the screen is good to go here. So again, we're going to go through every location. So for those that are wondering what's going to happen in my location, we're going to go over all of that literally in like 5 seconds. I just got to make sure this is all good. All right. Let's talk about all the storms that are out there right now. I'm going to go state by state, give you an idea of what's going to be happening here over the next several hours. We're going to begin with eastern Michigan, which is where there is a line of storms actually now moving into Canada. This is weakening out quite quickly. It is not really much of a threat anymore to Michigan. Michigan is not clear from severe weather yet. There is still a possibility. Once this cold front marches across the Great Lakes, there might be a couple of cells that develop later today. They would probably be they probably won't be that severe if they were to develop, since instability and also there's a lot of sinking air up here, but the instability values are not that high across this region. So I'm not overly concerned right now for the potential for tornadoes or significant damaging winds and stuff like that. But there is still something to watch out for here if you're in Michigan. Just make sure that you are monitoring that later today. There's a low chance of that. A bit further down to the south, we're going to go through areas that we literally have been covering for the last several minutes. There are plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings now firing up here. There's a lot of severe thunderstorms now that are really just starting to explode here from northwest Ohio all the way back through areas east of Indianapolis. We are watching for the threat of some damaging winds upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour with these storms as they do continue to march out to the east. So just make sure that you are staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, if any storms are producing damaging winds near your area. So make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Back through areas in southern Indiana and southern Illinois, I'm not overly concerned really yet with these storms. They will become more concerning as they enter into a more favorable environment later today, but it's more of a damaging wind threat and maybe some quarter-sized hail or really pocket change-sized hail if any of these storms can become severe. The tornado risk is much lower with these storms right now since they are just so close together. They're all kind of sharing energy amongst themselves, so it's going to be harder for these storms to produce a tornado risk. They will definitely be producing the threat for some damaging winds and as well as some large hail. Further to the south in southern Illinois, this is a bit more of an organized segment of storms near Carbondale and Harrisburg. This is an area that I have a little bit more concern here in the short term of maybe something developing here, so near Marion or as well as near Vienna. This is an area that we might see a few severe storms develop, maybe even a potential for an isolated tornado or two would exist with an area like this, with that little segment that extends from Mount Vernon all the way even back through really southeast Missouri. That's where this goes, and it's a pretty long area of storms. It even goes through areas in almost western Tennessee now. Another segment of storms that I have more concern about in the short term are the storms near Memphis. In fact, we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Memphis for some ping pong ball sized hail. That would be this area here. We have the threat for some ping pong ball sized hail primarily west of Birdsong. That's near Interstate 555 and 55. So make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That is where we very well could see the threat for some large to very large hail. So keep that in mind. Now we'll continue to move off to the east towards 555. And yeah, that's really what we're looking at right now. We still have a damaging wind threat across this entire line of storms, but all these storms that are not warned are producing gusty winds up to 55 miles per hour. This area in particular near Memphis, Tennessee, I'd say is a bit more concerning. We're looking at a bit more of a large hail threat here with the storm just to the northwest of Memphis. So keep a close eye on this one for sure. By the way, thank you, Jaws, for the $20 donation. I missed that. I do apologize. That was like half an hour ago. Gotta have lunch at some point. I appreciate it. I will have to get lunch at some point, but I'll probably be live for a while, so. I might have to eat at some point, though, during the live stream. I appreciate it. All right. Friendly reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below and like the stream. It helps get this out to more people. We'll keep you posted with any new tornado warnings and all that sort of stuff throughout the afternoon. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'll be answering a few questions. Thank you, Photon, for the $5 super chat. Can you share with us what radars or radar layers you are flipping between? Yeah, so the one I'm looking at right now is the reflectivity. This is what we're looking at in terms of precipitation. It shows you the rain. So what we're looking at here with the pinks and the blacks, that's representing large to very large hail. Which is really the biggest concern with this severe storm. Obviously, it's warned for ping pong ball sized hail. That is where that would be residing, is back north of 42. That little couplet there is probably where the largest hail is falling right now. And we can actually go to the correlation coefficient, which can help us to indicate the large hail potential. And you can actually see here, the correlation coefficient is picking up on some of that hail right now that extends from about almost Interstate 55 or 555 south of Mark Tree, all the way back through areas just to the west of Interstate 555, west of Turrell. And that's the area that we have some large hail right now, upwards of ping pong ball sized hail. The velocities is another radar that we use for a lot of reasons, mainly because of damaging winds, but also the tornado risk. This storm in particular does not have really any rotation, but it does have some damaging winds. So when you see these brighter green colors, especially back up here, that's usually representing the threat for damaging wind potential, upwards of maybe 60 to 70 miles per hour. And we can also go into the storm to see what is it estimated a little bit off the surface, because these winds that we're looking at are not at the surface. They're a little bit off the ground, but we're looking at around 60 miles per hour here, close to Wilson, Arkansas. So that's what we're looking at with the certain radars. Now we have other radars, but I usually only use those ones. I use a little bit of other stuff if needed, like the hail radar I can go and pull up, which I do use this more often than not for hailstorms. But this is what estimates hail on radar, and you can see here, that is where our hail's been falling recently. That is near Cherry Valley in Arkansas, and then back just to the west of Interstate 555, south of Marked Tree. So that's another radar that we use a little bit, but I don't use it too often because it's not overly... I mean, it's useful, but it's not like, you know, it's not like automatically updating. It's like from the last hour or so. Those are the different kind of radars that we use here. I sometimes use other ones, but those are the main ones. Get a big bowl of messy nachos. Yeah, that'd be great for the live stream. Let me get a bowl of nachos. Is New York safe? New York shouldn't be too bad. The main threat will be damaging winds. Thanks, Roast. I appreciate it. Gotta check something real quick. Let's see if we have any other reports. We haven't had any crazy reports recently, which is good news. Let's see if we have any new reports on any of the storms that we saw. Does anybody know if we've had any other reports regarding the 2 tornado warnings? I don't know if we had really anything in terms of, like, funnel cloud spotted. I know we had somebody mention in chat that we had a couple of funnel clouds spotted with that storm earlier, but I'm not seeing anything new right now. Also, a new mesoscale discussion was just issued. This is important for those in Ohio and Kentucky, as well as eastern Indiana. I'm going to go and pull up this new mesoscale discussion on here. New mesoscale discussion for this region. A new tornado watch will likely be issued for those in really anywhere in Ohio, a really large chunk of Ohio. So anywhere, again, in this like dashed region here, that is where that increasing potential is for a new tornado watch. So we'll see that through Cleveland and Canton, Cambridge, and as well as Columbus, Ohio, and Mansfield. So make sure, again, that if you're in this region, that you're monitoring your weather very closely. A new tornado watch will likely be issued here pretty shortly. In addition to that, that's basically what it says. So there's a... They don't have an actual percentage on this tornado watch, but I'm assuming it's like 80 to 95%. It's usually what it is. But yeah, the severe risk will continue, and a new downstream watch will be needed. So there will be probably a new tornado watch within the next hour for those in Ohio. So stay tuned. We'll keep you posted with that and the latest details there. We're going to go back down to Memphis for the time being. We'll go back up into Ohio in a few minutes if there's anything that develops there. But we still have a ping-pong ball-sized hailstorm near Memphis, Tennessee. So if you're in this area, make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's crazy, Karen, that's crazy. Sure you send that in on Twitter. There was some seriously large hail yesterday. We had a lot of large hailstorms. Like, a lot. It wasn't just one. There's plenty. Strong tornadoes are very unlikely today. I've mentioned this a lot. Again, I'm very honest. I don't think there will be any strong, long-tracked tornadoes or anything large. The environment that we have with this line of storms is really more of a... it's obviously a line of storms that we're looking at, and we'll have embedded tornadoes, but this is not an environment that we're looking at long-track, strong tornadoes. Again, I wouldn't rule out one, but I still don't think that would even happen. It's a very, very low chance at this point. But with that being said, you should still have multiple ways to receive alerts and warnings, because we very well could see a few tornado warnings with this line of storms. There are tornado watches in effect for a reason. There are ingredients in place for tornadoes, but those will probably not be, again, long-tracked and strong in this sort of environment. So, again, if you're in this area, if you're anywhere in the tornado watches, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. And in addition to that, make sure you have a tornado action plan in place in case you do end up getting into a tornado warning this afternoon. The overall threat of damaging winds, I would say, is much more concerning. That's going to be a bit of a more numerous threat today. Thank you, Ice, for the $2 super chat as well. Florence, Alabama should be fine. It's more of a damaging wind threat down there as well. Yeah, again, for those that are wondering, again, tornado watch will be issued probably for this region pretty soon. New tornado watch will be issued at some point. Again, it's not issued yet, but that'll be your new tornado watch in about, I would say, probably about 30 minutes to an hour. It'll probably be an hour, because this line of storms I don't think will be really entering into this region until about an hour from now. That's if this maintains intensity, which it's expected to. So as long as this line of storms does maintain its intensity, we'll have that new downstream watch issued back through a large chunk of Ohio, and it will also be issued for parts of northern Kentucky. So if you're in those areas, that will be where our new watch is. Quick update on the velocities on these storms. Again, not a whole lot of rotation here. We have a little bit more rotation. It's been broad, but we do have a little bit of rotation back down on the Rockford, Ohio storm. But again, it's not tight, not confined. It's not really overly impressive. It is going to be rain wrapped if there were to be any rotation or a tornado, but it's very weak right now. So we'll keep a close eye on it. But for right now, it's not overly concerning. That'll be moving off to the east-northeast over the next little while. We're going to go back down to Tennessee for now, because we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for half-dollar sized hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. This is going to include areas just to the north of Memphis, very large area here, also including Millington, Munford, Covington, Wilson, Ripley, Osceola, all included in this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Hail core right now is located back in here near Marked Tree and Turl. This is where we're seeing some half-dollar sized hail potential, maybe even a little bit larger than that. So make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. The storm will continue to move off to the east-northeast. Memphis, Tennessee should be just narrowly missed by this area of storms, just narrowly. But you do want to make sure you're still staying inside, because there's a possibility that we do see a, some damaging winds as that approaches your location. Also, another watch will be issued here soon. Let me go over this as well. Another mesoscale discussion was just put out. Another new tornado watch will likely be issued across this region. So a new tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. It could be either. It might be more of a severe thunderstorm watch, but we'll see. But a new watch downstream will be likely needed in the next 1 to 2 hours. So this is an area that we'll be watching for very closely for a brand new tornado watch. Again, we have now 2 areas that we're watching for new tornado watches, or at least severe thunderstorm watches, one of the 2. I would expect a tornado watch, though, for up into Ohio, back through northern Kentucky, and then this one over here will probably be a tornado watch, but it also has a possibility of being just a severe thunderstorm watch, but we'll see what happens. Again, I'm not the Storm Prediction Center. I have 0 clue. But I'm pretty sure it'll be a tornado watch with the environmental parameters that we have. It'll most likely be a tornado watch there. All right, let's go ahead and zoom back into this here for a second. Let me just double check and see. Again, I don't think we have any new reports coming in at this point. No, we do not. Also, friendly reminder, if you've not already, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel down below. It's that red button. It's free to do. We'll keep you posted. We are your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage today. We're only 42 subscribers from 46,000, so make sure to subscribe down below. And also like the stream if you've been enjoying the, if you've at least been finding the live stream useful so far. I'll keep you posted with the latest. And also, I appreciate all the support over the last several days. I really do. It's been a crazy last week. This YouTube channel combined has had about 1 million views in the last 8 days. So I'm glad I'm at least helping you all out. Obviously, that's the goal here, is to make useful weather forecasts. I cannot say I've ever had an entire week with over like 800,000 views. That's just insane. So I really do appreciate all the support over the last week. If you're just watching, that's a lot of support to me anyways. Glad you enjoyed the content and obviously finding this very useful. With all the severe weather that we've had recently, it's been quite wild. It has been a wild last 7 days, to say the very least. If not, it has been an insane last 7 days. It's been so busy. But I'm glad it's coming to an end. I know a lot of you are looking for some good news, like, is this ever actually going to end? It will. It will, actually. Let me, real quickly, since we have a second, I'm going to pull up the future radar over the next, week. So I do have some good news for you. There's not a whole lot of bad news, to be honest with you, after really today, I would say. Let's go over to this screen, and we'll do this. So there's a lot of good news. There's still a little bit of bad news, but there's a lot of good news here. After this event, we're looking at some flooding potential and maybe some isolated severe weather in the southeast. This is not a widespread severe weather event. That's through Thursday and Friday, but look at this weekend. Dominant ridge on the eastern half of the United States will keep really a large chunk of the country dry. That doesn't really move until next week. There's nothing. This might be the most calm next 7 days I've ever seen on the future radar. We're really looking at almost nothing in the United States in terms of severe weather, especially across the central part of the country. Now, obviously, when we go out to hour 250 or whatever, there's maybe a possibility for a severe weather event long term. So maybe something going into, what's today, the 5th? So maybe 10 days from now, but really the next 7 days look amazing. So I might not be making many weather forecasts over the next 7 days, which will be a little nice break for me. This is the GFS model as well. Not really showing much of any difference. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, look at that. It shows a tropical storm. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, imagine if a tropical storm just formed all of a sudden in April. That'd be insane. But yeah, same thing. 15th, maybe will be our next event. A lot of good news, though. After today, we're looking at very, very good news. I like having good news because it makes it a lot easier to not have to deal with all the severe weather that we've had recently. It's going to be a beautiful week and weekend. Z, this is not, like, out of the ordinary, but, I mean, global warming is more of a, it's more of a, like, a climatology sort of thing, like, in terms of, like, the temperature increasing and whatnot, but, I mean, severe weather events like this happen. It's not like this is out of the ordinary, but, yeah. Because global warming is more of like it's like a more of a yearly basis sort of thing. It's not like a specific event sort of thing, because we've had 2 of these events in a row. But as you may notice already, we're gonna have not 2 weeks, but a good solid week of like no severe weather. This is not out of the ordinary by any means. Not out of the ordinary, especially for this time of the year. We see this severe weather like, you know, all the time during this time of the year. This is like, obviously, yeah, having a high risk in 2 different areas the other day. That's crazy, right? I mean, that's no, that doesn't happen very often, but. You know, that's just a risk level, but the severe weather that we've seen recently is not out of the ordinary. Even though this entire, like, event is like a once-in-a-decade type thing, because it doesn't happen this often. Like, we don't see back-to-back low-pressure systems almost in the same exact area producing severe weather. This one arrived very late yesterday, which was expected. The low-pressure systems yesterday, like Friday's event, the low-pressure system was sitting up there for an entire day. The low-pressure system yesterday was over here during the morning and even around lunchtime. It had to quickly rush up to where it was in Iowa yesterday, which meant that it took longer for all the moisture and the heat to rise up to the north, and the warm front did not go as far north as forecasted, which kept the severe weather in Iowa actually lower than what it could have been. So, yeah, there was some things yesterday that happened, which I kind of expected, to be honest, but it was one of those things, like, you know, we have to kind of prepare for almost worst-case scenario, because that threat was there that it could go to worst-case scenario. But luckily, the low-pressure system did not get into position quick enough. All right. If you have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering a few while we have a few minutes. Again, we are monitoring a severe thunderstorm warning closer to areas north of Memphis, Tennessee. This is in western Tennessee. This is producing the threat for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and half-dollar sized hail. This is going to continue to march out to the east towards Covington. Osceola is currently getting hit by that storm. Ripley will also be in the track here in the short term. Again, Memphis is technically on the cusp of a warning. I would be more prepared in your location for the potential for some gusty winds up to 55 miles per hour. I'm not overly concerned about the damaging wind potential at this point. Most of the damaging winds are more on the northern side of the storm. Back up near Wilson, for example, there's a little bit more damaging wind potential up there, so I'm not too concerned about Memphis right now. And again, Tornado Watch does go and cross this entire region from very southwestern portions of Indiana back through eastern Arkansas until 4 o'clock today. This will obviously be canceled as these storms continue to move off to the east. So mainly for, at this point, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and northwest Mississippi. That is where we're looking at for the threat of severe weather until 4 o'clock Central Time. We have damage reports coming out of Indiana and as well as Ohio, and this is actually potentially related to a tornado, but it also might not be. So, Jonesboro had a few trees downed. That was about an hour ago. 58 mile per hour wind gust was reported in Upland, which is right around where the trees fell down, so those kind of match up to probably being a damaging wind sort of thing. Over in Travisville, this is kind of close to where we had a tornado warning. Yeah, right about Bluffton, there has been reports of tree damage at an intersection of Hoosier Highway, I don't know how to say that, and as well as East 200 South. So again, we had a tornado warning here not too long ago, so it makes a bit of sense that there was at least some tree damage. That was at least from damaging winds, but again, I wouldn't rule out, you know, potentially a brief tornado. It's not out of the question, but I would say that's more of a 95% sure that's damaging winds. Back up here near Bryan, a report of a tree on a home. This is why I stress this whenever we have severe thunderstorm warnings. Even though it says 60 mile per hour damaging winds, a lot of people kind of just blow it off and they're like, oh, it's just another storm. 60 mile per hour winds can knock over trees onto homes. Make sure that you are always on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building during severe thunderstorm warnings, because damaging winds can do this. Report of a tree falling on a house near 164 North Water Street. That is a very specific location. That is near Bryan. So that's the latest report there. Hoosier Highway. Thank you, Dabney. Hey, stay safe, Miles. There was a pretty crazy blizzard yesterday in the plains. Thank you, by the way, guys, for 46,000 subscribers. That is absolutely wild. I appreciate all the support recently. 46,000. Who would have thought? Believe it or not, we've gained about 11,000 subscribers in the last, I think, 7 days. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Appreciate all the support. Really goes a long way. I really do. Means a lot to me. I'm just going to double check to see if we have any other reports here. I don't think we do, but again, it's always good to check for any storm reports. If you have any reports of your own, by the way, you can feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, make sure they're actual reports. If they are entirely false, then you'll just get banned. So just make sure they're actually real. If you have any reports, again, really the main area that I'm looking for reports right now and would be across this line of storms, back through areas in western Ohio, and as well as back through areas in western Tennessee, and even western Kentucky. Those areas will probably start to see severe weather here pretty shortly. All right, we do have a brand new watch in effect. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that is now in effect for those in Ohio. Yes, I know, brand new severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect until 7 o'clock Central Time. This will include areas in northern Ohio, back through northwest Pennsylvania, and as well as southern Ohio as well. So really almost all of Ohio. Only exception is a few counties on the eastern side of the state. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm watch until 7 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. This is mainly for the threat of damaging winds up to, I don't even know what the damaging wind threat is. It hasn't actually popped up on here. I think we got this watch before it was actually posted on Twitter. I'm not even going to lie. Yeah, the watch hasn't even been posted on Twitter yet, so we got this watch before it even got posted. So, but yeah, this severe thunderstorm watch goes until 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Damaging wind potential, I would say, is probably upwards of 70 miles per hour. And my assumption is that the hail threat is maximized at $half sized. And the tornado risk is probably low. It's not zero. But again, brand new severe thunderstorm watch issued for a large chunk of Ohio and as well as Erie. So near Lake Erie, northwestern side of Pennsylvania. You are now included in a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock tonight. So again, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Again, we are your one-stop shop for severe weather today, so make sure to subscribe down below and click the bell icon as well so you get notified for the latest live streams and forecasts. We'll keep you updated with the latest, but make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts if you're in Ohio, and as well as make sure you have a tornado action plan in place just in case there's a tornado. Even though it says a severe thunderstorm watch, which that's what it is, there is still a chance for a tornado or two across the state of Ohio and as well as northwestern sections of Pennsylvania. So you just want to make sure, again, that you have a way to receive alerts throughout the day today. I'm still awaiting the tornado or the severe thunderstorm watch on Twitter. I still have not yet seen a post on that, which is kind of unfortunate. I was hoping to retweet it real quick. Also, a localized blizzard conditions are expected through the remainder of the afternoon in North Dakota, primarily on the eastern tier of the state. So if you're over there, there's still a blizzard going on. New damage report coming out of Marked Tree. This is in Poinsett County, Arkansas. Several trees down in Marked Tree. Hail up to 1/2 inch in diameter. So I'm guessing that's 1/2 inch diameter hail that we're talking about there. So in Marked Tree, again, new report of several trees down in Marked Tree. Again, tree, they're the same thing. But in Marked Tree, that's a town. But again, several trees are down, and we've had a lot of damaging winds with this cluster of storms near Memphis, Tennessee. You can actually see, if we're going to zoom in a little bit on this, this is your hail core near Birdsong, and as well as Bassett and Joyner. There's a little hail core there that's producing the threat of upwards of $half sized hail moving through Birdsong and Interstate 55. Again, make sure that you are staying away from windows as this storm does continue to go through Interstate 55 over the next several minutes. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for those back over in really 3 states here. Eastern Missouri, or very southeastern parts of Missouri, very far southern portions of Illinois, and as well as western Kentucky. This is for the damaging wind potential of 60 miles per hour, and maybe a little bit of damaging wind, or maybe a little bit of hail, but I would say damaging winds is probably the main concern here. 60 mile per hour damaging winds is definitely the main concern here. Possibility for some pea-sized hail, that's not severe, but damaging winds up to 60 possible for Cario, Mounds, La Center, Joppa, Arlington, and Bardwell, all included in, again, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is western Kentucky, southern Illinois, and southeast Missouri. This is definitely becoming a bit more of a organized area of storms now back over here in this part of this entire line of storms, so a little bit more concerning there for sure. Thank you, Uki, for the $4.99. How's the weather in Anderson, Indiana looking? Let me look that up. Where that is. That is east of Indianapolis. So we're about to find out. I think you're probably done for today, but we'll double check. Yeah, you're done for the most part. You might still see some rain throughout the afternoon. But with a lot of sinking air, the cold front has not moved through, but with all the sinking air that we're seeing here, the threat of severe weather this evening is very low. You might get a little bit more gusty winds around 5 to 6 o'clock, but you'll probably be done with severe weather tonight. Oh, yeah, you'll be good. Severe weather is done though there. Let's go back to the radar site in Fort Wayne. Kind of in a radar hole over here, but there are some severe storms still rolling through northwest Ohio, so we'll be watching these pretty closely as well as they move off to the east over the next few hours. Again, they will be entering into that brand new severe thunderstorm watch here pretty soon as well. Severe thunderstorm watch was literally just issued only a few minutes ago for those in a large chunk of Ohio and as well as back into northwestern sections of Pennsylvania. It goes until 8 o'clock Eastern time. I'm going to figure out what the damaging wind potential is with this and as well as the hail threat because it doesn't say it on here. So I don't think it really matters a whole lot. I'm pretty sure the damaging wind threat is maximized here at 70 miles per hour, and the hail threat is probably maximized at $half size. But once the watch is actually posted on the Storm Prediction Center website, I'll let you know. It's not up yet, so I don't have all those details for you. I'll also talk about the tornado threat here as well, because there might be some sort of tornado risk there, but we'll see. All right. Fort Wayne, by the way, we have a few viewers from Fort Wayne. You are pretty much done as well. So you might get like an isolated gusty wind potential tonight, like around 5, 6 o'clock, but you're pretty much done. No more severe storms are expected there. Thank you, David, for the $2 super chat. Thoughts on Greenwood, Indiana? Let me again look up where that is as well. Greenwood, Indiana has a Sam's Club. Greenwood's the same sort of thing. Anywhere in that region, you're pretty much done with severe weather today. Again, if you're back over in Indianapolis, you're winding down. It's just rain from here. You might get isolated gusty winds around 5, 6 o'clock tonight, but I'm not that concerned about severe weather for the rest of tonight. So, yeah, you should be good. You should be definitely good to go for tonight. All right, this watch is still not posted. So I'm still waiting on the details on that severe thunderstorm watch. We'll see when they come out. Weather is pretty all right in southeast Michigan. Yeah, southeast Michigan, it depends on where you are. If you're near Monroe, there is a storm approaching, but the weather conditions here in Michigan have been holding up quite well today, to be honest with you. And if you remember last night there was actually a 10% hatched area for tornadoes here. That meant there was a potential for strong tornadoes. But yeah, this is an area like, you know, that we had a potential for that today, but obviously that has changed, so. I missed a donation. Let me check. Oh, thank you, Traffic, for the $10 super or donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think that's the one I missed, right? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Traffic Light. Appreciate the $10 donation. Sorry, I don't have sounds on. I probably should put that on. Let me there we go. I put sounds on just in case. I just realized my audio is muted, so I don't hear any notifications. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry for missing that. Let's go back down here to the south. Yeah, the tornado risk was like yesterday was like pretty, I mean, it wasn't high, but it was in the medium category. And I didn't really have a whole lot of confidence in a medium threat anyways to begin with. I thought the strong tornado risk was kind of overboard. But I mean, yesterday with when the outlook came out, there was a bit more of a actual potential for that. But with how things have gone over the last 24 hours, that threat is definitely much lower than what it could have been. So that's good news there. Yeah, back down in Tennessee, there is a storm right now producing some large hail. It is still producing some pretty large hail. Let's go down to this storm. So near Wilson, this is crossing over into Tennessee as we speak. That is where we're seeing some $half sized hail potential. So if you're in this area, just a little heads up, that's approaching Wilson, Gilt Edge, as well as Munford and Covington. The potential for some large to very large hail does exist as it approaches Gilt Edge, Covington, and Munford. What notification sounds to use for severe thunderstorms? I do not put sound effects for severe warnings, even though I've considered it a little bit. I mean, maybe in the future. I don't have a whole lot of time to do that right now, but maybe in the summer I'll do something like that. I'll actually have notification sounds for new warnings, but for right now it's It's very old school, I would say. All right, so the severe thunderstorm watch, we finally have some details on it. Let's go up to the severe thunderstorm watch again. So here are the details that you need to know with this area of storms, or this new watch that we have issued. So for those in Ohio, these are the details. Maximum damaging wind potential. This is scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour are likely. Isolated large hail events to 1.5 inches in diameter are possible. That is ping pong ball sized hail. That is possible. And a tornado or two are also possible. This includes northeast Kentucky, as well as much of Ohio and northwest Pennsylvania, and as well as Lake Erie. So technically, if you're on Lake Erie and you are boating today for whatever reason, there is definitely a potential for some high winds on the waters today. Yeah, so those are the details on the watch. The probabilities, for those that are wondering, have not been posted. So we don't have any details on the probabilities, but I'll keep you posted if those get posted. Quick update, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in New York. Believe it or not, yes, New York is in the threat for severe weather today. This is going to be for areas east of Buffalo. Just damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour will be possible at this cell. Moving off to the northeast towards Hilton, Brockport. And if you know anybody in this area, make sure you give them a quick text and say, hey, there is a severe thunderstorm warning there. It was a good idea to give that word out a little bit more. And with how many viewers we have right now, we should be able to get that word out pretty well with almost 4,000 viewers. Back down here near Wilson, there is a large hail course still ongoing near Wilson, going towards Munford and Covington. Again, we're monitoring this very closely because the hail potential, it's not high today, but this is one of those storms that actually has a threat for large hail. And if we go to the hail track on this over the last few minutes, we'll be able to notice here that there is actually a hail track with this, even as far west as Cherry Village over the last hour. This is all the hail that we've seen falling over the last hour. Main region of where we've seen the largest hail is actually near 149, a few miles west of Turl and near Interstate 555. We actually could have possibly seen upwards of ping pong ball sized hail. We had a report in the downtown area of Marktree. You can see that blue box there. That is some wind damage. We had several trees reported down. In addition to that, they also reported that there was half-inch diameter hail, which matches up pretty well here. You can see that yellow, and if we go up to the key up here, that yellow indicates about half-inch diameter hail. So the radar is estimating pretty well so far with the hailstone sizes. So it might have gotten upwards of $half size to maybe ping pong ball sized hail here. Most recently near Wilson, it's probably in the range of $quarter to $half sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that here on radar. So I do use the hail radar just a little bit, but gives you an idea what's happening out there. It is pouring and windy in Adrian, Michigan, by the way. Thank you for the report, Angus. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, tornadoes, hail, damaging winds. There are 3 threats that you always want to look for with severe weather. Or actually, technically 4. You want to look for flooding. Right? Actually, lightning too. There are a lot of threats that you look at with severe weather. There's technically 5. We have flooding, lightning, we have tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Those are your typical 5 that we're looking at with severe storms. And a lot of people overlook the hail threat and damaging wind threat sometimes. They're almost always only concerned about the hail or the tornado threat. So with this sort of storm, again, we're looking at more of a hail and damaging wind threat. And the hail threat's definitely concerning because we have actually a pretty elongated area of hail here throughout western Tennessee. And now, well, it's technically eastern Arkansas, but it is moving right now into western Tennessee. And when we go over to the correlation coefficient, you can actually notice here, look at this, right in here. There is actually hail being indicated even by the correlation coefficient, which the correlation coefficient is usually used for tornadoes. That is for debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. But when we're looking at the correlation coefficient, we can actually pick out even the hail that's falling. In this case, this is definitely hail. So there is some hail falling. The hail core is located a few miles to the south of Wilson right now. So that's kind of where we're looking right now in terms of the hail threat. As this continues to move off to the east towards Gilt Edge over the next several minutes. Thank you, Wesley, by the way, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. I think I missed that. Thank you. Is Covington a pretty populated area? I'll be honest with you, I have zero clue. I've never been to Covington. I've actually been to Memphis, Tennessee before. I'll look it up, though. Covington, Tennessee has a population of 8,600. So if you want to consider that populated, then go ahead. I don't think it is, though, but I have no clue. Thank you, Bob, for the very generous $49.99 super chat. Let's get some claps in the chat for Bob. Thanks for covering the storms today. Helps with storm anxiety. I appreciate it a lot. I'm glad I'm able to help you out, Bob. Thank you very much. Very generous donation. Thank you very much. Let's get some claps in the chat for Bob. And again, the goal here is not to scare you or anything like that. It's really just to make sure that you're prepared with the severe weather. It's not as significant as it looks, or even it doesn't even look that significant to begin with, but it's not as significant as it looks. There are tornado watches, but any tornadoes that occur will be brief and weak. We're not looking at strong, long track tornadoes. And I know a lot of people in your mind right now, you see these large tornadoes in the back of your head from the last few days and even back on Friday. That's not what we're looking at today. We're looking at more of a damaging wind threat with maybe some sporadic hail and maybe a few embedded tornadoes in the line of storms, but we're not looking at long tracked, strong, large tornadoes. We're looking at brief, weak variety tornadoes. With this line of storms. And if any discrete cells form out in front of the line of storms, it's a little bit of a different story. We might actually see a potential for maybe an isolated strong tornado, but that threat and that confidence is still very low. And if that threat does end up developing, it would probably be in here somewhere. But even then, I don't have a whole lot of confidence in any of that happening. And if that does happen, again, it's a very isolated risk. We're talking about like one storm that might develop that kind of threat level. So not too concerned about that right now. Thank you again. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, Decatur, Ohio was an interesting area. Decatur, Indiana. It was an interesting area there for a few minutes when we had that tornado warning. Somebody's asking about Toledo, Ohio. So Toledo, Ohio, we do have severe weather rolling through your region right now. This is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I'm not concerned about anything else, though. Damaging winds is really the main threat. This is not a tornadic segment of this line of storms going through Toledo, so not too concerned about that. Just make sure you're staying away from windows on the lowest floor possible, especially if you're around a forest or something like that, because trees can very well fall down from damaging winds that high. So make sure you're taking those proper precautions and staying away from windows. And that goes for this entire line of storms here, anywhere from really southeast Michigan all the way back through western Ohio. There are going to be some storms here producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So make sure that you are staying away from windows. And again, for those that are in Indiana, you are pretty much clear from severe weather today. The only exception right now is for those that have not been hit by storms yet. And that is going to be anywhere in here. This is this entire region in Indiana right now. You are not clear from severe weather. But if you're in Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, or Fowler, or really anywhere else, South Bend, Angola, Gary, you are pretty much done with severe weather today. There's a low chance for some gusty winds around 5, 7 o'clock tonight once that cold front moves through, which has not moved through yet. If we go over to the temperature map here, you can see cold front is still back out here near Chicago. So this has not rolled through yet, but once this cold front rolls through, you are done officially. There's still a chance, though, for maybe an isolated cell to develop along that cold front sometime tonight. But overall, the threat of severe weather is like near zero with that. I'm not overly concerned about severe weather. And anyone in Illinois, you are done with severe weather today, unless you're on the very far southern part of the state. Or down here near Carmi. Carmi? Yeah, Carmi. All right, severe weather is approaching Paducah, Kentucky, by the way. We actually have a tornado possible label on this, so there is going to be a possibility for maybe a quick tornado as this continues to move closer to Paducah. So we will keep a close eye on this as well. There is definitely a possibility for maybe a quick tornado if this is able to mature and maybe develop a bit more here as it moves off to the east. Let me go over to the velocities here. Yeah, no definitive areas right now with any sort of rotation, but again, this area of storms is definitely a concern because it's become much more organized over the last hour. This is an area of storms that has become much more organized here across really western Kentucky and back through southern Illinois. So we'll have to watch this area closely near Paducah in Kentucky. Kentucky's going to be in the track of this in the next about 15 to 25 minutes. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you're tuning in for the first time, we are your one-stop shop for severe weather today. So make sure to subscribe down below. We do live streams like this all the time. Make sure to like the stream. Helps get this out to more people that are in the track of these severe storms. We'll be live here for quite a while today, as long as we need to be for this severe weather potential. All right, we have a new wind report coming out of, let's see, Shelby, Mississippi, actually. This is an area that I don't think we have severe weather right now. But high wind gusts of 57 miles per hour was recorded at the Davis Vantage View weather station at Christmas Flying Service. Okay, that's the area that we just had a wind gust report there. Otherwise, we don't have any other reports. Cool. All right. Thank you, Sandy, for the $5 super chat. Can you tell me about Nashville early tomorrow morning? I'm flying from Phoenix to Nashville. That's nice. Are you on like a business trip or something? Or a vacation? Is Phoenix warm this time? Is Phoenix like warm right now? I don't think they are yet. I think they get warmer like, you know, in a few months. Like I'm talking about like 90s to 100s. I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen for a few more months. If you're in Nashville though, you're not really looking at anything tomorrow morning. Yeah. Hold this up. Let's see. There will be some rain tomorrow morning, but I wouldn't think that would really delay or cancel flights. I'd be more concerned. I wouldn't really be concerned. It's more of just rain. So if your flight for some reason gets delayed or something like that or canceled, it would be because of rain. There won't be really any severe weather tomorrow. So yeah, rain shouldn't cancel flights. Yeah, you should be fine. Thank you again for the $5 super chat. All right, let's go back to velocities again. I think the latest radar scan just came in. We have a little area of rotation actually near Blandville that's trying to develop here. So we'll have to monitor this pretty closely. This is going to be heading possibly towards Paducah in Kentucky. So a little pocket of rotation attempting to develop here near Blandville right now. It's weak. It's not strong. It's not like something that you need to panic over, but there's a little bit of rotation there. And back down here, let me just see if that is rotation. Yeah, it's not really rotation. This is the area, though, near Blandville, Kentucky, that might be a bit more concerning for some rotation. This is the latest radar scan. So yeah, again, rotation is developing right now. That is near Kevil, Massac. If you're in this area, I would recommend that you get to your safe place just in case. There is a possibility that this does turn into maybe a quick, little brief tornado as it moves off to the northeast. Again, Paducah, Kentucky would be in the track of this eventually. But again, these are more of a brief week type variety of tornadoes, but this is an area again, that we might have to monitor for maybe a quick tornado. That's approaching areas near Kevil. Route 60 and Route 62 near Massac. How's it going, Caleb? Oh my god, I can't talk. Heading to Paducah now? Are you heading there for chasing, or are you just going there because you have to actually go there? I don't think Paducah will be too bad. To Paducah, I'm more concerned about damaging winds with this segment, but I would rule out a brief tornado here. There's rotation right now located there, over 286. Moving off to the east-northeast right now. Screw my job. All right. Interesting. Yeah, some people just skip work, just go storm chasing, which I actually don't oppose. For me, for other people it might be different. All right, we have a few updates. We still have a tornado possible storm in Allen and Allen and Putnam County, Ohio. We still have a tornado possible storm there. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, just for reference. This storm is still on a tornado possible, so we do have a potential for a quick tornado. Again, this is the area, that circle is where that rotation is currently located. Again, I would not be shocked if we see a tornado warning issued on this, if the rotation does intensify at all in the next radar scan, because there is definitely rotation there. We'll monitor this very closely. Again, this is going to be approaching Paducah, Kentucky here pretty soon. So if you're in this area, I would recommend that you seek shelter away from windows, but again, not required by any means, but you probably should. Damaging winds up to 60 can knock over trees. And if you know any friends or family near Paducah, Kentucky, or even just west of there, you're going to want to make sure that they have, or at least message them and make sure that they're okay. Make sure they have a plan in place in case there is actually a tornado warning issue here. Again, we are watching a small area of weak rotation, but it is possible that we see a quick tornado there that is approaching essentially Paducah and maybe even Metropolis over in southern sections here of Illinois. Zooming out a little bit here, making sure. All right, no other alerts right now. By the way, new severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch will probably be issued here pretty soon for Kentucky and back through Tennessee pretty soon, so we'll be watching that closely. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, velocities have not updated yet. They should update here in a second. Rotation, though, is located right here. We're actually beginning to see an inflow going to the storm here. This is your hook. This is where a tornado would be located. I would not be surprised if a tornado warning gets issued on this. The velocities, though, have not updated yet. So if they update here in the next couple of minutes, we'll have a better idea. But all right, there we go. Velocities have updated. Here's the rotation. Yeah, we have rotation here. Again, I would seek shelter just in case. There is rotation right now embedded in the storm just west of Paducah. I'm not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient drop yet, but we have some intensifying rotation. This is close to the radar site as well. So we're going to match that up with the radar. That's your rotation right there. Let's go to the live radar feed. I'm assuming it's a little bit closer to here, just due to the fact the radar is about 20 seconds delayed on the velocities. But this is, again, where your hook is. This is your inflow going to the storm. That is where a tornado would be located. It would be right there west of Massac, if there were to be one. Again, I would not rule out that we see a brief tornado with this over the next few minutes. The rotation is definitely intensified here west of interstate, or not interstate, west of Route 62. This is interstate, or west of Interstate 24. Again, west of Paducah. We're right now in western Kentucky. Going to the basement in Bedford, Indiana. All right. I don't know what's going on in Bedford right now. I'm pretty sure if there's anything going on, it's probably just a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is always a good idea. I always mention this. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, I always recommend that you go away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's always a safe thing to do, especially with storms. Even like this. Again, if you know anybody near Massac or Metropolis in this region, in the immediate short term of this area of rotation, I would recommend at least messaging them and say, hey, just get to your safe place away from windows, just in case. This is an unwarned, this is not a tornado warning, this is not an ongoing tornado, but I wouldn't rule out a quick tornado with that little spot there northeast of Blandville. I really wouldn't. This is probably some of the stronger rotation we've actually seen today, is with this cell, at least in terms of the last few hours. I'm not talking about this morning, I'm talking about the last 3 hours. That's probably some of the more strong rotation that we've actually seen. And there is a little couplet, or not a couplet, but a little inflow going into the storm, a little hook as well trying to develop there. So a little bit of concern there if it's able to kind of develop here. Yeah, I would, by the way, do not rely on tornado sirens. They are not very reliable. I would recommend that you have multiple ways to receive alerts outside of that, because tornado sirens do not always go off. If power goes out, they do not go off at all. So. All right, rotation's weakened in the latest scan, so we have good news there. So it looks like a little bit of a weakening trend on that cell for now. There was rotation, though, pretty strong there near 62 and 286. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a brief tornado there, but it does look like for now it is weakened. I'm going to stay on this storm for a second. And I'm going to go over to Twitter to see if we have any reports coming in here of anything in particular. All right, yeah, we have no new reports right now on Twitter. For the time being. Cool. If you have any reports, by the way, if you're in chat and you have any reports, feel free to let me know in the chat, or you can tweet me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is @MaxVelocityWX. There's a link in the description to it. If you have any photos, videos, you can feel free to message me or send them in to me on Twitter just by adding me. I will try to show a few of them. We've already seen a few photos, but... All right. Back over to here. Our sirens got knocked out in 2011, and I don't think they ever put them back up. That's not a good thing. But again, I think tornado sirens are just kind of overrated. They are good if you're out and about and you don't actually know what's happening. But if you know what's happening, if there's something coming towards your location, and you already kind of have an advanced notice, in this sort of event, obviously there's a risk of severe weather, there's watches out. So if you already knew that there's a potential for severe weather, sirens are not nearly as useful because you're probably staying at home. But yeah, I still think sirens are a bit overrated. You really need to rely more on a phone app or a weather radio. I really recommend you have a weather radio. Now, I'm not sponsored by any weather radios, so I don't really have a go-to recommendation because I don't own, I'm not even gonna lie, I don't even own one because I usually do, I never see severe weather, and I'm always looking at the weather anyway, so it's not like I need one. But I do recommend a weather radio. If you're anywhere across the Ohio Valley, Mississippi Valley, the Great Plains, you should always have one because it does come in handy during severe weather events. Sure. But I'm in an area that I don't really ever see it, so. And again, I look at the weather all the time, so I have that anyways. I literally look at it 24/7. We never really hear our sirens here. They don't work 90% of the time. Yeah, again, funny enough, if you're in North Texas, we have a lot of North Texas viewers. I don't think a lot of people are watching right now from North Texas, but North Texas tornado sirens go off for severe thunderstorm warnings too. It's not just tornado warnings. So they go off for everything. Believe it or not. Do you think Eastern Ohio will be very bad? I wouldn't say very bad. There's a possibility for some severe weather. Damaging winds up to 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour is really the main concern there. I've been saying this all day. Again, this is not as concerning as it looks. I cannot stress that enough. There's no reason to be scared right now, like by any means. This is not what we just saw yesterday. This is not something that we just saw on Friday. This is a line of storms that's mainly producing damaging winds with maybe an isolated tornado or two. That's what we're looking at today. We're not looking at a widespread damaging, or we're not looking at a widespread like tornado risk or hail risk or anything like that. But we do have that chance. It's just low. But a lot of people have in the back of their minds right now these strong tornadoes that have happened over the last several days. One, like yesterday, for example, we had a few of them, those cone-shaped tornadoes. We also had them back on Friday. We had a lot of them on Friday. And a lot of people are kind of looking at it and saying, this could happen to me today. That's not necessarily true. What we're looking at today is more embedded tornadoes in this line of storms. We're not looking at these long-tracked, strong tornadoes that are going to produce massive amounts of damage. That's not what we're really looking at today. It's more of the weak and brief variety of tornadoes. So we're looking at the embedded tornadoes in this line of storms. That'll be more on the brief and weak side of things, which we might have even just seen one a few moments ago west of Paducah, because there was some stronger rotation briefly. But yeah, again, there's no reason to panic. Just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts, and as well as have a tornado action plan in place tonight, just in case we do see an tornado warning or whatnot. And again, I would recommend that you do go away from windows and lowest floor possible during any severe thunderstorm warning, and especially during tornado warnings, but even during severe thunderstorm warnings, because damaging winds can knock over trees into your home and all that sort of stuff. We already had that report not too long ago back up in Indiana. So I think we're nervous in Northeast Ohio because we've had back-to-back wind events and storms. There's a lot of damage already here. Yeah, I get that entirely. I definitely get that. I think the damaging wind potential is really the main threat over there anyways, but again, I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado by any means. All right, here's the latest severe thunderstorm warning. This now officially includes Paducah in Kentucky. We're watching this storm very closely. There is a tornado possible label on this. There is a little bit of rotation that's trying to maybe organize itself there. That is south of Paducah, so we'll keep a close eye on that. But this new severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. In addition to that, there is going to be a potential for some maybe a brief tornado with this at some point. So keep that in mind. Not really any hail threat here. It is more of damaging winds between 50 to 65 miles per hour. That's kind of the range right now that we're looking at here. So if you're in Paducah, stay away from windows. This also includes Smithland, Metropolis, Salem, Fredonia, Marion, as well as Fredonia. I just said Fredonia. Tua, Benton, Hardin, Murray, Hazel, Mayfield, and Wingo. Mayfield, you're not looking at a tornado, by the way. You're looking at just damaging winds. There is rotation, though, back in a few spots, actually. We're watching some very broad rotation attempting to develop in this little cluster of storms. You actually notice there's very weak rotation here that's trying to organize itself. More concerningly, I'd say if there were to be a brief tornado, it would be up in here where this rotation is trying to develop. That is going to be along Route 45, just to the south of Reedland right now. So we'll keep a close eye on that over the next several minutes, as this line of storms does go through areas like Paducah, as well as Marion, Benton, Murray, Hazel, and Mayfield, Kentucky. If you have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave those in the chat. And if you are new here, make sure to subscribe down below and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest live streams and weather forecasts. Again, we do live streams like this all of the time, so make sure to subscribe down below. I would appreciate it. I am putting the slow mode back to 12 seconds because the chat is not too fast right now. So again, if you have questions, do not spam them. Just ask them once and I'll try to get to them. If I don't get to them, that means that I'm not too concerned about your location, or I just have too many questions to begin with. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Born and raised in Ohio. The worst was 2011, I think. Yeah, 2011 was pretty bad. I remember when that happened. I was young when that happened, but 2011 was really the severe weather we had in 2011 was off the charts. And I wouldn't rule out that something like that happens again in the future. I don't think it'll happen like this year, but we could see that sometime again in the future. Karen, where is that exactly? Where's Bowling Green? Is that Ohio? Or is that Indiana? I think it's Ohio, right? Bowling Green? Oh yeah, it's up here, okay. Hey, look at that. I have good geography skills up here in Ohio. Here's to look at this. Oh, near Lima. Let's look. I don't think there's any rotation here. Yeah, there's no rotation. It looks like it on that radar. I mean, those radars are a little bit more low definition basically anyways, but yeah, I'm not overly concerned really about that area right now. Tornado risk is a little bit lower right now in Ohio. The line of storms is not as organized as it could be, which it might become a bit more organized later today. We'll have to watch that closely. There's a Bowling Green, Kentucky too. Where's Bowling Green, Kentucky? Is that further to the east? The storm that I got a photo of was back up in Ohio. I have no clue where Bowling Green, Kentucky is. Oh wait, is that northern side of the state? Wait, I might get this right. Somewhere in the north. Oh dang, it's down here to the south. Never mind. My geography skills were there for a second. Now they've slipped. That's over here though. Which this area is about to be entering into a new watch. I was literally about to say that. That's incredible. So a new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. That timing was perfect. New severe thunderstorm watch, excuse me, has been issued for Bowling Green, Nashville, Tupelo, back in northern Mississippi, Columbia, Waverly, Cookeville, Portland, Danville, Lexington, Fayette, something like that. But this is the area that we have a new severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. Eastern time. Bro's timing is impeccable. I know, that was pretty incredible. This can be for the threat, probably for damaging winds up to 70, ping pong ball sized hail, and maybe a couple of tornadoes across this region. So that is the latest on a new severe thunderstorm watch. Again, this is all of our watches right now. We have a ton. We have 5 different watches, which again, these are all different coverage areas, so that's why. But yeah, we have 3 tornado watches, which the one up in Michigan is pretty much going to be done. The one across Indiana, Western Ohio, and Northern Kentucky will end probably here pretty soon. And then the one back through Western Kentucky and Western Tennessee, and as well as Northwest Mississippi, will probably go for a couple more hours until those storms enter into the new watch zones. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning back actually in Louisiana and southeast parts of Louisiana. I'm going to go to this radar site. It's a little bit better. So, a little severe thunderstorm warning down this direction. That's for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. That is for Bonita, Wilmot. And that's pretty much about it. Let me see what the radar looks like here. Not too concerning, it looks like, but yeah, a little bit of hail. Bastrop is where the main hail core is right now. That's around quarter-sized. So, little hailstorm. We actually had quarter-sized hail reported an hour ago back over in Ringgold, Louisiana. So, believe it or not, there was severe weather there. There is a threat for severe weather, by the way, all the way through southeast Texas. This isn't like one area that we're looking at. The threat of severe weather is huge today. I've mentioned this multiple times, but this thing is massive. It covers areas from southern Texas all the way back through Michigan and New York. It almost goes into Vermont. I mean, this thing is just massive today. So there's a huge risk, or not huge risk, but there's a huge area for severe weather. The risk isn't like, large. It's not like we're watching for strong tornadoes and all this other stuff, but low-end threat overall. All right, I'm going to check Twitter to see if we have any more reports here. Friendly reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. Will be your one-stop shop for severe weather. Also, make sure to like the stream as well. Helps get this out to more people. If you have any photos or videos, feel free to tweet me on Twitter. We have a report of a funnel cloud. We have a report of a funnel cloud over in White House, Tennessee. Let's go to there. We have a report of a funnel cloud. That might mean that we have some rotation. Let's go over there. Obviously, that would mean we have rotation. I gotta figure out first where White House, Tennessee is. It said, okay, so this is the report. A small funnel cloud went away after 2 seconds. 2 seconds. All right. Well, there was a funnel cloud for 2 seconds, but I still want to look at this area just in case. White House, Tennessee. It's probably going to be somewhere in this little cluster here. It's probably near Covington, my guess. Oh, that's actually near Nashville. There's a funnel cloud over near Nashville. Is there even a storm over here? All right, that must be a false report, because there's no way. That's like, unless it's a different location, potentially. But White House, Tennessee is north of Nashville, so that doesn't make any sense. So if there was a funnel cloud, I'm guessing it would be over here. Might be just a wrong location, but It existed for 2 seconds. Let's go to the base velocities here real quick. So possibly a false alarm there. There's like a little bit of weak rotation there. So I wouldn't rule out maybe near Gilt Edge there might have been a brief funnel, but 2 seconds is not much of any time. So I'm not really concerned about that. But there was a brief funnel cloud potentially somewhere. All right, let's go back over to Paducah. Storms are rolling through Paducah right now. We'll be watching these closely. This is an area of storms that had some rotation a little while ago. I think they are still rotating. There is still a tornado possible label on this. So we will be keeping a close eye on this as it continues to move off to the east. We have some damage. We actually have a damage report. This is actually old, but I'm going to show it anyways. This is trees knocked down. Sent it by David. This is from the first of this month. This is on April Fool's Day. Plain Township, Ohio. So there were some trees down a few days ago. But I feel like I would show you anyways. Again, that's kind of a thing that we're looking at for today as well. Damaging wind potential is there for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So seeing something like that today is not out of the question. So if you have any photos of that, feel free to send them in on Twitter. All right, let me go over to here again. All right. All right, here's the velocities again back in Western Kentucky. Again, this is pretty close to Paducah right now. There's more damaging wind threat right now. I know there's like a little bit of rotation. I'm not seeing anything that pops out to me right now with this line of storms that is rotating that could potentially produce a tornado right now. But this entire area is under a severe thunderstorm warning for not just damaging winds, but a possible tornado. That means that there could be potentially a quick tornado in this area of storms over the next few minutes, potentially in the next like 30 minutes or so. That's when the warning expires. So you can see these like little areas here. It's a possibility that we see a quick tornado in like one of those areas, but again, it's a low chance right now. It really more depends on if these little storms can get more of an inflow and become more organized. But for right now, I'm not too concerned about that threat at this time. It looks like it's trying to do that, but at this point, it's a lot more rain. It's a lot more of a damaging wind threat as well along that leading edge of this line of storms. Here's a bit of a track on this line of storms, by the way. Subtract about 15 or about 10 minutes from all these times because this is a little bit delayed. This is actually further back. Let me see where Metropolis. Yeah, so subtract about 10 to 15 minutes from these time frames, but that is your timing right now going off to the north and east. So Madison would probably be closer to like 2:30 with this. Greenville maybe 3 or probably before 3 o'clock, just before it. Central City probably gonna be closer to about 3 o'clock there. So that's your timing right now on that line of storms. I could probably track this out, but right now I'm just gonna keep it with that. This little area of storms is moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. This is a quick moving segment of storms here. All right, let me go over to Twitter again. Yeah, for those that are just tuning in, there is a new severe thunderstorm watch in effect that will include areas in central Kentucky, southern Kentucky, back through central Tennessee, and as well as northeastern Mississippi and northwestern sections of Alabama. This is where we could see the potential for some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That'll be a scattered threat. We'll be watching for more of a damaging wind threat, but there might be a little bit of hail as well, potentially up to $quarter to $half sized, and maybe a brief tornado or two will not be out of the question. This is sent in by JD on Twitter. A little bit of rain falling there. Nothing too concerning, but some rain. That's what a lot of people are seeing anyways out there. I mean, obviously that's pretty much a given with everywhere across this region. There's pretty much a 100% chance of you seeing rain if you're anywhere in these watches. I mean, it's pretty much 100%. We have rain all up and down, regardless of the line of storms. It's pretty crazy. We do have some new wind reports coming out. Let's go over those. These are actually brand new. We're going to go over these damaging wind gust reports. Back up in Michigan recently, we've had wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour. Peak of 50 miles per hour in Clarkston. That's Oakland County, Michigan. 51 miles per hour at the Ann Arbor Airport. Tupelo had a recent wind gust of 51. So that's honestly not too bad. It's under severe limits, but Tupelo is under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 11 minutes. This line of storms is beginning to weaken a little bit, which is good news. Back near Cindy, we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning here for some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's actually a tornado possible label on this. We have some rotation down here, believe it or not. We actually have a couple of couplets here near Sydney in western Ohio. So a little bit of rotation here, something to keep a close eye on. Anna, Port Jefferson, and Sydney are all the 3 locations included in this ongoing severe thunderstorm warning, though. So we'll keep a close eye on that. There's a little bit of rotation there. We do have a new wind gust as well out of Upland. I think we already talked about this one, but 58 miles per hour over there. And those, I think, are all the new wind reports that we've had recently. Yeah, so, but I am a little bit concerned here. If we go back up to Sydney again, you can actually see it here. There's a little hook here. We have a little inflow as well. We could get maybe a brief tornado out of this storm. There is rotation here. If you're near Lockington, or if you know anybody in Lockington, Ohio, I would go ahead and shoot them a message and say, hey, you might want to get into your safe place. There's a little bit of rotation there. That's a bit tighter than what we've seen so far today, so wouldn't rule out a quick tornado with that cell. Back up here, I'm not nearly as concerned. Near 47, it's not nearly as concerning right now, but it will be something to watch for. So there is a little bit of rotation involved with that cell right now. Actually, now it looks a little bit stronger. So again, right now near 47, if you're in Sydney, I would make sure that you have your tornado action plan in place now. You might have to get into your safe place at some point in the future as well. So we'll keep a close eye on that over the next several minutes as that moves off to the east-northeast. Yes, this is Sydney at Interstate 75. And this is in western Ohio. We have 2 different circulations. Again, one is not warned for anything. That is back down here just to the west-southwest of Lockington. And then another one here just to the west of Sydney, which actually looks a bit stronger now than before. We'll go over to the correlation coefficient and check out to see, hey, is there any sort of debris? But I don't think there is. Actually, I don't think this radar supports that. Never mind. We're on the closer up radar. This is actually a radar, like, it's a really small, like, radius, so it doesn't usually show that sort of stuff. It's the T-Day radar site, but it gives us an idea at least of what we're seeing out there. And you can see here near Lockington, this cell right here does have that hook shape, and it does have a bit of it has a very clean inflow, so a quick tornado would not be out of the question here. Either spot. And we have one right here near 47, and another one there near just west of Lockington. And again, this radar updates every 2 to 3 minutes. We can sometimes see brief tornadoes in between radar scans, so just keep that in mind. But again, any tornadoes that develop are probably going to be on the weaker side anyways, so it's not like a emergency sort of thing. It's just make sure you're away from windows, lowest floor possible. We'll probably see, if there is a tornado, there will obviously be some flying debris, but it would not be like a large tornado in this sort of sense right now. We're not looking at that threat yet. Okay, this is so off topic, but I just saw a post on Twitter. Subway is launching the Cadbury Cream Egg Easter Sandwich. That sounds awful. Sorry, that's so off topic, but I just saw that pop up on my Twitter feed. That's awful. All right. Sounds disgusting. I'm going to retweet that on Twitter. If you guys want to check that out, I'm going to retweet it on my Twitter if you guys want to look. It's so off topic, but... All right, let me go back over to here. I'm following a page called Dallas, Texas TV. It's like a little news page. It's the most random news ever, though. Cadbury Cream Egg Sandwich. That just sounds really bad. All right, back to the rotation. Latest radar scan just came in as of 1:52 Central Time. Again, we are right now in western Ohio. Rotation is still fairly weak with this. It's not as tight even as it was before. So just make sure you're staying away from windows with both of these cells. Again, there's a little bit more rotation, I would say, on this cell near Lockington than in comparison to this one, but still stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're near Sydney, Port Jefferson, which I can't circle, Port Jefferson, as well as Anna, those 3 areas are in the track of at least some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. The rotation has become a little bit more concerning, though, again, near Lockington. It's kind of weak for velocities going away from the radar. The winds going towards the radar are much stronger. Again, if we were to see a tornado, it would be located there, but still not overly confident that we're seeing really strong rotation there, but it is definitely increased over the last few minutes. That is, again, west of Interstate 75 near Lockington. And we do now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm guessing there is a tornado possible, which there is. So we are watching the threat for a potential, tornado over the next few minutes that could develop out of this cell. That is going to be just to the west of Interstate 75. The National Weather Service did agree with my statement, and that's where we're looking right now for some rotation. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, a little bit of rotation right now. That is approaching Lockington near 66, moving off to the east. Hey, Shelly, don't worry about it. No problem at all. I don't approve of the Cadbury slander in the chat. Oh, it's so ridiculous. It is quite incredible that they're making a Cadbury egg sandwich. I'm not trying that, by the way. There's no chance. Somebody would have to pay me like $100 to eat that. Sounds awful. Is there anything happening around Toronto? I am not covering Canada weather. I don't know if anybody is, but I do not cover Canada. I do apologize. Or at least on live streams, I don't. I kind of do a little bit on videos, but like not really. I just don't have radar access at this point to the Toronto area, so. There's potentially a funnel cloud with the storm, by the way, near Lockington. The rotation aloft is a bit stronger. There's definitely a possibility that we have a small little tornado on the ground, or maybe even potentially like a small little funnel cloud right now with the storm near 66. I wouldn't rule it out. Correlation coefficient, let's see if it's again. I forgot, this radar doesn't show the correlation coefficient in this specific spot. We don't have any close by radar sites really to look at that. I'll go to this radar site, just kind of take a quick look. See if this one does show anything. It's pretty far away. So this is the velocities here. Shows it much weaker. There's nothing on the correlation coefficient, but that radar scan was at 154. It's a little bit more updated. This one's 153. I kind of like this radar site more because it does show a much clearer view of what we're looking at in terms of the velocities, which there is a little bit of rotation there near 66. So, yeah, if you're in Lockington, just make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning because, again, it does have that possibility for producing a quick little tornado over the next few minutes. If you know any friends or family in the Lockington area, I would recommend just give them a quick text and say, hey, this is coming their way. It looks like on the latest radar scan, it has broadened out just a little bit, which is good. Yes, we are currently in Ohio. This is western Ohio. Oh, I'm just doing a little bit of stretching. I've been live for 3 hours. I haven't even gotten up once. All right. Friendly reminder, if you've not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Again, we'll be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage. Also, make sure to like the stream if you've not already. And I just realized I posted a 7-day forecast on Facebook today. I didn't even realize this. I accidentally, on my 7-day forecast, this is for North Texas. Notice if you see anything wrong in the 7-day forecast today. Yeah, I, for some reason, had a typo. I made this at like 1 a.m. last night, and it was, it's not going to be 534 degrees for a low temperature. That is, a good little mistake. Funny enough, I haven't made a 7-day forecast since my April Fool's 7-day forecast, which that was like ridiculous. I mean, I made a bunch of made up temperatures, but yeah, that's interesting. Still a little bit of rotation again near 66. Again, I would rule out a brief, quick tornado or even a funnel cloud with this sort of storm here near Lockington. Still watching it closely. But real quick, I'm gonna go a bit further down to the south. We haven't really looked anywhere else over the last like 10 minutes, so I just want to kind of give you a bit more of an idea of what's happening elsewhere for the next like 2 minutes, so we can break that down. We still have a warning ongoing for Toledo. I don't think this will be extended, but if it is, it will be including areas near Interstate 80 and Fremont for maybe damaging winds up to 60. Regardless, there will at least be some gusty winds. Back near Cincinnati, we are still awaiting severe weather there, but that will not arrive for at least another hour, so you have a little bit of time before that hits your location. We are starting to see more severe, or at least storm action, not really severe weather, entering into southeastern portions of Indiana. That has a little threat, not really that high of a threat, but a little bit of threat of maybe some severe weather here in the short term. Closer to areas near Evansville, we have actually a new severe thunderstorm warning issued moments ago. This is going to include areas like Evansville, Henderson, Morganfield, Oakland City, and as well as Petersburg. That is for the threat of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Not really any sort of hail threat with this. This is an observed threat, by the way. So this is basically what's happening right now in this region. We are definitely seeing that threat for some severe weather. Again, wouldn't rule out a brief tornado here. There is a little couplet there near Mount Vernon. Going towards Evansville, there is a possibility for a brief tornado there. I would not rule it out. Again, we are currently in southern Indiana, and I know this is not a tornado warning, but it is a potential for a quick little tornado. It's not out of the question. I wouldn't have already been surprised if we've seen 2 to 3 tornadoes that have outlined at this point, because these are little pockets of rotation that we've been seeing today that do have a little bit of rotation. So if you're near Evansville in Indiana, just a little heads up there. There is maybe a brief little tornado trying to develop there near Mount Vernon. We go over to we actually can look at the correlation coefficient here too, but I don't think we'll really see much if there is a tornado. Yeah, not seeing anything, but again, I wouldn't rule out a quick little blimp. You can actually see here on the base velocities here, it shows it very well. There's a little couplet there of rotation near Mount Vernon. That is just south of Interstate 64, west of Evansville. A little bit of rotation there. Evansville's getting some hail. Thank you for the report. There might be like, actually it is warned for technically like dime-sized hail, but it's not severe. It's not severe limits, but there might be a little bit of hail out of this. That's not impossible at this point. All right, make sure we have no other reports. If you have any reports, by the way, and you want to leave them in the chat, feel free to. And I am looking for reports, especially if you're in Evansville, by the way. There's another little couplet trying to develop here as well. I could pick out so many small couplets of rotation trying to develop. There's still one right here that's going to weaken out really quickly. There's one right here that has a little bit of rotation. It's trying to develop. And there's another one back up here, just south of Interstate 64. A little bit of rotation there as well. Very weak rotation, but again, it is rotation. So, again, I wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado there just west of Evansville. All right, back near Paducah, we haven't looked at this area recently either. This is a segment of storms that has been producing some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is moving into western Kentucky. This will produce a threat for some damaging winds up to 60, and as well as maybe a little bit of small hail. Right here is where we do also have a little couplet near Grand Rivers. Might have a little bit of upper level rotation. I wouldn't be surprised, though, again, if there was like a little funnel cloud or, again, a brief quick tornado. And then further down to the south near Murray, there's also a little bit of stuff going on here. We'll have to watch that area closely. A little bit of wind more than anything. It doesn't look like much rotation at this time, but something to watch out for later on. And for those back near Memphis or even Jackson, Tennessee, we're not looking at any severe weather right now, just a lot of strong storms. We did have a large tree down, apparently, across Wilkinsville Road. That is west between Union and Walker. This north of Memphis. That was about half an hour ago, but that is a confirmed report there. So those are the severe storms that we have ongoing right now. I'm going to keep more of a close eye right now on the Evansville storm, just in case anything does end up kind of occurring here. Because we have a few of these notches right now, and that's a little bit of a concern. We could see maybe a brief tornado out of a little segment here. We have a little bit of broad rotation there. We have very broad rotation there and very weak rotation. And we did originally down here near Mount Vernon have a little bit of rotation. And it might have been a brief tornado there as well. So there are several areas right now that we're watching for little couplets of rotation. Again, this is not something that you have to panic about. This is like brief, weak tornado sort of stuff. We're not looking at large cone tornadoes out of this. But again, just make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building if you're in the track of this storm right now across southern portions of Indiana. But again, I'm not that concerned about a tornado risk. There might be a brief one, but it's not going to be too bad. Trust me. Got nothing in Memphis, but a quick gust of wind and a little blowing rain. That's good news. At least you didn't get anything too significant. Yeah, Memphis, Tennessee was kind of just on the south end of that severe storm at that given time. There was a severe storm just to your north, but luckily it just narrowly missed you, which is good. Here's the latest radar scan, by the way. So the rotation, if there is any right now, it would be a little bit further off here to the east. Yeah, this is a damaged, or this wind report, or the wind that's going on with the severe storm right now is an observed threat. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour has been confirmed to this point. So just a little heads up, if you're in this area, keep that in mind. We do currently have that ongoing threat for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, which has, again, been an observed threat here across areas in southern Indiana. Keep posted with the latest as this storm continues to move off to the east. Give me 1 second. I gotta check something. Alright, cool. Alright, check Twitter real quick for any more reports. Alright, no new reports on this storm specifically. If you're in Evansville, by the way, feel free to let me know what you're seeing out there. And stay away from windows, but if you're right now in Evansville, feel free to let me know what you're seeing. Again, this line of storms is still producing damaging winds around 60, maybe a couple of embedded tornadoes as well. By the way, we're only 30 likes away from 2,000. Make sure to like the stream. This actually could be one of our most liked streams ever. If we get to 2,200, I think that's our most liked stream ever. Or not the most liked, the second most liked stream ever, which just happened. Our most liked stream ever was actually Hurricane Ian coverage. That had like almost 5,000 likes, which is crazy. Make sure to like the stream. It's free to do. Helps the page, and it also gets us out to more people. And also, if you're new here, again, make sure to hit that red button down below and subscribe. We are actually but we're only about 80 subscribers from 46,500. We have a brand new tornado warning that is now on the ground. This is a confirmed tornado. Breaking news. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Murray and Hardin. This is going to be just off right now to the west of, or just to the southeast of Paducah. Again, this is a tornado on the ground. I repeat, this is, again, a tornado on the ground near Murray. Make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is back near Hardin and Murray. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Make sure you're seeking shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That tornado is likely right now ongoing here near Murray. Actually, I mentioned this a few minutes ago. This was at least had some strong winds. We now have a tornado that was just confirmed south of Hardin, again in Kentucky. This is going to include areas in Callaway County, southeast Marshall County, and as well as southwestern Trigg County. This is, again, a tornado on the ground. This is near Murray. The storm itself is moving east at 65 miles per hour. This is a very fast-moving tornado, if there is one right now still on the ground. Again, damaging tornado. This is a radar-confirmed tornado as well. If we go to the correlation coefficient, we might be able to go back here a second and see. Let's go to the velocities here. Go back just a little bit. This is 157. And this is right now the live shot of that rotation. It looks like there might have been a brief CC drop there. If we go back to here, looks like maybe a little bit of debris was falling there for just a second near Murray. So again, there could still be a tornado on the ground here. This is a radar indicated, or radar confirmed, excuse me, tornado on the ground again near Murray. Moving off closer to areas, this is a pretty large warning box here. Cadiz will be in the track of this near Interstate 24 eventually after it crosses over. It looks like a river. Near 80. Again, this is a tornado on the ground. Make sure you're seeking shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in an apartment building, you're going to want to make sure you get onto the lowest floor. Hopefully you have a neighbor or something like that that can let you in and, you seek shelter there. Also, if you're in a mobile home that's not safe during this storm, you want to make sure you're not in a mobile home. Those things are very dangerous, especially during tornadoes. So again, tornadoes right now located, if we go very close here, if it is still on the ground, it's going to be located near 80 and as well as Route 641, that's where we are at. So just north of Murray, about a mile north of Murray is where that tornado is right now ongoing. If you are in the downtown area of Murray, even though the tornado's up here, debris can be lofted up and spread apart. So just keep that in mind and make sure you seek shelter and away from windows, lowest floor possible. I'm going to real quickly refresh the radar here. All right, again, that is where your rotation's right now located. Moving off to the east at about 65 miles per hour. This is a very fast-moving tornado, by the way. Very fast. Murray is southeast of Paducah. Cadiz. Oh, alright, gotcha. Alright, so Cadiz is in the track. Thank you. Again, this is an ongoing tornado on the ground. This is moving off to the northeast quite quickly. We'll wait. We're going to wait for the next radar scan to see if it is still strong for rotation. Here it is. It looks like it's starting to spin out just a little bit, which would mean the rotation's weakening. I still would not rule out that there's still a tornado ongoing, though the rotation is becoming much broader right now. The damaging wind threat is definitely there right now near Murray. Correlation coefficient is not picking up on any debris at this given time. Again, this was a radar confirmed tornado moments ago that just happened near the town of Murray. This is again southeast of Paducah, Kentucky. This is in Murray, Kentucky, as well as Hardin, Kentucky. That's where we're in between. That is where a tornado just occurred. That was near 80 and 121. So again, make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, confirmed tornado just happened moments ago near Murray. We could see another one develop here with this storm at any given time. It very well could try to recycle as well and produce another tornado if it is not right now on the ground. Fish, yes, I do. Severe weather is probably not going to happen anymore in Michigan. It's pretty low chance for the rest of today. All right, let's go over to here real quick. I'm going to we had no other reports yet on this tornado warned storm. No reports of where this tornado was, how long it was on the ground, and whatnot. The details I can give to you at this point in terms of where this tornado warning cell is. Again, this is south of Hardin, Kentucky, just to the north of Murray, Kentucky. The tornado was confirmed right around 2 o'clock on radar. This is not an observed tornado. This is a radar confirmed tornado, meaning there was debris at least being indicated on radar, and there was very tight rotation a few minutes ago. But again, this storm and this tornado warning goes until 2:30 Central Time. This is for Callaway County, as well as southeastern Marshall County and southwestern Trigg County. Again, this is a potential damaging tornado that's ongoing. You want to make sure, again, that you're getting to the lowest spot in your home or building, away from windows. Again, this was a confirmed tornado just a few minutes ago. Let's go back to the reflectivity right now, and it's definitely going to be rain wrap, by the way, so do not try to go look outside for this. There's a ton of rain out in front of it to begin with. This is all rain right here. And what we're looking at back here is where that tornado would be located. It would be back into the storm where you have a bit of an inflow going in. It's a very large inflow, too. Here's your hook. Tornado will be located most likely now. If there were to still be a tornado on the ground, it would be located near 464. So in that general area is where that tornado would likely be on the ground, if it is still on the ground right now. New velocity scan should come in here in just a second. This is a couple minutes behind. There we go. Here's the latest radar scan. So seems like the rotation's broadened out, but keep a close eye here. The winds are a bit stronger going away from the radar. This might be an area that we have to watch for a redevelopment of a tornado. That's near Murray, northeast of Murray. So a little bit of rotation going away from the radar, at least stronger velocities, I should say, going away from the radar. Going towards the radar, they are now much weaker, but we could see a redevelopment of a tornado here at any given time, maybe just to the south there, 464. And if that were to occur, this is going to be most likely a rain wrap tornado. So again, if you're in the track of this, don't try to look for it. Just stay indoors, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Stay in your safe place as the storm does roll through. You'll be fine. Again, this is not like a strong EF2, EF3 type tornado right now. It's just more of a EF1, EF0 type of a weak, brief tornado that we're looking at most likely here to the northeast of Murray. Moving off to the east-northeast. Again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be, again, covering this all day for you. Any new warnings, watches, all that sort of stuff we'll be live for. Especially with this tornado warning that we have ongoing right now. This has been a concern for a while. We've had we've had multiple, little couplets of rotation, not just with this area of storms, up and down this entire line. We've had a lot of different couplets. This is more of a new one that has been developing for the last, 10 to 15 minutes. And if we go back in time a little bit, I'll show you what the velocities looked like a few minutes ago on this. Again, this tornado warning is a confirmed tornado if you're just tuning in near Murray, Kentucky. You can see how much stronger the rotation was back here near Murray. It was much stronger. It's not tight and confined at this point. If we go back just before that, the rotation was also kind of strong. There was at least strong rotation. The winds, especially going away from the radar, were much stronger. And it was even still, it wasn't tight, but it was still pretty strong here near 80. And on the latest radar scan, it's kind of, I would say, losing its intensity a bit. But again, it could very well recycle and re-strengthen. The winds, again, going away from the radar are very strong, especially just south of 464. But again, stay in your safe place. If you're just to the southeast of Hardin, back through areas near KDs. KDs will be in the track of this here pretty soon. You do not have to be in your sheltered place yet, but keep a very close eye on the storm if you're near KDs. This is, again, southeast of Paducah, Kentucky. Paducah's back up here. Mayfield's back up here. Tornado at least has been confirmed to this point near Murray, Kentucky. I actually have another radar site right here that we can look at too. Not sure if it's going to really show us anything, but Yeah, you actually can kind of see it here. It's hard to tell because it's the radar sight's a little bit of a different angle. Let me go back a second here. I don't know if it's just glitched out. Now the radar over here is a bit glitched out, but you can see the rotation. It's more located here near 80 now. This radar is updating a little bit more often back out here to the east. It's a small scale radar site. But if we go back to this radar site, it's just a little bit easier to see here. All right, let's go back to the velocities and see what's happening. So again, the rotation is going to be located here near 94. It's not as strong as before. As I mentioned, it's been weakening over the last several minutes. So the tornado being on the ground likely has lifted at this point. But I would still stay in your safe place just in case this does end up redeveloping. New radar scan in the upper levels will come in here in a second. So we'll see if there's at least some sort of lowering still that's being basically indicated by the radar analysis here near Murray and as well as Hardin. I'll come in here in just a moment. An update in like 2 seconds. And tornado is still, for the time being, they still have this on the ground, but I'm pretty sure it's lifted for the time being. All right, so the upper levels have not updated. I'm going to refresh. Oh, there we go. All right, so it looks like the rotation is spinning out very quickly now. So I don't think that, at this point, I'm almost guaranteeing you that there's not right now a tornado on the ground. Still stay in shelter, because again, we can see the storm definitely recycle. The rotation is more located right now over 94 and 80. Moving off to the northeast towards KDs. So KDs will be next in the track. Interstate 24. Hopkinsville will be something to watch for a bit more long-term, but a lot of the tornadoes that we've been seeing today and the ones that we will see for the rest of the day will probably be pretty brief and pretty quick. I mean, they're not going to be like long-term, like long-track tornadoes. This one was on the ground probably for a good, at least 2 to 3 minutes. It wasn't on the ground for like 20, 30 minutes. We're not looking at long-track tornadoes really, but these are the ones that we'll be watching for, is these quick tornadoes with these lines of storms, and especially this segment here, very quickly, obviously, turn into a tornado risk. So we'll have to watch this still very closely. Again, we're monitoring other areas as well for rotation. Evansville had several areas of rotation not too long ago. Now, there wasn't any confirmed tornado at that point, but that's another area that we've been watching pretty closely for some, little bit of some brief and weak tornadoes. But again, you want to make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts today and throughout the afternoon and evening, and make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place in case there are any tornado warnings in your location. And we will be live covering this throughout the day, so you have a place to watch this as well. So make sure that you are subscribed, and make sure to like the stream as well. Make sure to subscribe down below, though, for sure, if you need severe weather coverage for today. Again, we do nationwide live coverage all the time. We'll keep you posted with the storm. We're going to stay on the storm for now until we do have an official update from the National Weather Service. I think it's lifted at this point, but we'll definitely make sure to double check there. Correlation coefficient right now not indicating any sort of debris being lifted up, which is good news. It did show a little bit back at about 2 o'clock, but at this current time, it doesn't seem like any debris is being lifted up into the atmosphere, which would indicate that there's probably not a tornado on the ground right now. Evansville, if you've already seen the storm, I think the storm's moving through Evansville, Indiana right now. If it's already pushed through you, you're done. I'll double check. Well, actually, I can double check real quick, and then we'll go back down to that tornado warning. So here's Evansville. You'll be done in about 15 to 20 minutes. It's more of a damaging wind threat for Evansville, though, right now. The rotation on the cells up there are not as intense as they were a little earlier. Like, there was more rotation a little while ago, so. All right, let me go over to Twitter. I'm going to see if there's any other updates on this storm. If you have any reports, by the way, if you're in the Murray, Hardin, Benton area, let me know what you're hearing or seeing. Again, just stay away from windows. Don't go outside. But if you have any reports from a distance, you can feel free to let me know in the chat. Again, from what we know, there was at least a brief tornado on the ground for probably a couple of minutes near Murray. This is still an ongoing tornado observed or confirmed tornado here near Murray, Hardin, and as well as near KDs, Kentucky. So in southern Kentucky right now, this is southeast of Paducah, for those that are wondering. This goes until 2:30, so another 13 minutes, unless they otherwise cancel this. But again, we did have a tornado on the ground here briefly near Murray and Hardin. For what we know, I don't have any damage reports yet. We'll keep you posted if we get any. But so far, we do not have any damage reports coming out of this. But we probably have at least some sort of minor damage at the bare minimum. Again, make sure you're subscribed down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest on the severe weather coverage for today. No power outages so far, but there hasn't been a whole lot of power outages so far today. Michigan has the most power outages with like 21,000 without power. Arkansas has 10,000 without power, but power outages so far have not been too shabby. So, but again, make sure you have your, for precautions, make sure that you charge your phone, charge your iPads, charge all those devices, and make sure you put new batteries into flashlights in case you do lose power, because damaging winds can definitely cause power outages, especially with storms like this. Definitely something to be concerned about. Again, this tornado warning cell does go for another 11 minutes. We have a new radar scan coming in right now, so if there's any new recycling with this storm or any new developments, we'll keep you posted with that like in the next 30 seconds. But for right now, it does seem like this storm is definitely weakened for the time being. Power's been flickering on and off in Dayton, Ohio. Thank you for the report. All right, we have a new radar scan now. Let me just do that. All right, let's go over to the velocities again. Do the storm relative velocities. They're a little bit easier to see here. And so there's still a little bit of rotation, but it's very broad at this point. I'm not overly concerned right now of a tornado occurring again in the short term with this storm. But I would still just make sure that you are having making sure you have multiple ways to receive warnings, keeping a very close eye on the radar as the storm does continue to approach areas like Interstate 24, Hopkinsville, Cadiz, anywhere in the track of this. Just make sure you're watching the segment very closely. It's going to produce the threat for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour regardless, but there is obviously that threat for maybe an isolated tornado occurring as this continues to move through Interstate 24, Cadiz, Hopkinsville, Pembroke, Oak Grove, and Crofton. All these areas will be in the track of that segment. Even back up near Princeton, Madisonville, Nortonville, and Slaughters. All these areas will also be in the track of another segment of storms that is very well capable of damaging winds and a possibility for a quick tornado. So, again, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts today. That can include your phone, your weather radio, as well as even, tornado sirens. I would not rely directly on that, but that's also a way that you can receive alerts as well. Also, another way to receive alerts is on this live stream. Now, do not rely on this live stream solely. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts outside of this live stream, but it's a great way to stay tuned with the latest severe weather. We'll be covering all sorts of areas. Our main focus will be tornado warnings, but obviously severe thunderstorm warnings we'll be focusing on if there are no tornado warnings. So make sure you're subscribed down below. Hit that red button down below. We do live coverage all the time, and we will keep you updated with the latest on the severe weather today, as well as any other day that we have severe weather. All right, we're going to probably stay on the storm for at least another scan or two. We'll see if anything does end up occurring with this as it approaches Hopkinsville and Cadiz, but for right now, it's still ongoing as a observed tornado or confirmed radar, or it's really a radar confirmed tornado, but we will see if anything does change in the next couple of minutes on this storm. So far, they've not updated it in terms of like a radar indicated tornado anymore, but see what happens. For those down in central Mississippi and northeast Louisiana, this is the latest mesoscale discussion. A severe thunderstorm watch is expected down there. This is going to be for the increasing potential for severe thunderstorms expected through early evening. Damaging winds may accompany this activity, and as well as hail. So, isolated tornado threat would exist down that direction as well. I do not work for anybody, no. I am solo, entirely. I really do not want to work for anybody anyways. I like doing this by myself. Guys, please do not repeat the same questions in chat, by the way. I will try to get 2 questions, but just say it once and just say it once only. Because again, I'm not going to be able to answer every question. There's 3,900 of you and there's 1 of me. I cannot answer every question. All right, tornado warning is now down to radar indicated, so we still have a tornado warning ongoing. Obviously, this was kind of expected, but tornado warning is still ongoing. It is no longer on the ground for this time being, but again, we could see this recycle and produce a tornado at some point down the road. So just make sure you are still in your shelter place if you're anywhere in Canton, Kentucky. But this is definitely turning into more of a damaging wind threat. We could see, though, maybe a brief tornado kind of try to redevelop again near 453 as it heads toward Cadiz. We'll keep a close eye on it over the next several minutes. Again, this is right now moving off to the northeast towards Interstate 24, and as well as Cadiz. It'll eventually go towards Hopkinsville. Yeah, the rotation's definitely kind of spun out in the storm just a little bit, which is good news. Good news, good news, good news. We want more good news than bad news. And there's also no hail threat with this right now. Maybe pea-sized hail, but no, large hail. We're not looking at a severe weather threat. How about southern Indiana right now? I'll go over everybody else in a few minutes, by the way. I know a lot of you are wondering what's happening in my location this afternoon. I will go over all of that after this tornado warning's done, because we do have, I don't think there's, well, I haven't really looked, but I don't think there's a whole lot of other storms rotating right now. We'll double check. Let's go down here to the south. The storm down here, actually, we just have a new report out of Huntington in Carroll County, Tennessee, of penny-sized hail that was just reported, and it looks like maybe some thunderstorm wind damage. But this storm doesn't seem to be rotating right now. The other storm over here as well did not look to be rotating near Dover, but we'll double check. The storm really isn't rotating. Yeah, we have a lot of segments, and this line of storms is huge, by the way. I mean, it goes all the way from Michigan down into, like, Texas, I'm pretty sure now. It's huge, so there's a lot of different stuff to look at. Near Evansville, I've had a few people wondering what's happening in Evansville. We have some little areas of rotation. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's very small areas here of rotation. They're not overly impressive, but they are very small in size. And if they're able to develop and become a bit, if they basically have a bit stronger of an inflow, we could actually see a quick tornado develop out of this segment of storms near Evansville in southern Indiana. So keep that in mind, but really the main threat right now is damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. We have one warning in Ohio right now. We have plenty of watches ongoing. We actually have storms firing up in Louisiana. A severe thunderstorm watch is expected to be issued here pretty shortly, so we'll be watching for that here pretty soon as well. Near Winfield, we actually have a new warning here. A little bit of rotation even, closer to areas just to the east-southeast of Winfield, and there's another one back up here that's about to expire or actually be canceled. So, but yeah, there's a lot of different warnings. We'll go over more specific details here in just a moment. Thank you, I don't know how to say your name. Jamorous, maybe? Thank you for the $4.99. Will any of this affect LeBron's legacy? Oh my goodness. All right. No. All right. By the way, for the tornado warning right now, this is including Canton, Kentucky, the next 5 minutes. And after that, it's going to be going through KDs. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this. So they might issue like a new warning, like a severe thunderstorm warning, for at least damaging winds around 60 and a tornado possible label, because this does have obviously, it has at least produced a tornado already. We very well could see maybe a new little box here for a severe thunderstorm warning that could very well be a indicator at least of maybe a tornado possible label, which would mean that we still have a possibility for a tornado at some point down the road. Oh my goodness. How's it going, SJ? Welcome back. Or welcome. I don't know if you're new here. How's it going, Guy? Again, if you're wondering about your location, I'll be going over all of that after this tornado warning expires. I'll probably take a 60-second break as well so I can actually go to the bathroom. I've been live for 3.5 hours and I've not gone up once yet, so I'll probably take a very short 60-second break, and then we'll be back after that talking about everywhere else. So that's after this tornado warning's done, though. I just want to make sure nothing else redevelops here in the next few minutes, and then we'll go over everything right after that really short break. So stay tuned. We'll go over your location and all that sort of stuff so you can get the latest on what you can expect for the rest of today. Next radar scan is coming in like literally right now, so we'll see what happens there, and we'll see what happens on this sort of storm. And again, a further reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. A lot of you that are watching right now are not subscribed. We'll keep you updated again with all the severe weather coverage this afternoon and evening, so make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. Helps get this out to more people that are in the track of these severe storms. And click the bell icon too so you get notified when live streams come out and videos. Kentucky has a lot of sunshine today, and yeah, that's a big issue. I mentioned this earlier. There is a lot of sunshine, or at least this morning especially. There was a ton of sunshine across Kentucky and Tennessee. That's going to create more instability, which will help to basically create not really an increased threat of severe weather, but it will continue the severe weather that we're seeing throughout the rest of this afternoon and evening. So that's a bit of a concern for sure today, because we've had so much instability there. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This has a tornado possible label. I literally just mentioned this. I expected it, but this does include areas like Madisonville, Princeton, Hopkinsville, Oak Grove. This is for the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. There is a tornado possible label on this, which would mean that we'll probably end up seeing a threat for maybe an isolated tornado in this cluster of storms. That does not mean a tornado is immediately happening. It just basically means that we could see a tornado at some point in the next few minutes. So this is an area that we're watching very closely. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on this segment, especially since it does already have a pretty decent environment here for being able to produce a little quick tornado or two. Julie, are you in Sydney, Ohio? Because there actually was rotation on the cell in Sydney, Ohio. I'm not sure if you're talking about that Sydney or not. Thank you, Robert, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. In Missouri, it was 81 degrees yesterday and 47 today. Yeah, it's pretty wild. The temperature contrast is. If we go to the temperatures right now. Actually, I'll just put on the BTAR data. So all the airports measuring the temperatures here. The temperature difference is pretty wild. Iowa yesterday, there was a temperature of like 32 in the northwestern side of the state and like 83 in the southeastern side of the state. There's a huge temperature contrast there. Missouri is still in the 70s for part of the state. Temperatures back in Wisconsin are dropping into the 30s pretty quickly behind that cold front. So it is definitely becoming a much cooler environment behind that cold front. All right, this tornado warning is going to be expiring. It's being let to expire by the National Weather Service. We're going to keep a very close eye on it. Again, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning, which includes the warning of a tornado possible. That means that there is still a possibility for a tornado out of this storm as it continues to move off to the east-northeast. So yeah, all right, I'm going to be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. After the break, it's going to be like 60 seconds, so stay tuned. But after the break, I'll be going over all the severe weather that we have ongoing right now and what you can expect for the rest of today. All those details are coming up right after the break. Stay tuned, and in 30 minutes, we'll have the Storm Prediction Center update. So stay tuned, and yeah, again, we'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. While I take a quick break, I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder to hit that red button down below and subscribe. That way you never miss an accurate and honest forecast from Max Velocity. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon and click all so you receive all notifications when I go live or I have a video forecast for you. Also, hit the like button down below as well. Helps our page out a lot. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. All you need to do is click that little join button and you can select from 4 different tiers, which will give you different benefits from bloopers access to exclusive forecasts. You will also get a shout out here on our live back. All right, we are back. All right, we're gonna go to that screen. I'm gonna eat a cookie real quick because I am starving. All right, let's talk about all the severe weather. I know a lot of you have questions about, will we see severe weather in my location, all that sort of stuff. We're gonna break that all down for you here in the next like 5 minutes. So we're gonna start from the north and go to the south. We're going to begin first with Michigan. This is an area that the severe weather potential for this afternoon is decreasing substantially. There is no longer any tornado watches or even severe thunderstorm watches in this area. And the tornado watch has officially expired. So we no longer have a tornado watch here in Michigan or even in northwest Ohio. You're no longer in that tornado watch. The severe weather so far in Ohio has been much weaker than what was expected. We hardly have anything right now. This line of storms is much, much weaker than what was expected, which is very good news. So far, it's just gusty winds. No other severe weather threats ongoing in the state of Ohio for now. I say for now because look back out here to the west. There's a pretty potent line of storms here back over in southeast Indiana, and if this is able to enter into southwest portions of Ohio, we could see some severe weather out of this. This is stuff that's been intensifying for a little while now. It's heading towards Cincinnati, Hamilton, and eventually going towards Hillsborough, Ohio. This is where we could see the potential for some damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado threat as that moves off to the east. A bit further back out to the west, this is where the most significant severe weather has been for quite a while. In fact, we are actually up to a considerable threat for damaging winds. There has been a recent report, the hail threat has been observed apparently of less than 0.75 inches of diameter, but the damaging wind gust potential is now up to 70 miles per hour on this storm now just to the east of Evansville. This is where we could see the potential for some damaging winds up to 70 and maybe a little bit of small hail as well. And again, the tornado possible label is still there. Let's go to the velocities and kind of break that down to see if there's anything happening there. because there's been some rotation with this cell for quite a while. We have some very broad rotation near 66. That's moving off to the east towards Rockport over the next several minutes. Again, we are in very far southern portions of Indiana. Back up here to the north, we have also a little bit of rotation, but very broad at this current time. We'll keep, again, a very close eye on all of that. And we still have some little notches, even down here throughout areas west of Owensboro and as well as west of Masonville. So we'll have to watch this line very closely. Again, brief embedded tornadoes are very well possible as this line of storms does continue to move off to the east. Further down to the south, this is a region that we just saw a tornado warning near Hopkinsville. This, again, is more of a damaging wind threat right now, but we could very well see an isolated tornado or two. There is also a tornado possible label on this storm as well. Damaging wind concern is mainly 60 miles per hour. All the locations are on the left side of your screen in this warning. There are a ton of them. The main locations are Calhoun, Madisonville, St. Charles, Princeton, Crofton, Greenville, as well as Hopkinsville, and Oak Grove, and Cadiz. Those are the main areas included right now in that very large severe thunderstorm warning. West of Nashville, we do have an approaching line of storms. I've had a lot of people asking, hey, what's Nashville going to see? Are we going to see severe weather? Yeah, you might. That's not out of the question. You are under a severe thunderstorm watch. That means the environment is favorable for some severe weather. But the main concern right now for anywhere in and around of Nashville will be damaging winds. There could be an isolated tornado, though, as this line does approach from the west and moves to the east at around 60 miles per hour. Big Sandy and Camden are currently probably seeing at least some hail and maybe some gusty winds. Not severe at this time. Further down here to the south, through areas in Louisiana, I'm not nearly as concerned, at least at this really moment of severe weather, but the increasing potential for severe weather exists. We'll probably see some storms forming over the next hour or two that become severe. A severe thunderstorm watch is expected to be issued for central Mississippi and as well as northeast Louisiana, ahead of the threat for more severe weather this afternoon. That's mainly this area here. If you look at the mesoscale discussion, that is what we're looking at. So it's primarily in this area that we could see an increased severe weather potential this afternoon. So a severe thunderstorm watch is likely to be issued back over there. All right, let's talk more about the areas that are being impacted right now. We're going to primarily keep our focus on these severe thunderstorm warnings, unless there are any tornado warnings in the near future. Again, I still have a lot more concern about this area in western Kentucky, as well as back through areas in southern sections of Indiana. That's where the most concern is right now for the short-term severe weather threat of damaging winds, and as well as the threat for even a couple of tornadoes. But right now, not a whole lot of rotation down near Cadiz or Hopkinsville. The area that I have a little bit more concern in the short term in terms of a tornado threat is back near Evansville. We have a few little storms here in this little segment of storms that has a little bit of rotation. We have some broad rotation located just to the east of Newburgh, as well as south of Boonville. And there's another small pocket at the very top of your screen. Very, very weak rotation, but it is rotating just the slightest bit. That might be something to watch out for over the next several minutes. So that's what we're looking at right now on the live radar feed for two different pockets of rotation. And if they can become more organized, develop a bit more of an inflow, we might be able to see the threat for an isolated tornado out of this. But the bigger concern right now east of Evansville is going to be the damaging wind potential. But I'll outline those two little circulations. Again, one near Linville that's very weak. And there's another one right here just to the west of Rockport, which again, not very strong, but will be something to watch for over the next several minutes. All right. Thank you, Sebastian. I appreciate it. Sorry, I've not had lunch today. I don't have time to get lunch because it's like, we're in the middle of a live stream, but I have to eat a little bit. I didn't really have a breakfast either. I had Pop-Tarts for breakfast, and now I'm eating a cookie, which is just so healthy, right? Great times. All right, back to the live radar. Again, we still have some rotation down this direction near Rockport. Look up here to the north. I'm curious to see, is this actually... Yeah, there's a little back-end rotation, at least damaging winds at the bare minimum. You can see here the brighter greens. That's representing higher wind speeds, probably upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We don't have a whole lot of rotation, at least at this given time. The winds going away from the radar are not that strong yet, and they're also not tight and confined. Going towards the radar, though, we do have a little bit more rotation developing here. So we'll have to watch this closely. There is very broad rotation. This is going to be northeast of Linville, north of Interstate 64, and off to the northeast of Evansville. New wind gust reports, by the way. 62 miles per hour was measured at the Evansville Airport ASOS. That was as of 2:17, so about 21 minutes ago. That was a report out of Evansville. In Henderson County, Kentucky, this is a 59 mile per hour wind gust. So this line of storms, this segment here, back from Linville, back even through Owensboro as well as Masonville, those areas have the threat right now for damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. That is what this warning's going for. There's also a tornado possible label. We do have a couple of pockets of rotation. We're watching one up near Linville. Very small one, maybe trying to develop near Christney, and there's also another one just to the west of Rockport that is moving all off to the east-northeast. Thank you for whoever just said that in chat. Tornado watch in Western Ohio has now been canceled. So, for those in Western Ohio, you're done. If you're still in any of these watches, you still have the potential for severe weather. We do have now a confirmed report of a tornado as of 2:18 p.m. in Aurora. Believe it or not, a confirmed tornado was on the ground at 2:18. That's 21 minutes ago. And this is a point, I can actually go back on the radar here. Because I was mentioning that there might be a tornado here still. But a tornado was actually confirmed here, believe it or not, at 2:18 p.m. We'll go back in time. This is a tornado warning cell, by the way. There was a confirmed tornado back near Murray at like 2:02 p.m. or something like that. This wasn't too long ago, though. We were literally just talking about this. I'm trying to go back as far as I can here. I don't know if I can go too far back. I'm trying to go back to like 2-ish o'clock. Here's the rotation. You can kind of see it here. See these tornadoes like 2% of the time. Usually they are counterclockwise. This tornado was clockwise on the ground here. Around about 2:18 was when this report came in. So that little tornado there occurred. That's crazy. So we had a confirmed, or we now have had a confirmed tornado here. Just along and south of 68. That's west of Cadiz. This is again in southern portions of Kentucky. So yeah, believe it or not, that was a confirmed tornado. That was a observed one. The other one was radar indicated northwest of Murray, which we still do not have much of a confirmation on that quite yet. Doesn't surprise me a whole lot, but obviously, you know. Thank you, Benny, for the $4.99. Do you see any rotation coming towards Cincinnati? It looks like it's bowing a bit. Let's go to Cincinnati. I think I'm going to have to restart my software because things are becoming much more pixelated. I've had this open for like 4 almost hours now, so... this is more of a damaging wind threat, but honestly, it's not even severe yet. I'd be more concerned right now about the 60 mile per hour damaging wind threat if it's able to intensify a bit, but I am not really that concerned at this point about rotation with this, but we'll see what happens. But right now, not concerned too much about that. Now, we're still a good 30 to 45 minutes away from that impacting your location, so keep that in mind. Things will obviously change. All right, my software is officially froze. Let me close this out. Restart it. Audio is glitchy. Audio is glitchy. It doesn't look like it. Oh, that might be because... Oh, okay. Never mind. That's because I'm too far away from my mic. My bad. All right, let's go back down to here. We're going to go back down to the storms near Linville. There we go. All right, we're going to stay on this storm for now. There's not a tornado warning. Let me change that. The audio might have gone out because I was pretty far away from my microphone, so... Further reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to like the stream. We're only 84 likes from 2,500. And also make sure to subscribe to the channel if you are new here. Again, we do live streams like this all the time, severe weather coverage, and much more. So make sure to subscribe. We are only 3 subscribers from 46,800. So make sure to subscribe down below. All right. Go back over to the velocities again here. Yeah, we still have a little pocket of rotation near Spurgeon. I don't even know if I have no clue if I'm saying that town name right, but just north of Interstate 64. It's very broad rotation. It is something to watch out for, and in fact, the National Weather Service just issued a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here for Fernand, as well as Huntingburg and Birdseye. So we'll keep an eye on this storm here that is just off to the west of that warning box. That's going to be for this area of storms, though. It's not strong rotation right now, but it's something to watch. We do have increasing rotation. It's becoming a bit more organized here. So a little bit of rotation near Christney. That's near 231. So make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, we're not looking at a tornado on the ground right now, but we very well could see a tornado at some point down the road. That rotation has become a little bit more organized in the last few minutes. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Bird's eye, keep an eye. Yeah, I know. That was intentional. Yeah. Thank you, Jeremy, for the $5 super chat. I live in Newburgh. About 10 minutes ago, it sounded like a freight train with wind and rain. It was the strongest wind I've ever seen in Newburgh. Yeah, that was right back out here. If we go back a few minutes here, I can go back a second. There was a rotation near Newburgh. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado that happened there, but probably more of a damaging wind thing. Wasn't nearly as organized back there. You can see it here. Wouldn't have ruled out like a brief tornado maybe back down that direction, but it was probably, actually, look at this right here. Let's match this up. This is 222. Tight rotation near Newburgh. 222. Correlation coefficient. Hopefully it'll show. I've glitched out the thing. I'll have to refresh the radar again. But yeah, there might have been something here at about 222. Let me go back to that. 22. 22 right here. I'm not seeing a whole lot, but the rotation was actually kind of tight there for a second, so I wouldn't have ruled out like a brief tornado there about 20 minutes ago now. But the winds were, I mean, this warning right now is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts, so it's well in the possibility of this was 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, so just keep that in mind. Do tornadoes storm rotation always turn counterclockwise? 98% of the time, yes. 2% of the time, no. Not all storms are counterclockwise, but most are. So most tornado warning cells are counterclockwise. There are some exceptions. We actually just had a tornado down here that was clockwise rotation. And Aurora, there was actually a brief tornado there. At least on the radar, it was indicated as looks like counterclockwise rotation. So believe it or not. New reports coming out of Western Kentucky. We have a new report out of Arlington, Kentucky, of a tree on a trailer. Church has moderate roof damage, and a tree on carport and truck. Carport was lifted in the air, struck 2 houses and a power pole. Holy cow, that's a lot of stuff. That is wild. So again, over in Arlington, believe it or not, in Kentucky, that's in Carlslee County, I believe. There was a tree on a trailer. A church has moderate roof damage. A tree on a carport. And as well as a truck, so on a carport and a truck, and the carport was lifted in the air and struck 2 homes, and a power pole. That's a lot of stuff. That's crazy. I'm telling you, the wind damage is like the biggest thing with this, and I know a lot of people are like, well, there could be some strong tornadoes. There's really not much of a threat of strong tornadoes. It's more of like the brief and weak variety, but this is something that I'm kind of concerned about. It's the damaging wind potential with this line of storms. Thank you to Teresa for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. We have 9 new members today. We get like 5 more members, we'll actually hit the record of most members in today. Appreciate you becoming a member. Welcome. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has now been issued. Oh no, RAM is too high. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for those in Mississippi, Northeast Louisiana. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock tonight. This is for the threat of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and maybe a little bit of large hail, as well as the potential for maybe an isolated tornado. Bell, yes, the confirmed tornado did fizzle out. There was actually potentially 2 different tornadoes with that storm. We had a tornado at least confirmed at like 2 p.m. and then another one at 2:18 p.m. in Aurora. This was actually a clockwise tornado that most likely occurred. Yeah, there were 2 separate tornadoes, but yeah, that tornado is no longer ongoing. Now, that does not mean we cannot see a tornado with that same storm at some point down the road, but for right now, obviously, that is lifted. Thank you, Slim, for the $1.99. Hey, no problem at all. You're my James Spann. Do not compare me to James Spann. James Spann is so much better than me. But I do appreciate it. Maybe one day, though. The length of the live streams, though, is kind of up there now. It's up to like, actually, today's stream is already at 4 hours. So we'll probably be live at least for the next few hours anyways. The severe weather is not supposed to end really technically until like 10 o'clock tonight Eastern time. That's another 7 hours. I don't think I'll be live for another 7 hours, but I'll probably at least be live for the next 3 to 4 covering the severe weather. So this could be upwards of an 8-hour stream. See? All right, back near Chrisney, by the way, there is still rotation there. It's kind of on the weaker side, but we're still monitoring that. That's going to be heading towards Troy, and as well as near Lewisport. This is in southern Indiana, so just keep a close eye on this. Again, a little bit of rotation trying to develop. So, again, you can kind of see it actually here on the radar. We do have that little curvature here, that little hook. That's a horrible little hook. There's your hook, though, into the storm. Inflow going in. Again, that is where that tornado would be located. If there were to be one, which, again, there's no tornado right now, but there is some broad rotation attempting to develop right now, moving off to the east. And that is your little pocket of rotation. East of Evansville, by the way. That's where this is. Respect the polygon. Yes. The polygon. And this is a great reminder, by the way, to make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. If you've not already seen severe weather today, it is a good time to make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts in case you are under any warnings, and as well as any watches. And also make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place today. Like right now, if you are in a mobile home, what you want to do is have another way to get to a shelter or go to another shelter as soon as possible if you are into some sort of severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, because mobile homes take a lot of damage, especially from tornadoes. Damaging winds is a little bit hit or miss sometimes. Depends on how high the winds are. But if you're in an apartment building and you're on like the 2nd or 3rd floor, what you should do is go ahead and go down to the 1st floor, find a new friend in one of those rooms. Just knock on every door and say, hey, can I shelter in here if there's a tornado? And make sure you do that as well. And also, for the proper precautions before you see severe weather, some good reminders. Some of these you might not even thought of yet. Take down patio furniture like that has glass. If you have patio umbrellas, you're going to want to make sure you take those down as well. In addition to that, make sure to cover plants over. And that's really the biggest stuff. And also make sure to charge phones and like tablets, all that sort of stuff, if in case you do lose power. In addition to that, make sure you have flashlights that have batteries that are new in them, so they do work if you do lose power. Thank you, James, for the $50 super chat. Let's get some claps in the chat for James. That is very generous. Thank you very much, James. I appreciate it. Will York, South Carolina get tornadoes? No. Not today. And not tomorrow. I don't even think tomorrow you will. Let me double check. Yeah, I mean, even tomorrow, like, if you're in, like, northern South Carolina, the threat of a tornado is, like, non-existent, but it's a very low chance for, like, an isolated severe storm. Again, I appreciate the very generous $50 super chat. Let's get some claps in the chat for James. And also thank you, James, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. All right, we have a new tornado warning that we have to get to now. Brand new tornado warning has been issued here. This is a rotation that we've been watching for several minutes now. Brand new tornado warning, though. This is going to include Chrisney and Troy. This is for portions of southeast Indiana. Rotation's currently located right now over 231. This is moving off to the east along 66 as well, it looks like, or just north of 66, going towards 245. Make sure that you seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, away from windows. And if you're in an apartment building, as I just said 2 minutes ago, make sure you go to the lowest floor and into an interior room. Like, again, go to the 1st floor, and hopefully you have a friend on the 1st floor to go to. In addition to that, if you're in a mobile home, you're going to want to make sure that you're not in the mobile home. Tornadoes and mobile homes just don't mix. That's like the easiest way to put it. You want to make sure you're not in a mobile home. If you're in this area, make sure you go find a different shelter spot immediately, as this rotation does start to intensify a bit. It has been strong, or it hasn't been strong, but it's kind of been the moderate stage for quite a while. Rotation will be approaching Troy in the next 5 minutes, and eventually going past that towards Tell City, Lewisport, and as well as Hawesville over the next several minutes. So make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Rotation is still ongoing here, just to the east of Chrisney. This is in southeast parts of Indiana right now. And here's a bit more of a zoomed out look. Or actually, excuse me, this is south Indiana. I don't know why I got confused with that. That's east of Evansville, though. Just east of Evansville. This storm actually just went through Evansville like a little while ago. It was about 30 minutes ago. So southern Indiana, not southeast. It's actually more southwest than southeast. Thank you, Ice, for the $2 super chat. Florence, Alabama has a severe thunderstorm watch. They do? I don't think Alabama's even in severe weather today. I'm sure in like northwestern, potentially. Oh, yeah, there's like a yeah, barely. If you're in like the northwestern side of the state, there's a low chance for severe weather. It's mainly damaging winds, though, if you see anything. All right, rotation's now located near 245. This is approaching Troy over the next about 5 minutes. Again, this is where your rotation is. It's not the tightest I've ever seen. Again, we saw a stronger rotation with that storm that produced a tornado near Mayfield literally like an hour ago. I mean, that storm had much stronger rotation. This rotation is more, it's not weak, but it's kind of in the moderate stage right now. It could intensify. Here are your winds going away from the radar. These are the winds going towards the radar, and that is where that rotation's right now located. It's approaching Troy, so if you are in Troy, make sure that you're in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is radar indicated rotation. So you just want to make sure that you're in your safe place immediately. Just some details on the warning. This is currently in central Spencer County. This is in southwestern Indiana. This severe storm is capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage. This is near Chrisney, about 8 miles to the northeast of Rockport, and as well as moving east at about 50 miles per hour. Those are some of the details for you. And rotation's right now located here. It's still kind of in the broad, it's kind of broad to moderate for rotation right now, but it could very well intensify over the next few minutes. There was a bit of a inflow going into the storm, and yeah, here's your little hook shape here. Got a bit of an inflow going into the storm. Tornado would be located right about there. So that's south of Santa Claus. South of Santa Claus. I didn't know that was a town name. Also just west of Troy right now. This will be approaching Troy over the next several minutes, going towards 66, and as well as 545. And this is, for those that are wondering where in Indiana we are, this is east of Evansville. This is near Lewisport, just to the north of there. A little bit further to the east now, but that's your rotation. It's right there. It's kind of in the broad stage right now, but it's moving off to the east-south, or east-northeast. What are you saying? Owensboro just got a tornado warning, but I don't think so. I think this is the only tornado warning that we got right now. Let me just double check. Yeah, this is the only one. Owensboro might be into it. They're in a severe thunderstorm warning. I know that. I'll double check Twitter to see if we have any other new reports coming in. Yeah, this tornado warning does continue until 3:15 Central Time, where we're currently watching for a potential for a tornado to develop near Troy. It'll be moving into areas north of Tell City. Pretty rural area after Troy, so that's good news. If there were to be a tornado, maybe a bit more long-term, be moving into a bit more of a rural area for a little while until it gets towards Alton, Indiana. So that's what we're looking at there right now. We do have a new Storm Prediction Center update for today. I'll go over that in a few minutes. Again, we're in the middle of a tornado warning, so I can't really go over it, but we'll go over that in a few minutes. So, thank you, James, for another $50 super chat. I really appreciate the generosity. Will there be any chance for EF3 plus tornadoes? No, not out of this event. I highly doubt it. I've been mentioning this all day. Like, literally, this page, as honest as possible. We're not trying to scare you or anything like that. We're just making sure that you're prepared. But EF2, EF3, EF4 tornadoes, that's just not happening, really, with the environment that we have today. These are more brief, weak tornadoes. They're not really going to be your long-tracked sort of thing. And I know a lot of people in the back of your head, you're thinking, oh my goodness, we've seen, these large tornadoes the last several days. This might hit me today. That's not really what we're looking at today. We're looking at brief, weak sort of tornadoes. We saw that back down in southern Kentucky, like literally 30, 45 minutes ago. This is another situation where we could get maybe a brief tornado. And your rotation's located here south of Santa Claus, northwest of Troy, and southern sections of Indiana, pretty much right next to the border of Kentucky. So that's what we're looking at right now there. New severe thunderstorm warning for those in Beaver Dam, Morgantown, and Kentucky. We'll talk about more on that here in a few minutes, but we're going to primarily still keep our focus on the tornado warning cell here near 245, excuse me, just south of Santa Claus right now. Thank you, Chris, for the 199. We'll go over Ohio in a few minutes. But Ohio is pretty much, the threat for any severe weather in Ohio is pretty low. Threat's gone down pretty substantially over the last several minutes. All right, tornado warning still ongoing. Has not been canceled or anything like that. Let's see if we have any other updates on Twitter. And nothing new quite yet. Huntsville, Alabama is actually in that severe thunderstorm watch. It's mainly for damaging winds. Power out in Owensboro. Thank you for the report. We have reports out of Owensboro of power outages, and that's obviously a given. I can't stress this enough. If you have flashlights and that sort of thing, make sure you replace those with, or make sure they're handy first off. Make sure they're like in an area that you actually know where they are. And also make sure they have new batteries so they work. And also make sure you charge up your phones, tablets, all that sort of stuff, just to ensure that you have multiple sources of light. And in case there is an emergency, your power goes out, you have at least some way to contact people with that cell phone. All right, let's go back to the reflectivity. Again, for those that are wondering what's going on here, this is your hook on this supercell. We also have a bit of an inflow going into the storm. If there were to be a tornado, it would be located right about there. That's near 245, moving off to the east-northeast, near Santa Claus. So, just south of Santa Claus, northwest of Troy, again, southern sections of Indiana. And here's the current velocities. Again, the rotation's been fairly broad. Haven't seen really any crazy tightening with this. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this with a tornado possible label. What that tells me is that they're not going to continue this tornado warning unless something drastically changes and that the rotation starts to strengthen again. So for right now, the tornado warning does continue for at least a few more minutes here near Troy. But my expectation is that this will not be a new tornado warning into areas north of Tell City, which is a very rural area to begin with where we're at. Rotation's down in here. But again, like Alton is like the closest next town to this area. It's pretty rural from 37 north of Tell City, which is good news. Very good news there for sure. If there were to be a tornado, it'd be going through more of a rural area there, just past Troy. So, definitely some good news there. I'm glad it's helping you, James. I'm glad. Appreciate your generosity as well. All right, next radar scan's coming in here in about 10 seconds, maybe less. So we'll see what the velocities look like here in a second. See if anything drastically changes. And here's the rotation. So it's still broad. It's not really anything that crazy. We've seen a lot of this today, and a lot of these rotations have not been warned for the most part. So I'm not expecting a new tornado warning on this particular cell. But I would still just make sure you're in your safe place if you're in Troy or anywhere in this rural area near 145, 37, and 70. And again, if you're in a mobile home, I'd recommend that you go to your other shelter place and not the mobile home, because those things can take some serious wind damage. And in addition to that, if you're in an apartment building, just stay in the interior room of your home or building. If you're in a house, I would also recommend that you stay in your interior room of your home or building. Falling trees have been occurring with a lot of these storms today. Even 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds can do that. So definitely make sure that you are taking the proper precautions now and making sure that you're staying away from windows. That is your circulation, though, right now, just off to the east of Christney. Also, we have a new report. There was a confirmed funnel cloud just north of Christney. That's more than more than halfway to the ground, apparently, in Christney. So this was a storm that has officially produced a funnel cloud. That was as of 8 minutes ago. The tornado warning was issued just shortly before that. So there was a confirmed funnel cloud here. It's definitely something that we have to monitor here. So, again, funnel cloud was confirmed about 8 minutes ago, apparently halfway to the ground with this cell, which is another reason why we did see this warning issued. Let's go. Since we have a second, I'm going to go back in time a few, not really that long, about a few minutes. I'm going to see the upper level a little bit. We're going to go to 1.3 degree angle. So a little bit higher up. This is the rotation a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. And it's definitely stronger. You can actually see it here. The reds are much tighter, it looks like, kind of in that little spot there near Christney. So, yeah, there was likely a funnel cloud there. Now, in the most recent scans, it's kind of fizzling out here, but there's still some broad rotation, so you should still stay in your safe place. But yeah, there was definitely some rotation there in the upper levels. Pretty tight rotation, it looked like, as well. So that does kind of obviously go with the funnel cloud report that we have there near Christney. All right, tornado warning has officially been canceled. Rotation, again, has been broadening out over the last several minutes, ever since it went through Christney. But we did have a confirmed funnel cloud. So, but again, we'll keep you updated with the latest and all the new warnings and all that. And again, we are your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage today. So make sure that you are subscribed down below. And also make sure to like the stream to help get this out to more people. All right, we're going to go back over to here. I'm going to make sure all the tornado warning graphics are off here as well. Thunderstorm warning. Go over to here and do that. All right. Cool. Let's go back over some of the other warnings that we have ongoing. I've had some people asking about Ohio. Ohio, they're much weaker than what was expected. So, it's no severe weather in Ohio right now, and which is good news. If I'm not talking about your location, that's always a good thing. Cincinnati is a little bit of a different story. We do have storms quickly approaching Cincinnati. Wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour were just reported out of a cell near Florence. And these storms are going to be approaching Cincinnati quite quickly. If you're in Cincinnati, I just recommend you stay away from windows and maybe on the lowest floor if you're near any trees. This is the high-def radar here near Cincinnati. Strong storms are right now moving through Cincinnati. None of these are severe, which is good news, but obviously they are still going to pack a punch with gusty winds and maybe even a little bit of small hail. All right, back over here, this is where we just had a tornado warning. We still have a lot of damaging wind gust potential with this cluster of storms. This extends from about Birdseye, which we're keeping an eye on, all the way back through Masonville. This is producing the threat for some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And the damaging wind potential still definitely does exist. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation anymore. There's a little bit of very broad rotation near Birdseye, but it's not overly strong. And then a bit further down to the south, we're going to go back down to this storm. Let's go to Madisonville. Let's go, I don't know where the closest radar site is here anymore. All right, here it is. So this is the storms back down near Hopkinsville, Madisonville, Greenville. We had some reports of power outages in Owensboro, but here's the storms that are rolling through right now. We still got some strong storms. Greenville's starting to see maybe a little bit of small hail and gusty winds. This is the velocities, and we do have a couple of little spots of rotation. Again, nothing crazy, but there is a little bit of rotation. We actually have multiple spots. I mean, they're very small. They're not really, anything that I'm that concerned about, but we could see a brief tornado out of this line of storms, but still I would be more concerned still about that damaging wind potential. That's going to be a bit more numerous to even widespread in this line of storms as it continues to march through Kentucky. A bit further down to the south, there is a new warning just to the west, actually, of Nashville. This is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Again, I'm not too concerned about this storm right now, but it is going to be packing a punch with at least some damaging winds and at least quarter-sized hail. No rotation really with this right now, but it might be something to watch for a little bit more closely as it moves off to the north and east. No warnings ongoing back through areas in northern Mississippi. We do have a cluster of warnings, though, back down here in Louisiana and as well as western portions of Mississippi. We do have actually a couple of warnings for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and as well as some quarter-sized hail. We actually have a couple of spots of that. So go ahead and check this out. So near Hollandale, there's a warning here. It's probably going to be for this stuff here near Hollandale. There's actually another storm here just to the west of Eden that might be a bit stronger with some quarter-sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Lake Providence is in the same boat, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail. And the other warning just got canceled south of Monroe, Louisiana. So that's the latest over that direction. We're primarily going to stay on the storms up here. These are the ones that have the greatest likelihood of a short-term severe weather threat and a tornado risk will be a bit more increased over this direction. And as you know, if you've been watching for the past hour, we just had 2 confirmed tornadoes back down here west of Hopkinsville. That's southeast of Paducah, Kentucky. And we also just had a funnel cloud that reached over halfway to the ground near Chrisney literally moments ago. So we'll be watching these storms very closely as these continue to move off to the east. All right. Go back over to here. Friendly reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well if you've been enjoying it so far. Also, thank you, Teresa, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. I don't know if I already saw that or not, but thank you. Appreciate it. My sock has a hole in it and it is bothering me like crazy. I cannot believe it. All right, if somebody's asking about Louisville, I've heard that a lot. Louisville right now, you're going to be seeing that line of storms within the hour. We can actually probably put a timing guide on this to give you an idea of when it'll arrive. Let me just double check the speed. So about 50 miles per hour. Here is the timing along this line of storms. Again, give or take a little bit of time here. These storms are moving pretty quick, but again, they might be a little bit off on this timing. But here's your timing. It's on the left side of your screen. Louisville is expected to be hit right about at 4 o'clock. Give or take 10 to 15 minutes on all those times, though. So that is your timing, again, on this line of storms moving off to the east. So anybody right now in between Madison through Bowling Green, or even anywhere in Kentucky, really, through about just west of Richmond there, you have your timing here. This is your timing. Pick your town, whatever's closest to you. Whatever lines up north to south, basically, that's going to be about your timing. So let's just say you're in Louisville, but you're down here, for example, then pick Louisville. That's basically your timing. If you're back over here near Elizabethtown, and you're down like here, for example, then pick your timing on Elizabethtown, which is 4:03. So that's kind of how you can go about the timing. Again, give or take 15 minutes on all these time frames. And remember, lightning and even gusty winds can happen before these storms arrive. So you want to make sure if you hear any thunder roars, go indoors. Make sure to do that if you're anywhere in this region. Because there's a lot of lightning with these storms, too. The lightning's been off the charts. It's been crazy. Yeah, actually, for those that are in this area, is Kentucky in Central Time or Eastern Time? I'm trying to, let me actually look up. I can change my time over to Eastern Time if I need to. That might be useful. Problem is, we have storms right now in Eastern Time, and we also have storms in Central Time, which makes this much harder. If we do, we actually can do this. We can make it so that the timing is in minutes instead of the actual time. The only thing is I'd have to make a new track. Here's about what we're looking at here, so about 53 or so. There you go. So you can do the minutes as well if you want. Give or take 15 minutes to get all the time frames. So yeah, there you go. That's a much easier way to do it instead of the timing. So that's how many minutes you have. We're on Central Time on the timing here, so I do apologize. There might be some confusion there. This is what the actual times are. Look at the left side of your screen. All the minutes are given. That makes it 10 times easier instead of converting time. Again, that's anybody in southern portions of Indiana, as well as back through central and western Kentucky. Yeah, Louisville's in eastern. Yeah, I just looked that up. Yeah, the problem is we have severe weather in Kentucky in here, which again, a lot of this is Eastern Time, but back down to the southwest, we also have severe weather, and a lot of those areas are in Central Time, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. Yeah, Louisville is going to be about 48 minutes from now. An ETA, so probably right around 4 o'clock. Same thing with Elizabethtown. It's probably going to be right around 4 o'clock. Again, these storms may arrive a little bit quicker, maybe even a little bit slower, so just give or take about 15 minutes in all the time frames. It's an ETA. It's not exact. And again, lightning and gusty winds can happen out in front of those storms. By the way, we're only 15 subscribers from 47,000, so make sure to subscribe if you've not already. And we do live coverage on YouTube all the time. And like the stream if you've been finding the stream useful so far. It helps get this out to more people. All right. I'm going to keep this timing up here for 15 more seconds. So if you need to take a screenshot, feel free to. Again, the current time in this area of Kentucky is 4:10 Eastern Time. But the time is all in minutes now. Thank you, Robert, for the $5 super chat. How bad do you think it will be for Covington, Louisiana tonight and tomorrow? Just north of New Orleans? It shouldn't be too bad. The only threat that really would happen there would be damaging winds, but I don't even think you'll really see any severe weather. You should be fine. Thanks again for the $5 super chat. Check Venmo. Oh, thank you, Megan, for the $5 Venmo donation. How are you guys getting Venmo? I didn't even, is it linked in the description? I didn't realize I had that as an option. Apparently, is it on the link tree maybe? That might be that. Can you tell us what to expect in Hamilton, Ohio, and when to expect it? Let me figure out where Hamilton is. Kind of forgot I forgot I had that. Hamilton, Ohio. Southwest Ohio is really the only area I have concern with the short term. That is Southwest Ohio. All right, let me kind of break that down. All right, again, last call, screenshot this, pause the screen if you need to, just to take a screenshot of this. 3, 2, 1. This is going off the map here. All right, let's go back up to Cincinnati. So we have a question about the severe weather near Dayton, pretty much, kind of in this region. Not really any severe weather right now. This is an area that has the greatest potential for it over the next hour in the entire state of Ohio. But this is more of just maybe gusty winds and maybe some small hail and lightning. So that's really the main thing with this area of storms. But there's nothing sticking out to me that would really indicate that we'll see significant severe weather here. Even the velocities aren't even that crazy. It's more of rain and lightning. That's pretty much what it is. There might be a couple of pea-sized hail sizes, or a little bit of pea-sized hail that falls. Very tiny marbles, maybe. Like very, very tiny. But yeah, that's basically what we're looking at here. M&M-sized hail, if you want to go with that. We're not talking about peanut-sized M&M hail, but we're talking about, like, you know, the regular M&Ms. That'd be about it. We're not talking about anything else beyond that. Lightning is definitely possible, though, there. For sure. All right, let's go back over to here. We're going to stay on these storms for the most part across Kentucky. We'll be watching other storms as well. If any do become pretty significant, we'll be definitely monitoring them very closely. This is an area, though, that has the greatest short-term severe weather potential with an increased tornado risk and as well as damaging winds. I'm choking on water. I'm good, thank you. I just choked on water for a good 5 seconds. Oh, goodness. That's always good times. It happens more often than you think, too. I drink so much water, it's incredible. I'm good, thank you. All right, let's go back to the velocities back through southern sections of Indiana. We're going to check out and see if any of these storms are rotating right now. There's actually rotation here. I would not be surprised if we get a tornado warning on one of these cells. We got some rotation southeast of Birdseye. Again, I've been telling you we're keeping a very close eye on that storm. Another area, there's some broad rotation down here. So we have 2 different pockets of rotation. The more concerning one, I would say right now, is the one just southwest of English. So we'll watch that kind of closely over the next several minutes. That is southeast of Birdseye. There's a little bit of rotation. If you're anywhere just southwest of English, west of Leavenworth, just keep a close eye on this storm. I'd recommend getting to your safe place away from windows. That is a rotation that has been kind of increasing a little bit, it looks like, over the last few minutes. Thank you, Helen, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you guys all, by the way, for the generosity today. If you've donated or even just watching, I really appreciate it. It goes a long way. All the new members. We've had 9 new members today. Or actually, 10 new members. It's crazy. There was a touchdown earlier in Troy. Was there? I don't think there... Are you talking about Troy here in Indiana? Like near Christeny? The only report that we've had so far was a funnel cloud that was about halfway to the ground, which was just west of Troy. Right now, what we're watching is 2 different spots of rotation that have been developing. One southeast of Birdseye and another one just to the northeast of Tell City. Now, I haven't heard anything about a touchdown, but I'll have to look into it a little bit. There's a freeze warning, believe it or not, near Tulsa, Oklahoma tonight. That's wild. New update for those in far eastern Texas, central Louisiana, and central Mississippi. 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates may lead to isolated to scattered instances of flash flooding this evening. So keep that in mind. Turn around, don't drown, do not drive through waters that are high. Also, a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. Risk for damaging winds and isolated QLCS tornadoes will continue. That is across this region here. We're already seeing that right now. There's rotation back up here in southern Indiana. There's 2 pockets. There's actually 3 pockets. We got one here, another one here, and another one here. These are your little QLCS type tornadoes here that are trying to develop in this line of storms. That's near Birdseye. And again, this is going to be east of Evansville, Indiana. So some pockets of rotation attempting to develop here. This is kind of breaking news, but not really breaking news anymore. It was about an hour ago. 5 fatalities have been confirmed from this early morning tornado. This is from a high-end EF2 tornado that went through the Glen Allen area in Bolinger County, Missouri. The peak winds were around 130 miles per hour. That just got confirmed from the Paducah National Weather Service. They just surveyed that. High-end EF2 tornado happened this morning. 5 fatalities. Wind gusts were around 130 miles per hour. And those are just the preliminary reports, so things obviously could change there. Prayers to anybody that was affected by those storms. There was a lot of storms overnight. And that was a big thing that we're expecting. You know, we were expecting that nocturnal tornado threat, and those are always so dangerous because people are sleeping. It's harder to get warnings and stuff like that, so prayers to anybody that was in the track of those storms last night. But luckily, again, I've been saying this a lot. Today's event is not as bad. Like, what we're seeing from now until like 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, it's more of brief and weak tornadoes. Now, obviously, those are still dangerous, but they're not like nearly as dangerous as some of like the strong tornadoes that we saw back over in Arkansas, as well as in Missouri, and even Iowa last night. We saw a few of those. Even in Illinois. Illinois had one. Actually, I was watching Reed Timmer a little bit. He was chasing that one in western Illinois. It's pretty crazy. Thank you, Brandon, for the $4.99. Clarksville, Tennessee, micro looking okay. In Northeast Interstate 24, I want to know what to expect. I'll look up Clarksville because I have no clue where that is. Thank you for the $4.99. Let's see. Clarksville. It's a bit further down to the south. If you've not already been hit, which I don't think you have, actually, it looks like you are now being hit. Let's see. I know this radar site. Yeah, it's just damaging winds right now for Clarksville. So if you're in Clarksville, you know, just over the next 5-10 minutes, damaging winds, but nothing really beyond that. And also, if you're just tuning in, we did have a confirmed tornado near Aurora, Kentucky. That's southeast of Paducah. And we also had another confirmed tornado like 10 minutes before that. That was radar confirmed. So 2 confirmed tornadoes near Murray today. And we also had a confirmed a funnel cloud, which could have been a wall cloud too, near Christney. That was about 20 minutes ago when we were watching that on live. So, and 2 different reports now. We at least had 2 tornadoes and as well as a funnel cloud during this live stream. We probably have had a lot more than 2 tornadoes, though. There's been a lot of instances where we have tight rotation for a very brief amount of time. I wouldn't be surprised if we've had like 4, 5, 6 tornadoes in this live stream. The thing is, though, like a lot of these happen in between radar scans, and they're just so quick and brief. They're not long. So, thank you for everybody subscribing, by the way. We are actually getting pretty close, believe it or not, to 47,500 subscribers. If you've not already, make sure to subscribe down below. I would appreciate it. Your one-stop for live coverage tonight. One-stop shop. And by the way, I've mentioned this before. For those that are wondering, is this ever going to end? Is all this severe weather ever going to come to an end? It will, believe it or not. We're actually going to start winding down with severe weather here pretty soon. It's primarily going to start winding down like tomorrow. We're not really going to have a whole lot of severe weather probably throughout this weekend or even into next week. So there's some good news there. We're not like going to see more significant severe weather throughout the entire rest of this week or into next week. This is like the last day pretty much. And then after today, low threat tomorrow along the Gulf Coast in Texas back through the mid-Atlantic region. And then there's going to be another threat potentially like next week, but that'd be like late next week. So we really don't have anything going on this weekend or early next week, other than potentially some flooding rain along the Gulf Coast. That's one small concern I have. Anywhere in Ohio is fine right now. Ohio's not too bad. Yeah, again, if you're in Ohio, you are not really in a concerning storm segment right now. It's mostly just strong storms, if anything. So there's going to be lightning. There might be a little bit of small hail, too. But really, overall, the severe weather threat in Ohio is much lower than what was expected. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Cincinnati that I do want to real quickly go over. That's really the only area that has a little bit of concern. So here's Cincinnati. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is going to include areas like Cincinnati, Forest Park. Let's go over to the live radar. It also includes Milford, Newtonsville, Williamsburg, Amelia, Bethel, Alexandria, Covington. We do have some wind gust reports confirmed upwards of 60 miles per hour, one of which was just south of Cincinnati. But this is mainly for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Here is the current velocities. I'm not seeing anything crazy in terms of rotation, so it's just damaging winds up to 60 and a lot of lightning. That's it, though. We're not really looking at anything much more beyond that. So just make sure you're staying away from windows and you'll be fine. Again, lowest floor possible, preferable. That way you don't have any trees that knock down onto your home and, you know, do damage and that sort of thing. Make sure you're staying away from windows. You'll be good. It's again in southwest Ohio. The rest of Ohio, though, is just really looking at gusty winds, if anything, right now. It's nothing too crazy. I still think the worst severe weather is really just going to occur here in the segment of storms across Kentucky, southern Indiana, and maybe northern sections of Tennessee. I've had a few people asking about Nashville. We'll double check to see if anything's changed here, but so far Nashville, not really too bad right now. There's a little cell near Dixon, though. See if there's any rotation on this. There is. So this is a concern here. There is a little bit of rotation on this cell. It's not strong, but there is some rotation. That's near Burns and Dixon, Interstate 40 area. And so we could very well see a tornado with this cell as it moves off to the east-northeast. That's near Interstate 40. It's going to be moving towards Nashville, but probably it'll go a bit more off to the northeast like this. So something to watch. That's definitely something to watch, the supercell. But again, I'm not overly concerned right now in terms of the tornado risk. A lot of the tornadoes that we'll see today are going to be brief and weak, so that's what we're mainly looking at. Thank you, Parmesan, for the $5 super chat. Hey, no problem. You help people so much with storm anxiety. I try to do that. A lot of people, you know, try to scare the crap out of you with the severe weather. Again, it's not as bad. Today, specifically, is not as bad as people think. Not as bad. You'll be fine. Just take the proper precautions. Stay away from windows with any severe storms or tornado warnings, obviously. Lowest floor possible also, and you'll be fine. We can all get through this. We have about 5 more hours, maybe 6 more hours of severe weather for the rest of today, and then we're done. It's really just this line of storms, so. You know, when it comes to scaring people, it's only if there's like an actual, like, you know, really, if there's like a potential for like really strong tornadoes and there was one about to happen, that's a bit of a different story. Like, there's no reason to ever be scared, to be honest with you. But like, the one reason why you might want to, if there's an actual like large tornado on the ground, we don't have any of that today. I'm not expecting it. But if there was to be something like that, it's a different story. But it's more just informative, to be honest. It's not even really scary, but like, that's one of those things. Like, you know, having a strong tornado is a bit of a different story, but we're not looking at really much of a potential of that today. So, real quick, back to the velocities. Latest radar scan, still kind of broad. We'll keep a close eye on that. I'm still more concerned still with this area back through Kentucky, because this area has had some QLCS brief tornadoes already, so we'll have to watch this area closely. We kind of have one kind of trying to develop near Alton, and another one kind of near 66, so we'll watch those two areas kind of closely over the next several minutes. Thank you, Brandon, for the $5 super chat, and another $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Lexi, for the $1.99. Can you check out Hancock County in Kentucky? Let me figure out where that is. Near Tell City. Yeah, Tell City. This area is pretty much already done, I think. Let me double check. Excuse me. Yeah, Tell City is pretty much clearing out now. The only thing that's left is just rain, maybe some gusty winds and lightning. So just stay in your, stay indoors. But other than that, that threat is going to be pretty low at this point of any additional severe weather. We have a little cell here trying to develop. Rotation's very weak, but might be something to watch for. I think that QLCS potential with a couple of embedded tornadoes is going to be maximized here in far northern Kentucky and southern portions of Indiana over the next hour. So this is the area that I'm a bit more concerned about in that sort of threat. Louisville's about 4 o'clock. For those that are wondering about timing, Louisville is about 4 o'clock. Actually, I'll put up the timing guide again because I do actually want to verify if the timing is pretty close to what I was showing before. Give me an idea if it's actually kind of close. So Louisville in 36 minutes. It's a little bit slower, I think, than I think. Yeah, it's about right where it is, though. So timing's on the left side of your screen for this segment of storms. Again, if you're anywhere in southern Indiana or through really anywhere in Kentucky over the next 2 hours, this is your timing, all right? This is where I still have the greatest concern for some severe weather over the next few hours. It's mainly damaging winds, but there might be a couple of embedded tornadoes in this line. Again, if you're in like Louisville, for example, you can see the timing here. Or if you're not in Louisville, but you're like lined up south to north with Louisville, you can like go ahead and say, let's say you're here. That's basically gonna be the same exact timing. I mean, there's not really gonna be any difference. So you don't need specific timing on every single location, but it's general. So again, estimated time of arrival here is on the map. Louisville's probably about 35 minutes from now. Clarksville, same thing. Elizabethtown will be about the same thing as well. Frankfort is really the furthest south this goes, and that's about 90 minutes from now. So south and north, just kind of line it up. If you're not in Louisville, but you're somewhere else, let's just say you're like down here, just kind of line it up. That's the timing for you. I'll zoom in a little bit more, by the way. And this is also the timing. You can actually see it. There's different timestamps here. So this is a more zoomed in look of that timing. So Lexington, Fayette is going to be right around 5:15-ish, maybe 5:20. Thank you, Alexa, for the $1.99. Florence, Kentucky. Figure out where that is. Florence, Kentucky is more of lightning and gusty winds. We just looked at that like 2 minutes ago. So it's not really that much of a concern, but just make sure you're staying away from windows, damaging winds as possible over the next few minutes. Thank you. There's no tornado warning. I forgot. Sorry. By the way, I've not eaten lunch. Literally, I've been live for 4 hours. I was not able to eat lunch before this live stream. We had 2 tornado warnings when I went live, so I'm eating a cookie. Just mind me. I need to eat a little bit. Because I'm literally starving right now, but I'm going to try to be live as long as possible here. All right. Somebody was asking. Oh, yeah, the warning count. Let me just update that real quick. We have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me update this. I haven't really touched it for a while. All right, so we have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. There aren't any tornado warnings ongoing. It's all severe thunderstorm warnings. Keep in mind, though, a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings have tornado possible labels. What that basically means is that there is still a possibility for a storm or two to produce a tornado risk over the next really at any time with these severe storms. So you'll see here on this severe thunderstorm warning, that label there, tornado possible. That means that there is some broad rotation, and it could very well develop at any time and maybe strengthen, and we could even see a brief tornado. So just keep that in mind. That is a possibility today. Here's the velocities right now. Really, the only area that I'm seeing much rotation on this specific cell is on the northern side, back up near Alton. There is some broad rotation there. It's not tight and confined. I'd say the tightest rotation is probably there, but that's still kind of broad. But that's near Alton. Here's the correlation coefficient. So really not anything popping up there. But there is a little bit of rotation up there. Here's the latest radar scan, and this is actually kind of concerning here. Near Leavenworth. Strong rotation looks like it's trying to develop now near Leavenworth. If you're in Leavenworth, I would recommend you get into your safe place immediately, just in case. Correlation coefficient is not picking up on any debris. The rotation has become kind of strong here over the last few minutes. At least the winds are high. That's the bare minimum, but the rotation is starting to increase a little bit. So if you're in Leavenworth, Indiana, I would recommend that you get to your safe place. This is just south of Interstate 64. Again, there is a tornado possible label on this storm, but the rotation is increasing a little bit. So just get to your safe places, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Brandon, things will change over the next 30 minutes, but again, be prepared for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. How's Centerville, Tennessee looking? I have no clue. I don't even know where that is. Let me check again. By the way, if you do super chat, I'm not guaranteeing answering every question. Again, we have a lot of questions to begin with, so I've been answering most of them, but just keep that in mind. Down there in Tennessee, the main threat's damaging winds. There is a storm north of you now, but yeah, just damaging winds if that approaches. Evansville is clear, yes, Olivia. Thank you for the $5, and I appreciate the compliment. Try my best. A lot of stuff going on. All right, let me check Twitter real quick, see if there's any other reports on these storms. And if you have any reports of your own, you can feel free to at me on Twitter. You can also go ahead and message it in the chat. I'm not really reading chat entirely, but if you have any reports, Twitter's probably the best way. My Twitter is @MaxVelocityWX. I'll link it in chat in case you want to send me photos, videos, anything like that. That link will be in the chat right now. I'll link it 3 times. So again, and if you're over there, make sure to follow me. I post a lot of stuff on there. All right, let me check if there's any report. We have a report somewhere, but I'm not sure what it is. All right, out of Eastville, Tennessee, Eastville View, Tennessee. This is a new report. There was a brief tornado potentially near Selmer, Tennessee. It was brief. It was very brief. That just happened moments ago. I'm pretty sure it's probably the cell over here. It might have been this cell. I'm not sure where Selmore is, but there was at least a brief tornado on the ground a few minutes ago. Or brief ground circulation is what they're calling it, which that would probably be in the realm of actually being a tornado on the ground. So, yeah, that's the latest report there. Again, potentially some strong rotation up here. I'm almost guaranteeing you there will be a tornado warning with this cell. Rotation's becoming more intense, it looks like. It's not strong, confined, and tight, but this is a cell that could very well produce a tornado, and there you go. Told you. All right, tornado warning is now issued for those in Leavenworth. This is going to go off to the east-northeast. It does include areas like Corydon, Crandell, and New Middletown. So seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, brand new tornado warning has been issued for those in Leavenworth. This is in southern Indiana. One over here, back to this screen. And that rotation is strengthening quite quickly. If you're in this area, make sure you get to your safe place. This is for Crawford County, Crawford County, Indiana, Harrison County, Indiana, and Meade County, Kentucky. That's a very small chunk of the Kentucky area, but that's your rotation right now. It's moving off to the east-northeast at around, I think, 50 miles per hour. Yeah, about 50 miles per hour. So stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And that is where we're starting to see some strengthening rotation. Go back over to here. And we'll be keeping you posted with the latest on all these tornado warnings and the severe thunderstorm warnings. Just a friendly reminder, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We'll be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage. Next radar scan should come in here in a second. We'll give you an update on that here in a second. A lot of radar analysis right now on this storm. Let's go over to the live radar again. Here's the reflectivity. So if this was to be a tornado, it's probably going to be rain wrapped, and it's going to be here near Leavenworth. Again, that is where that main focus of rotation is right now. But this is going to be a rain wrapped tornado if there is one. It's again near Leavenworth, and here's where it's going to be approaching. I'll zoom out a little bit so you get an idea of where we're at. I'm going to go back to the velocities, kind of outline that circulation. That's where our rotation is. It's near Leavenworth right now. It's approaching Interstate 64, Corydon, I think I'm saying the name right, Lanesville, Georgetown, and New Middletown all have to be on alert, though. Those areas are not in the warning, but you want to be on alert with this storm because this storm is kind of moving that direction right now. If it's able to maintain its intensity for a while, Lanesville and Georgetown would be the next in the track of this. So this isn't too far away from Louisville, by the way. This is a good 40, 50 miles west of Louisville, but it's approaching. So Louisville is kind of in the track of the storm area right now, and this is where the greatest QLCS potential exists right now. So again, make sure you're in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, we have very strong winds going towards the radar, very strong winds. Winds going away from the radar, which, again, this is kind of what we're looking at in terms of rotation. I'll zoom in here. All right, so the winds going towards the radar are pretty strong. We're looking at pretty high winds here near Leavenworth. The winds going away from the radar, which is that red color, that's representing some winds going, again, away from the radar. They're not overly strong, and we still have a lot of broadening here. So if it's able to maintain, if it's able to strengthen a bit, mature, and kind of become more organized, this could very well become tight, and we actually could get a tornado out of this. The winds are kind of high, too. I mean, the velocities are indicating around 60 to 65 miles per hour. That would at least indicate some sort of tornado. If it were able to develop, it could be like an EF1 type tornado. So we have to watch this storm kind of closely. And south of Interstate 64 is where this is right now. It's not tight and confined. Again, it's not an ongoing tornado, but this could drop at any time. Again, this will be a rain-wrapped tornado if there were to be one, so you're not going to be able to see it. Not try to look outside. Just stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And if you are in a mobile home, you want to make sure that you are going to a different shelter. A mobile home is not safe during tornadoes, and in addition to that, if you are in an apartment building, you should go to the lowest floor. Find a new friend on the first floor, knock on somebody's door, hopefully they're there. Obviously, you should hopefully have a plan in place already beforehand, but the first floor is the safest place to be in an interior room of that if you're in an apartment building. This is, again, near Leavenworth. It is approaching Corydon over the next several minutes. Not too far away from Louisville. I'm going to put Louisville on the map so you kind of get an idea of where this is. So that's where our rotation is right now. I'll make a bigger circle. There we go. That's our rotation. Strong winds at the bare minimum, though. We're looking at least damaging winds out of this at the bare minimum. But all right, I'm going to check Twitter, see if there's any new updates there. No new reports on Twitter quite yet. But we will keep you posted if anything does change over the next little while. And the storm is moving off to the east-northeast towards Georgetown and Louisville eventually. But again, this will not probably, I mean, it could still be producing some sort of tornado threat near Louisville. Louisville is projected to see the storm in about 25 minutes. Now, again, it might still be a tornadic supercell that could produce a tornado, but it might not be as well. Just keep a close eye on this if you're in Louisville. There's no reason to panic, but make sure you have your tornado action plan in place now. And in addition to that, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Don't just rely on tornado sirens, and do not just rely on my live stream. I know I will be live for this, but you do not want to just rely on this in case something happened with my live stream for some reason. So just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. That can include a phone app, a weather radio, that sort of thing. Those things are really good ideas. Sirens is another way, but just don't rely solely on that because they are not always reliable. And again, this live stream, social media, that's also another way to be able to get alerts as well. Yeah, we're only, for those that are wondering, tornado warnings are our main focus. So, again, I'm not covering every severe thunderstorm warning in particular. So, make sure you have a way to receive alerts for those especially. But I'll try to cover them as much as possible. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And we're going to zoom in back on this because we just got a new radar update here. So, here's the rotation. Again, it's still not overly strong. We have strong winds going towards the radar. Winds going away from the radar are still there. Rotation is broad, though. You see all this stuff in between here. Well, actually, I'll use a different color. But you see all this, like, dull green and all that gray, and even the dull red as well. All those colors are representing kind of broad rotation here. This is a good mile of broad rotation. So we're still in broad rotation with this cell. It has a potential, though, strengthening. It does have some circulation. There's no doubt about that. The winds are still kind of strong on both sides. It's just a matter if this thing can actually become, like, you know, intensify. This is south of Interstate 64, and your rotation's located right here. Winds, again, going away from the radar towards the radar. This is a counterclockwise spin, pretty typical for severe weather, or any tornadoes, I mean. But yeah, that is really what we're mainly looking at. This is also rain-wrapped circulation, so again, if you're in Corydon, New Middletown, Lanesville, Crandell, you should not be trying to look out your window for this. Make sure you're just staying away from windows, let the storm pass. You're not going to be able to see it anyways, especially if it's a rain-wrapped tornado. And damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour are definitely not out of the question with that cell either. And this is not too far away from Louisville right now. We still have a couple of other little pockets of trying to rotate down here. Very, very early stages of some rotation trying to develop there in very far southern Indiana. Again, this is our rotation. I'll circle it again. That is your rotation. Tornado warning still goes for another 6 minutes, or 5 minutes. Leavenworth is no longer included in the tornado warning, by the way. It's only including now Harrison County, Indiana. So if you're in Harrison County, Indiana, in this polygon, make sure that you're in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And if you know anybody, if you're, we have 4,000 people watching. If you know anybody in this area near Louisville or just to the west, give them a text message. Say, hey, are you okay? Are you, watching the weather and whatnot? There are storms that are producing the threat for tornadoes. Just make sure they're aware of that, because this is a threat that we have over the next few hours, is these embedded tornadoes in the lines of storms that we're seeing. In this segment here, we've had a pretty increased tornado risk over the last hour or two. We just had a funnel cloud drop over halfway to the ground not too long ago, and this is another risk that we're watching here with this storm going towards Corydon. So just make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. I've repeated it like 50 times, but I literally mean it. And any of these severe storms as well, any of the severe thunderstorm warnings, you should be doing the same thing, because trees can fall from damaging winds. But again, there's no reason to be scared in this sort of situation. As long as you're in your safe place, away from windows, you'll be fine. And if you don't have a room away from windows, a good idea is to go into like a closet or a bathroom. A tub is really the best place if you don't have a room without windows. That's always, or if you, yeah, that's what I meant. So if you don't have any rooms without windows, a tub, like a bathroom, that sort of thing is the best place to be. Closet is also something that you can do as well. Next radar scan will be in here in just a moment. I'm going to check to see if we have any more reports. All right, this is a new report coming out of the storm. We now have a rotating wall cloud. All right, so this is as of 1 minute ago. There's a rotating wall cloud with this storm near Corydon. All right, that was just reported moments ago. Again, there's a rotating wall cloud with this supercell. So there is upper level. There's definitely rotation in the mid levels right now. That's for sure. Now, will we see a full-on lowering with like a funnel cloud? That's still kind of, something that could happen at any point. But this is just reported moments ago that there is a rotating wall cloud with this. If we go higher up into the atmosphere, you can actually kind of see. Look at the winds up there. These winds are strong. I mean, we're talking potential for upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, regardless of there being a tornado here near Corydon and Crandell. So definitely still concerning there. And tornado warning goes for another 3 minutes. This rotation, again, we just had a confirmation moments ago, or at least a report of there being a wall cloud. So I would not be surprised if we get an extension to this tornado warning, but it does depend on how strong that rotation is. It's kind of still broad at the surface. So good news so far is that the rotation's a bit broader near the surface, but I wouldn't rule out that this does intensify a little bit as it moves off to the east-northeast. Again, for those that are just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in southern Indiana. This is Harrison County, Indiana. We're watching. Again, we'll be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage today, so make sure to subscribe down below. Do live streams and weather forecasts all the time. All right, let's see. We now have more damage reports out of White House, Tennessee. Tree fell on Pleasant Road near Highway 76. It was close to the White House Heteridge High School. So just a report from a storm that happened there earlier, but that is a report that we just had come out of White House, Tennessee. Had a lot of damage reports in Tennessee from the storms, especially in western Tennessee. We had a lot of trees down recently. Cordon, thank you. Cordon or Cordon? Cordon? I'll go with Cordon. No, I'll go Cordon. Cordon's easier. All right, next radar scan's coming in here in, let's check. Should be coming in about a minute. And here's a look at the live radar. So any rotation, any sort of tornado or wall cloud, it's going to be very difficult to pick out with this being a rain-wrapped storm. And what I mean by rain-wrapped is that there's a ton of rain around that circulation. So the visibility is going to be reduced. It's going to be very, very difficult to see any sort of rotation there. But the next radar scan will tell us whether, hey, will there be actually a new tornado warning here? Or will this just kind of be canceled or technically expired? But the warning goes for another minute and a half. So we'll see what happens on the next radar scan. We'll see if they do issue a new tornado warning. The one thing is here, if they do issue a new tornado warning, I highly doubt it's going to include Louisville yet. It'll probably be in this, it'll probably actually be more like, I mean, I'll draw a box out, but it'll probably be more like in here. It would not be that high to the north, but you get what I mean, right? It's not going to probably go into Louisville. The rotation actually might just go north of Louisville, even if this were to kind of be a long-tracked rotating cell, which again isn't out of the question, but the threat of like long-tracked tornadoes and stuff is super low today, like near zero. This tornado warning is going to expire in 30 seconds. Our next radar scan comes in here literally in about probably the same time frame when this expires. So we'll see what the rotation looks like. And obviously the National Weather Service here will probably make a call on that with whatever the rotation might be here. So we'll see what that is. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And it looks like good news. It looks like it actually has fizzled out here for the most part. Let's go down here. Now, rotation's weakening. There's still a pocket here near Interstate 64. I'm kind of curious to see what it looks like here on radar. There is still a small pocket. There might be an occlusion happening here. If there was like a tornado here, might be a small occlusion happening near Interstate 64. Kind of going off to the north. It's taking like a left-hand turn, it looks like. So there is still rotation here. I would not rule out that there's a little tornado maybe ongoing here. It's actually kind of tight right there. You can see it barely near Interstate 64. So there might be something small on the ground, but I'm guessing that that's going to go away really quickly. So there's still possibly something here. Again, there's no tornado warning anymore, but I would still stay in your shelter place if you're near Cordon or Interstate 64, just west of Crandell. The next few minutes, the damaging wind potential is pretty high with this storm too. I mean, we're talking 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, but this is no longer a tornado warned cell. Just putting that out there. But Louisville, still be prepared for damaging winds. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado somewhere in this region over the next 30 to 45 minutes as this does approach. All right. Oh, there we go. We got a new tornado warning. Never mind. So let's go ahead and put this back on. I was kind of mentioning it looks like the rotation was tightening there. But this is a brand new tornado warning. This is north and west of Louisville. You're not included if you're in Louisville in this brand new tornado warning. This includes areas near Cordon as well as near Interstate 64. The main pocket of rotation is right there. It looks like there might be something there that's ongoing. Might have been a brief tornado. So that is our latest here. We have now a new tornado warning, not including Louisville or Clarksville. But it does include Galena, Lanesville, and I can't read, I think it's Georgetown as well. So if you're in Georgetown, any of these areas, this includes Floyd County and Harrison County, Indiana. Make sure to seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. A population of almost 85,000 resides in this area. It is quite a storm that we've been watching here over the last several minutes. And rotation's located a couple miles to the northwest of Cordon right now. Moving off to the northeast, it's going to be going towards Galena. It is not, again, I cannot reiterate this enough. You're not right, if you're in Clarksville or Louisville, you're not in the warning, and you're right now not really in the track of the circulation. You still will have a damaging wind potential as this area of storms approaches. There's still a possibility for a quick spin up. We could see a brief tornado, but you're not included right now in this tornado warning. If you're on the western side of Clarksville, you actually might be. For those that are just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in southern Indiana. If you're wondering about elsewhere, I'll try to go over it here pretty shortly, but we're like 100% focused on any tornado warnings that are ongoing. They're definitely a bit more dangerous than the severe thunderstorm warning. So save your questions. We'll get to them here pretty soon. We're primarily focusing on the tornado warning here near Louisville. Not too far away from it. Here's the live radar feed, by the way. Well, that's not the live radar. Here's the live radar feed, though, right now. Next radar scan is coming in right now, so we'll have an update on where the rotation is and how strong it is. We'll have that here in just a moment on the radar analysis. We have a really strong line of storms, though, that extends all the way basically from west of Elizabethtown all the way back here through just north of Louisville. A pretty large area of severe weather. By the way, locations of this tornado warning are on the left side of your screen. All right, here's the latest radar scan, and it seems like, let's go to the base velocities. I do want to double check. Winds are high. That's like without a doubt here. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Back to the live radar. Doing a lot of investigating here. So yeah, right now it looks like the rotation is fizzling out a bit. Let's go back to the base velocities. So rotation's possible here. There is still an area of rotation back here, just a little one. It's near Cordon right now. There's definitely some rotation there. If we go a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, there was potentially a tornado there briefly near Interstate 64. You can see that there. That was a few minutes ago. There may have been something brief, but I'm waiting to see what we can get in higher levels. I'll have that here in a second. But yeah, there's 2 pockets of rotation, I think, right now. There's one right here near Interstate 64. Another one kind of there, but it's probably more damaging winds right now. But yeah, I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with that. Again, we're waiting for the next radar scan on the higher levels to see if there's any upper, or not really upper level rotation, but at least higher up in the atmosphere near where the cloud base is, if there's any rotation there. We'll have that idea here in a second. I'm surprised it's not. Oh, there we go. It's updating now. Yeah, so the rotation is primarily down actually in here. That's where the rotation is. It's going to be back near Cordon right now. But again, it seems as if it's not really that strong right now. But the wind potential's high with this without a doubt. The correlation coefficient is not picking up on any debris, which means that there's likely not an active tornado on the ground. But we could see one in between radar scans. And as well, we could even see one potentially on the ground at any time out in front of this right now. So we have to make sure we're seeking shelter. If you're anywhere in Lanesville, Cordon, again, through Georgetown and back even through New Albany, make sure you're getting to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. There's a good chance that this tornado-warned cell does kind of weaken out a little bit since the storm is kind of now on the back end of the actual supercell. But again, you want to make sure you're seeking shelter just in case. There's definitely some rotation there still. Moving off to the east. This is my main concerned area right now. There's still a little bit of rotation here, but it's weaker right now. We'll watch this area very, very closely over the next several minutes. Real quick, I just want to make sure there's no other close-up radars yet. All right, so this is the main one right now. And this is just off to the west of Louisville, west of Clarksville. You are not in the tornado warning right now if you're in Louisville or Clarksville. If you're on the western side of Clarksville, different story. But if you're on central or eastern side, you're not in this warning right now. Make sure, though, you have a plan in place right now in case there is a tornado. Have that tornado action plan in place. Also, make sure that you have taken the proper precautions ahead of the storm. Yeah, that's really what you got to do right now. Also, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. All right, here's the latest update on the velocities. Okay, so we have a couple of areas to watch. This here is rotation. That developed over the last minute or two. We have another area down here just east of Cordon. Nothing on the correlation coefficient right now in terms of a CC drop, but those are 2 different pockets of rotation right now. And this one might be a bit more concerning right here. This one right here could very well drop a tornado at any given time. This is stronger rotation developing. If we go to the reflectivity, here's an inflow going to the storm. Here's your hook. This is where the tornado would like to sit, is right in this little hook and little inflow going into the storm. So this right here would be where that tornado is. It's going to be right in there. So if you're in this area, again, get into your safe place immediately if you're in Georgetown. This has become a bit more intense for rotation right here specifically. This is definitely strengthening. It could drop a tornado at any time. This is a secondary area, not nearly as tight, but it is definitely producing damaging winds. And west of Louisville right now. This is the main area, though, right here. Guys, I'm not worried about pronunciations right now. You guys get what I mean. Louisville is where we're at right now, just west of Louisville. If there was a time to be more worried about pronunciations, it would probably be outside of a tornado warning, especially with this strong of rotation. Again, right now, the 2 circulations that we have on this storm, one of which is just to the northwest of Lanesville. There's another one that is just to the west of Lanesville. We have 2 different rotations. This one is more intense right now, and very well has a bigger potential of actually producing a tornado. This one over near Cordon is not nearly as strong. It has rotation, but it's not nearly as intense. We gotta go over to the velocities. I'm gonna go slightly higher up here. So yeah, I can see here, that's the rotation. That's the main area. We're actually, the further along we go here with these upper levels, you can actually see where the rotation is. So again, this is where it is, like, within the last minute, that's where the rotation was. But This is the latest radar scan. It's going to be basically over Lanesville in the next minute. If you are in Lanesville or Georgetown, get to your safe place right now. And also, do not try to look out the window, because again, this is probably going to be rain wrapped as it approaches you. There's a ton of rain around this storm right now. The only area that you might be able to see it from is like up here, but even then, unless you're a storm chaser or professionally trained, do not try to look outside for this. Make sure you get to your safe place. Let's see if we have any new reports here. All right, no new reports on this storm so far. And again, I do not really, unless you're like professionally trained, again, do not try to look outside your window, but again, this is a storm that we're watching very closely for near Lanesville. Next radar scan's coming in like a second, so we'll have a new velocity scan and see if this rotation is still maintaining the intensity. Because this is pretty strong rotation, without a doubt. A friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in, again, we're going to be live all afternoon and even potentially the evening. So make sure that you're subscribed down below. Will be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage. I don't know why I'm even saying that, but make sure to subscribe to our channel if you've not already. Keep you posted with the latest on all the severe weather, especially this tornado warning. Next radar scan's coming in here in just a second. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So that one pocket of rotation is here now. It is weakening. I'm getting a little bit more concerned now about this other pocket of rotation. It's broad, but this might be our next area. Could be south of Lanesville. Again, two different pockets now of rotation. Again, we've kind of had two pockets here for a few minutes now. Let's go back to the reflectivity. And this one's rain wrapped, and you can actually see this is kind of like your hook here. This would be where a tornado might be located. It's on the back end of this storm, so we'll have to watch that closely. This would be the other spot where a tornado would probably be. That's your inflow. Tornado would probably be there, but the velocities just don't match up there right now. They're not nearly as tight or confined, but that might be another area to watch for. You can actually kind of see it there. So I have two different areas circled here, and it's kind of hard. I'm too zoomed in, but you get the point. Just west of New Albany, this is one area that could develop, right literally in here. And then we also have, like, there. And also we have another area back over here just south of Lanesville that might have a potential of developing. It's on the back side of the storm, so there's going to be a lot of rain-cool air that could impact its rotation, but it's still going to be something to watch out for as this does approach areas back near Louisville. This one would probably go towards Louisville, but the thing is, will it actually produce a tornado is, another question, which right now, I would say it's a low chance, but again, anything goes right now with this tornado warning cell. It is a definite supercell right now. Moving off to the east-northeast. All right, I'm going to circle those two circulations again. Let me go back over to live radar, just to match it up. Here we go. Velocities. Again, two pockets of rotation. One here, and then one right here. Two separate areas. The one to the north has more potential, I'd say. The one to the south could go towards Louisville, so it's a little bit more concerning. So we'll watch that one closely. Nothing on the correlation coefficient, by the way, just for those that are wondering. Here's a little bit higher up, by the way. Rotation is intensifying a little bit here. You can see that on the higher levels. So yeah, this is kind of important. So up on the upper levels, this is a little bit higher up into the atmosphere. The rotation is a little bit more organized here near 64. It's broader here back near Lanesville. So the more concerning area right now for a tornado risk is going to be near Interstate 64. Less concerning is the one that's actually going to be going towards Louisville. I think that's going to be more of a damaging wind threat. We'll have to wait and see. But since there's just so much rain out in front of it now, it's going to be kind of hard to actually have that rotate. So if you're near Lanesville, just keep that in mind. That area of rotation is not really rotating much at all, at least a little bit higher up. Now, it could change as it gets closer, so keep that in mind. We'll keep you posted as it does approach Louisville, but definitely a bit more concerned about that secondary area of rotation, or not really secondary, but the main area of rotation back up in here, which is going to be probably closer to New Albany now in this next radar scan. We'll have that next radar scan coming in right now, so stay tuned. I'll check and see if we have any reports on this yet. We do have a wind report out of Clarkson, Kentucky. I have no clue where that exactly is. But Clarkson, Kentucky just had a report of 50-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch tree limbs broken, roof damage, trash cans were displaced as well. So that's a new report out of there. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's go back over to the reflectivity. So it seems like that little notch that we had a second ago, if I'm not going to go back a scan since it's a lot of stuff right now, but originally we had a little bit of an inflow into the storm. That seems to have gone away. It looks to be more of a damaging wind threat right now heading into Louisville and as well as New Albany and even into Clarksville. Those three areas right now are looking at more of a damaging wind threat. But the velocities are still kind of interesting here. So near Interstate 64, let's go to the base velocities so it will be easier to see. Here's your base velocities. Again, we still have some rotation there. It's something to watch against Broad, but there's something to watch. The rotation that was back up here is weakening quite substantially, and it's pretty much non-existent now. So the one near Interstate 64 is weakening. Still something to watch, though, here, right? Southeast of Lanesville. If you are in Louisville, Chivalry, I don't know how to say that name, back through Oak Park, Clarksdale, I would recommend that you get to your safe place away from windows, especially since the damaging wind potential's there. That can knock over trees. It's always a good idea to at least get to your safe place and stay on a low floor of your home or building away from windows, just in case there's some wind damage. But in addition to that, there is still maybe a low chance that develops, and I've mentioned it several times. It's a low chance a tornado develops there, but it is a chance. With the rotation that we have right now, it's not strong or anything like that, and it's also behind a ton of rain. You're not going to be able to see this at all if there was to be a tornado, but it's more of a damaging wind threat probably for right now. But we could see a brief tornado out of that near Lanesville. I'm also going to go back through the higher elevations again, just like what I did a second ago. This will give us a better idea of what's happening here. So let's go ahead and circle those areas. Slightly higher up in the atmosphere, we'll go to the 1.3 level. And yeah, I think the storm's kind of losing intensity a bit. I mean, the rotation even slightly higher up is weakening, which is very good news. There's not a whole lot of tightening here. There's a lot of gray in between that would indicate some broadening rotation. And then back near 11, same thing goes. I mean, the winds are weaker. And not just that, we are looking at a huge area here in between that is definitely more of a broadened rotation if there is any. So there is still some rotation, but it has weakened a lot since a few minutes ago. So again, if you're in this area, stay in your shelter, as well as Louisville. Make sure you're staying in your safe place for the next several minutes, just in case. And damaging winds, again, can knock over trees, so you should anyways be in your shelter regardless, because damaging winds can definitely pack a punch here throughout areas here in the Louisville area. Thanks, Matt, for the report. Appreciate it. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below. We're actually only 50 subscribers from 47,500. Again, we'll be covering all the severe weather here for the next few hours. And also make sure to like the stream. Helps get this out to more people that are in the track of these severe storms. We're going to have another radar scan here in a second. We'll do more radar analysis on this to see if anything's happening down in Louisville. More of a damaging wind threat, I still think, for Louisville and Clarksville. And also, by the way, we're not just covering this area. We will be covering areas outside of this. There's a lot of stuff ongoing, but tornado warnings are the really the most... basically the most concerning thing right now happening. Also, an upgrade to the severe thunderstorm warning in Louisville. This is kind of important stuff. Tornado possible label is now on this storm for Louisville back through Fern Creek and Linden. Prospect, Mount Washington, all those areas are included in now a tornado possible. That means there might be some broad rotation, and we might see a quick, brief, weak tornado. Also, damaging wind potential is now up to 70 miles per hour. That does include Louisville. So if you're in Louisville, again, I would recommend that you stay away from windows. That is what you got to do right now. Just treat this as if it's a tornado, just in case there is some very high winds. It's definitely not out of the question. Let's go over the velocities again. Yeah, again, I'm not seeing a whole lot here in terms of rotation. It's broad, if anything. And there's still, like, broad rotation here, but it's very broad at this point. Something to watch. I wouldn't rule out a brief, quick tornado here. Like, I said brief and quick at the same time. Basically, I'm not ruling out a quick tornado and maybe something that's like weak, but it's not out of the question. Further down here to the south, just south of Louisville, a couple of little things to watch here. We have 3 different little couplets trying to develop here. So we could see a couple of brief tornadoes embedded here as well. 3 different ones. You can see that on the live radar feed. That is just south of Louisville, outside of Interstate 264. There's actually 3 separate areas, all of them being weak rotation. If there were to be a tornado in any of these 3, or all 3, whatever it might be, they would probably be like EF0 type tornadoes, but again, that is still definitely significant. Make sure you seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. All right, let me go over here real quick. We're going to check out the reports again, see if we have any new reports on this storm. All right, no new reports right now on this storm or either of these storms. Again, we have 3 different areas of rotation. Actually, real quick. Not seeing anything defined right now. 3 pockets of rotation. I'm just trying to see if the correlation coefficient was indicating any drops, potentially maybe debris, but it doesn't seem like it right now. Yeah, nothing defined right now, so that's good news. But again, stay in your safe place. I would recommend, again, if you're anywhere in these 2 boxes, including this entire severe thunderstorm warning or in the tornado warning still, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. As a precautionary measure, we have several different rotation areas in this storm, and not the ones down here south of Louisville are not warned because they are, again, pretty small. And in addition to that, the severe thunderstorm warning already kind of covers that basis of a tornado possible, so just keep that in mind. Next radar scan is coming in right now. We'll have an update in just a moment. Radar scan's coming in here in about 10 seconds. Tornado warning, by the way, has been condensed. It only includes Floyd County, Indiana. Is the only area included in this tornado warning right now. And the next radar scan is coming in right now. Let's go over to the velocities and see what's happening in that department. Beginning with the tornado warning, it looks like that this storm is probably going to be let to have that tornado warning canceled or expired. Rotations weaken a lot up there. I still have more concern about the little blimps that we're seeing just south of Louisville, near Linview. We have some rotation trying to develop down here. One near Auburn Park and another one near Southview Park. They're not strong, but these can potentially develop into some, potentially like an isolated brief tornado. Nothing on the correlation coefficient, but 2 different pockets of rotation right now. One near Interstate 65 and the other one near Interstate 65, but kind of right now near the Interstate 264 and 65 intersection there, near Auburn Park. That's Durban Park, something like that. But that's the other area that we have a little bit of rotation in. I'm going to go ahead and take off the tornado warning stuff. I don't think it's applicable at this point for that stuff to still be on the screen because I think that rotation's weakening out from what I've seen on the radar. So we're going to go to tornado possible. We're going to keep the tornado warning count just on there, just in case, but stay in your safe place if you're there for the next few minutes until that tornado warning has officially been lifted, because again, there could be at least a brief tornado there. And also I'm going to go to this screen. All right. Also, for those that are wondering, we currently have 10 total warnings, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 1 tornado warning. That's what we have up here just to the north of Louisville. Also, thank you for everybody that's subscribing. I appreciate it. Again, if you're new here, we'll be doing live coverage for the next several hours. Make sure to subscribe down below. We do video forecasts as well all the time. And we also go live like all the time as well. So make sure to subscribe down below and like the stream. Helps get this out to more people. Also, I'll be covering the other areas. Again, we're not just covering Kentucky, but I will be covering other areas in a few minutes once the tornado warning is lifted and once there's less concern near Louisville, because I know Louisville and even the suburbs here are fairly populated. We're going to start shifting our focus to other areas as well. We're not going to just cover this area, but this is our main concern right now. In fact, we actually have had some wind gusts upwards of like 60 miles per hour over in southern Ohio. So we'll talk about that here in a few minutes. But we're going to wait and see if anything happens near Louisville in the next few minutes in terms of rotation, because we've had a couple of rotating spots in this storm. And then once we kind of get past that, we'll start to move on to other stuff as well, because there's still actually now 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's a ton out there right now. All right, let's see. Slippy just said in chat there was a 78 mile per hour wind gust in Louisville that was just observed. You know where that was observed, Slippy? So apparently we have a report of a 78 mile per hour wind gust in the Louisville area. I cannot confirm that yet, but I'm going to double check on the METAR data. I don't know if it was from an airport or not. 4336, so that wouldn't be the airports. Lights surging in Louisville. Actually, I'm kind of curious on the lightning map real quick. All right, latest radar scan just came in. I'm going to check that here in a second. The amount of lightning right now in Louisville is actually not as much as you would think, but it's about 20 strikes per minute. So we're still seeing a decent amount of lightning. I'm still waiting. Let me know, Slippy. If you want, at me on Discord. That's just a little bit easier. If you have not already, by the way, you can join our Discord server. It is pinged in the chat. But Slippy, just at me on Discord because the chat's going too fast. All right, let's go to the velocities here again. All right, we're on all right, that's definitely confirmed. No doubt about that. We're now up to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Louisville, Middletown, Prospect, Charlestown, LaGrange, as well as Shelbyville. These areas are included in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. And there has been a wind gust now of 78 miles per hour confirmed in Louisville. So again, we're now on 80 miles per hour for damaging winds. That is going through Louisville right now. Louisville just had a confirmed report of 80 miles per hour. And you can actually see that here on the radar. The velocities are going insane near Oak Park. I'm not overly concerned really with the rotation right now. There's a couple of pockets, but again, really concerning is the damaging wind threat up to 80 miles per hour. So make sure that you are staying away from windows. Treat this as if it is a tornado warning, because damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is a lot. It's just like an EF0 type tornado. All right, also, for those that are in this area, let's go ahead and kind of talk about who's included in this dangerous severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Locations included Central Clark County, Northern Spencer County, Oldham County, Shelby County, Trimble County, Western Harry County, Jefferson County, as well as Central Hewlett County. All those areas are included in this new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. All the counties I just listed are all in Kentucky, except for Central Clark County. That's the only one that's not included that's in Indiana. So those are the areas. This warning goes until 5:45 Eastern time. I know we're I get it. I know we're in Central time. This area, though, is in Eastern time. Again, this area is producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. This line of storms that we're watching is going to the northeast at 70 miles per hour. Again, this was a confirmed, or at least a Louisville Airport, that's where this, or Louisville Airport, is the area that we had a confirmation of a 78 mile per hour wind gust. So at Louisville Airport, moments ago, there was a 78 mile per hour wind gust. That was literally just confirmed. This is an extremely dangerous this is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are expected to have substantial damage potentially to them. So make sure that, again, if you're in a mobile home anywhere out in front of this line of storms, make sure that you get to your secondary shelter area, because mobile homes will not be safe with high winds up to 80 miles per hour. In addition to that, if you're in like a regular home or in an apartment building, get to the lowest floor possible in the most interior room of that home or building. And we are watching for some very significant damaging wind potential going through Louisville, moving off to the northeast. Yes, again, Louisville is in Eastern time. Tornado warning is still ongoing, by the way, but I'm pretty sure we're done with that. I'm going to go and take off the counter of that tornado warning. But again, tornadoes are still possible in this. It's more of just the damaging wind threat right now, up to 80 miles per hour. We just had a report out of Louisville Airport of a 80 mile per hour or 78 mile per hour wind gust. That is why we're now on destructive severe thunderstorm warning, up to 80 miles per hour. Again, if you're anywhere in this area, make sure you seek shelter immediately, away from windows. Lowest floor possible. All right. No new reports right now on this storm, but again, that's the latest on this storm right now. 78 mile per hour winds. All right, let's go back over to the velocities. I'm going to check out the rotation and see if there's any still on the storm. For those that are in this warning, again, Louisville, Mount Washington, Shelbyville, this is an extremely dangerous situation. That's literally what it is, and it is literally called an extremely dangerous situation. So make sure that you're getting to your safe place immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Highest area of winds right now is up here near Prospect, as well as Linden and Goshen. Going towards LaGrange and Interstate 71. Make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's where our highest winds are right now. Moving off to the north and east towards LaGrange, Campbellsburg, Eminence. Again, Shelbyville is also included in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Severe weather does continue across this entire line. Nashville also, I'm going to give a real quick update on Nashville. We haven't been this far to the south in a while. Significant severe weather, or not really significant, but damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is possible here. Maybe even a little bit of small hail as well. Velocities are not too concerning. We're not looking at a tornado risk in Nashville. It is more of a damaging wind threat right now. I know we have a lot of viewers from the Nashville area. They're not really that concerning right now. It's a good thing. It's just damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Just stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, we're watching severe weather all across the board. Jackson, Mississippi has a ping pong ball-sized hailstorm and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, which is also concerning. Looks like it's trying to almost rotate there a little bit. We'll have to wait and see on what happens there. So yeah, again, if you're in Jackson, Mississippi, ping pong ball-sized hail, 60 mile per hour damaging winds are possible. All right, let's go back up to the Louisville storm for now. This is where we're seeing destructive damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. All right, we have a video out of Shively. Let's go to Shively. We have a video out of Shively. I can't say the name. Here we go. This is a video that Lunar Skies just sent in on Discord. So you can see the high winds blowing all the rain as well. Wow, those are high winds. Holy cow. All that rain, literally blowing rain. I'll go back to this part here. And that's what you can see out there. High winds. Again, this is where we're seeing destructive winds upwards of 80 miles per hour and very high winds. That is definitely not something you want to see there. That was near Louisville. Thank you, Lunar, for sending that in. Oh, I hope your son is safe, Tiffany. Shively, thank you. All right, let me check Twitter to see if there's any more reports on this storm. We do have a new report in Lakewood, Tennessee, of a rotating wall cloud. In Lakewood, Tennessee. Again, brand new report in Lakewood, Tennessee of a rotating wall cloud. That is going to be just outside of Nashville on the northeast side. Let's real quickly go down to that. Yeah, that's on the northeast side here. We have a rotating wall cloud that was just reported. I think I can probably pick out where that rotation is. Looks like, yeah, the rotation's going to be right here. It's actually next to the National Weather Service. There's a rotation right there near Lakewood. That is an area that we just had a report of a rotating wall cloud. So if you're in Hendersonville, Lakewood, Green Hill, in portions of just north of Nashville in Tennessee, you're going to want to make sure you get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that is where we're seeing rotation right now. Moving off to the northeast. Again, brand new wall cloud was just reported here moments ago. Let's go over to here. All right. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we're doing live coverage all day. Be your one-stop shop for severe weather. And again, make sure to like the stream. Helps get this out to more people that are in the track of these significant severe storms that we've been watching for the last hour or so. We've had already, again, high damaging winds. If you've not already heard, Louisville Airport just had a report of a 78 mile per hour wind gust. We actually just had a 64 mile per hour wind gust out of the Nashville airport there at the John Toon Airport there, just on the northwestern side. And we just had a report here near the radar site of an ongoing potential wall cloud. It was just reported moments ago right there. That's near Lakewood. That's the rotation that we just had reported moments ago via the spotter network. So that just came out. There's a potential wall cloud there. I actually, Lunar, I literally just showed that like a minute ago. Thank you for sending that in. I appreciate it. Yeah, we just showed that a minute ago there in Shively. Again, this is where we saw damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. in Louisville. You can actually see, this is a video that one of our viewers just sent in, Lunar, on Discord. And you can see here, the high winds. A lot of rain blowing too, so thank you again, Lunar. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was back up near Louisville, and that's an area that just had a report of 78-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you're in that area, definitely concerning. Again, north of Nashville, this is an area that we do have some rotation developing near Lakewood. So just make sure you're seeking shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, there's no reason to panic here, but just make sure you take those proper precautions regardless. Even if there's not a tornado, we did have a report of a wall cloud. It's always a good idea to at least go into your safe place because damaging winds can knock over trees. So regardless of this being a tornado, it's always a good idea to just do that. But it looks like the rotation's probably weakening anyways, but still, I would recommend you stay in your safe place. And if you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, any of them, I would recommend that you go to your safe place. We have a new tornado warning that was issued east of Louisville. This is Linden and Jeffersontown. Rotation is going to be located a couple of miles to the north of Jeffersontown. So brand new tornado warning. Make sure you seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is going to be for Crestwood, Eminence, Newcastle, Linden, all included in a brand new tornado warning. I'm trying to find this. There we go. Again, tornado warning has been issued here. Make sure you seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you're in a mobile home, you're going to want to make sure you go to your shelter spot. This is going to be just to the east of Louisville, moving off to the northeast. Rotation is going to be located back down here near Douglas Hills. It's going to be approaching Crestwood over the next couple of minutes. Smithfield, Eminence, and Newcastle will all be on the track of this eventually as well. So again, if you're on the track of this, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This tornado warning does include Henry County, Jefferson County, Oldham County, Oldham County, one of the two, as well as Shelby County, Kentucky. So again, those are the 4 counties included in this brand new tornado warning. Station's located near Douglas Hills right now. .92-mile-per-hour winds were just reported. Does anybody have that wind report? 78 was reported back over in the Louisville airport moments ago. There was a 78-mile-per-hour wind gust. I don't know about a 92-mile-per-hour wind gust report. I wouldn't rule it out. These winds are super high. I mean, when you see these when you see these like tan blue colors, like the ocean blue kind of colors here, that's usually representative of some pretty high winds, at least 60 miles per hour at the bare minimum. Again, rotation's located near Douglas Hills right now in this tornado warning cell. If you're in this area, make sure you seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Citywide sirens are also going off apparently in Louisville right now. It's a report that I just got from somebody in Discord as well. East side's going off. I got you. Yeah, that makes more sense. So I'm guessing the eastern suburbs, which is what we're looking at here of Louisville, that is where the highest winds are, and that's also where we have a tornado warning ongoing. And also, for perspective, this is where the tornado warning goes to. It goes till Newcastle. This, again, goes until 4:45. It's not a long tornado warning, but this is still very notable. Highest winds, or at least the rotation right now, I mean, is back near Jeffersontown. Next radar scan is just coming in now, so we'll have a new update on that. And rotation is probably back up in here. Let me do this. Back to the velocities here. So yeah, it looks like the rotation potentially a little bit actually up in here. Let's check this out. Reflectivity. So that there might be a little bit of rotation there as well. But again, we have kind of like 2 pockets. This is probably the main area now. There's also a little area there. So if there were to be a tornado, it's likely going to be located a couple of miles to the east of Anchorage, as well as south of Crestwood. That's the main area right now. But regardless, anywhere, even if you're not in the tornado warning and you're just on the outside of it, damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour are currently possible. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So you want to make sure you get to your safe place anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Holly Jolly, for the $10 super chat. What can we expect in East Tennessee? Damaging winds. That's the main concern. Severe weather will probably weaken by that point anyways. Again, Linden, Middletown, Douglas Hills are the main areas included in this tornado warning. This also still does include Crestwood, Creekside, and Eminence for this tornado warning. And rotation's kind of located right here. That's just south of Crestwood, a couple of miles. It's moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. This is a photo. I don't know if I can. Hey, Jacob, is this your photo? I don't know if this is your photo. I'll retweet it on Twitter just in case, but I'm going to retweet a photo on Twitter if you want to check it out. Winds are really high, though, over in Louisville. It's a photo of the trees literally swaying, like large trees. All right, let's go back over to the reflectivity again, and we're going to go back over to the... Actually, we're going to go back to the storm relative velocities. Again, this is an ongoing tornado warning for those in effect. It does include Crestwood, Linden, Eminence, Newcastle. Again, this is just east of Louisville. Make sure you seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is an area that we have ongoing rotation, but the biggest concern, to be honest, is going to be these high winds. We're watching for the threat of really high winds of upwards of 80 miles per hour. The highest confirmed report that we have right now is 78. But it might be higher than that. I have had a couple people mention 90, but I'm not entirely sure. This is a photo that we just had sent in over on from Vexium. A semi-truck flipped over. That was on 65 South in Louisville. Got a truck flipped over as well. Thank you, Bo, for the $9.99. Auburndale? I have no clue where Auburndale is. I'll check it in a second. Auburndale, Louisiana. You're fine. The severe weather's moving out of your area. Again for the $9.99. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, I'm not overly concerned, to be honest, with this tornado warning. I'm more concerned about the damaging wind threat right now. The winds are super high. Again, we just had damaging winds around 80 miles per hour move through Louisville. They are still very high across this area. That isn't really all across the tornado warning is where the high winds are currently ongoing. And it's primarily on Crestwood right now, just east of Crestwood, south of LaGrange, just southwest of Newcastle, and approaching Eminence, and as well as Shelbyville. The highest wind speeds are yet to come for those in Eminence and Shelbyville, and even Newcastle. You guys are about to get hit by some high winds. This could be very well upwards of 80 miles per hour. Again, you want to treat this as if it is a tornado warning. So get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Tornado warning does continue, though, until 5:45 Eastern Time. I know we're on Central Time. We're covering severe weather in Central Time earlier. I can't flip it that easily, so... but you get the point. Again, for the next 20 minutes, this is where a tornado warning is ongoing, unless it gets canceled or, you know... Yeah, if it gets canceled, that's what's going to happen there. Damaging winds is really the biggest concern right now across this area. It's basically as if this is a tornado, by the way. This is like EF0 type winds for this area. Those sort of damaging winds. Any of those brighter blues that you can kind of see here, like the ocean colors, you kind of see them like here and here. Those are the areas that we're seeing the highest wind speeds, upwards of 80 miles per hour. A friendly reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, we are live for the next few hours covering all the severe weather, so make sure that you're subscribed down below. We're only 50 subscribers from 47,750. Again, we'll be your one-stop shop for severe weather coverage. And also make sure to like the stream and help get this out to more people. You update with the latest. Yes, there are tornado sirens going off around Louisville. That is for this tornado warning. It's going to be on the eastern side, though. If you're in Louisville, like the downtown area, you are no longer included in any warnings. So you're just looking at rain at this point. Here's the reflectivity. You can see here, it's just rain now in Louisville. Lightning is still possible, so stay in shelter until no more thunder is heard for like 30 minutes. But if you're over here in Crestwood, Newcastle, Eminence, this is the most concerning area right now for high winds. That circled area is where we're seeing the highest wind speeds, upwards of, again, 70 to 80 miles per hour. Moving off to the east-northeast near Shelbyville. And here are your highest wind speeds. Next radar scan will be coming in here in just a second. Tornado warning has also just been condensed. It no longer includes Crestwood, but it does include Eminence and Newcastle. So tornado warning is still ongoing here for the next several minutes in this region. And real quick, the power outage map, I am curious. So far, Kentucky's been holding up with power outages. There haven't been a whole lot. It's mostly on the western side of the state so far. This area of the state hasn't had any recent reports according to poweroutage.us. But this is from 410. The severe weather that we've been seeing over the last several minutes has not been really accounted for yet on the power outages. This tornado warning still does include Henry County, Oldham County, and Shelby County, Kentucky, That goes again until 4:45. So make sure that you're seeking shelter if you've not already, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Highest winds right now, which we're about to get a new radar scan, so we'll have a better idea here. But the highest winds are likely now in here, maybe even a bit further off to the east near Newcastle and Eminence. Next radar scan's coming in right now, so we'll have a better idea on the radar analysis here of the velocities. I just hit my hand on the desk. All right, further down here to the south, that is actually, we're actually moving a little bit further down to the south here on the damaging wind potential. This is where it's the highest. It's going to be located just to the southeast of Crestwood, and that's where we're seeing the highest wind speed. So we could be talking, again, upwards of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds over the next several minutes, going towards Eminence and Shelbyville. Make sure you're staying away from windows if you're over here. If you're in a mobile home and you're out in front of this, like Frankfurt, for example, make sure you're making a alternate plan to go into another shelter once there is a warning, or even go there in advance to make sure you're safe, because mobile homes will not stand up with damaging winds this high. That's just not really how they work. In addition to that, make sure, again, you have multiple ways to receive warnings. If you're out in front of this storm, there are plenty more warnings to come. We will be live throughout the next few hours, so we'll be covering that for you. Hey, thank you, Carl, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you very much. Glad I could help you out. All right, I'm checking Twitter to see if there's any new updates here. And this tornado warned storm, the tornado warning is still ongoing for Newcastle, Eminence, and Smithfield. I still don't think there's really any tornado here or any really potential in the next few minutes. I still think it's much more of a damaging wind concern right now here across this region. We can zoom in a little bit, but there's no, like, things that stick out to me in terms of a tornado. It's definitely, I think, more of a damaging wind threat right now, upwards of 80 miles per hour. Again, this is just to the east of Louisville. And actually, the National Weather Service just downgraded this warning. It is now down to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Just give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. All right, oops. All right, okay, so again, tornado warning still ongoing. The National Weather Service just downgraded the severe thunderstorm warning down to 70 miles per hour. So again, this will continue to move off to the east over the next several minutes. A little bit less concerning. We're still watching for the damaging wind potential of 70 miles per hour. This is moving off to the east, going towards Frankfurt over the next little while. So just make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Still seeing severe weather down further to the south, so watch that closely. But again, this is where we're still watching for the threat of some damaging winds, up to 70 miles per hour. We're going to keep a very close eye on the storm, though, over the next few minutes as it continues to move off to the east. Highest wind speeds are right now right there. Now, for those that are wondering, if there were to be a tornado, the ratings do not come in until, like, the following day. So just keep that in mind, right? I mean, they don't come in until later on. Also, we're only one subscriber from 47,800. Make sure to subscribe down below if you're not already. And we'll do live coverage for the next, probably, little while. Also, make sure to like the video. Helps get this out to more people. As the significant severe weather does continue here across Kentucky, and as well as Tennessee, Ohio, back through Mississippi, Louisiana. We have severe weather still going on in a lot of places. So make sure that you are taking the proper precautions now and not later ahead of the severe weather. Now, for those that are wondering for the rest of the night, I'm just going to go over it real quick since we have a break in the radar scans. This is the threat level for the rest of tonight. We're going to be leaving that enhanced risk of severe weather in about an hour or two. That's when we're out of that enhanced risk of severe weather. It's going to turn into more of an isolated severe weather event once we get closer to eastern Tennessee, eastern Kentucky, as well as back through West Virginia. But the severe weather threat still does remain kind of like numerous for the next hour or two across areas as far east as Cynthia, Lexington, Fayette, as well as back through Wilmore, Danville, and even Frankfurt. So you're going to want to make sure, again, if you're in this region, that you are going ahead and taking the proper precautions now before these storms do arrive. It's definitely still concerning the next few hours here across the United States, or really mainly across the Ohio Valley. All right, tornado warning has been canceled. I'm not surprised by that, but the tornado warning has been canceled. Rotation really was not there for the last, 15 minutes, so we no longer have a tornado warning. We are still watching, though, for some severe weather here across areas east of Louisville. So damaging winds still up to 70 miles per hour will be possible over the next several minutes. And tornado possible label is not actually on the storm. I think it's more of just a damaging wind threat right now east of Louisville. Hey, whispering for the $10 super chat. Hanover, Illinois, or Indiana, excuse me. Let me check that out. Hanover, Indiana. That's north of here. Actually, back up near Cincinnati. The radar site, by the way, is actually out in Ohio now. That's not good. So the Ohio radar site here is now out due to the high winds, I'm pretty sure. The winds are around 60 miles per hour, so there's probably no power for that radar site right now. All right, so we're looking on the north side. For those over in the Hanover area, it's more of a damaging wind threat. It might be up to 55, 60 miles per hour. It's not going to be nearly as significant, though, as what we're seeing down here. So yeah, 55, 60 mile per hour wind gusts right now possible for Hanover. And it's not severe right now. All right, I've been live for 5.5 hours. I have not yet gone to the bathroom in like 2 hours, so I'm going to real quickly take a bathroom break. I'll be back in 60 seconds, so stay tuned. When we get back, I'll be going over all the warnings that we have ongoing, what you can expect for the rest of tonight, and much more, so stay tuned. We'll be back in 60 seconds. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll try to get to them after the break. Be right back. While I take a quick break, I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder to hit that red button down below and subscribe. That way you never miss an accurate and honest forecast from Max Velocity. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon and click all so you receive all notifications when I go live or I have a video forecast for you. Also, hit the like button down below as well. Helps our page out a lot. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. All you need to do is click that little join button and you can select from 4 different tiers, which will give you different benefits from bloopers access to exclusive forecasts. You will also get a shout out here on our live stream. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. We'll go back to that. All right, cool. Alrighty. Hope everybody's doing well. Nice little quick reset on the severe weather. It's been a really busy last 3 hours, I'll say that. I know it's not a whole lot of severe weather. I know we're not really looking at, like, you know, discrete supercells producing all sorts of strong tornadoes or whatever like yesterday or even back on Friday, but there's still a lot of severe weather happening. It's actually been pretty active. It's actually been a little bit more active than I kind of thought it would be. In terms of the damaging wind threat especially, there's been a lot of more damaging winds that I mean, like with lines of storms you usually see damaging winds, but I feel like it's been a bit more extensive, especially over the last hour, which I did mention, by the way, earlier. The peak of severe weather would probably be between 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern. That's lived up to what it has been. I mean, I'm telling you, it's been pretty much the peak right now. We're still in the peak, but we're going to be going on a bit more of a downward trend here pretty soon. All right, let's kind of go through all the storms. I'm actually going to start from north to south to give you an idea of what's happening across the country. Real quickly, actually, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in New York. Real quick, I'll talk about this. This is going to be back in Aurora. This is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. Yeah, believe it or not, there is a severe thunderstorm warning up in New York. So, just west of Interstate 81, that is where we're seeing damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. So, I'm not covering too much in New York, but that's just one little outlier that we're seeing up there. There is a slight risk of severe weather up in New York, but again, I'm not too concerned about that area right now. Real quick, I need to check something. All right, 1 second. I'm going to go back through Ohio and everything else in here in a second. I just got to check something. All right, cool. I think that's good. Good. All right, let's go back through areas in Ohio as well. Again, Ohio's been it's been really underperforming, to say the least, in Ohio. We haven't really seen a whole lot of significant severe weather here. The only significant severe weather that's even ongoing, which isn't even that significant, there is a cell here just east of Columbus that is strong with gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour. But other than that, it is not very concerning right now in Ohio. The only strong storm, you can see it here better on radar, just southeast of Columbus. This is moving off to the northeast, so gusty winds up to 40 to 45 miles per hour may occur, but overall, good news for Ohio today. I'm going to be honest with you. It looked a bit more significant earlier today. We haven't really seen a whole lot. The only areas that have seen severe weather has been that one cell that's been long tracked that brought damaging winds to Cincinnati. Unfortunately, it actually took down the radar site in between Cincinnati and Columbus, so we don't have that right now, which is why I'm using this radar for that. But yeah, that did happen. Further down to the south, we're going to go back down to Louisville. This entire region has been seeing severe weather, obviously, for the last several hours. Luckily, there is some good news. The damaging wind threat on this storm has been going down. It's now down to 60 miles per hour. The QLCS tornado threat is also going down. There's some good news starting to kind of unfold with this sort of stuff, even though we've been watching for damaging winds for the last few hours. The damaging wind and as well as the QLCS tornado risk is going down quickly. We're not really seeing any rotation on this supercell area. Down here to the south, we're still watching for some rotation, but not much. Again, it's becoming a lot less bad than what it was earlier. Some growing concern is coming closer to Nashville. There are a few more storms down here in Tennessee that might be a bit more concerning over the next couple of hours. That might have a low-end tornado risk as well as the damaging wind threat. But these are a bit more, I would say, scattered in nature overall. So just east of Nashville, that is where we're seeing a little bit of a storm here that's not really rotating at all, but there's more of a damaging wind concern. Further to the south, more damaging winds there and damaging winds and maybe half-dollar-sized hail near Mount Pleasant. So again, things are definitely improving here across Tennessee as well. But again, I still would not rule out an isolated tornado or damaging winds being scattered to numerous over the next several hours. Back down near Jackson, Mississippi, that is our next severe thunderstorm warning. This still is pretty organized at first. This is actually a pretty nasty supercell back down here in Jackson, Mississippi. More of a damaging wind threat. No really tornado risk with this right now, so good news overall. So yeah, again, a lot of good news. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of good news. Things are starting to wind down a bit, which is great. So that's what we're looking at right now. Again, we'll keep you posted with any new warnings and all that over the next hour, and see what happens from there. But again, make sure you're subscribed down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest. If you've been enjoying the stream, again, we're only 100 subscribers from 48,000, so make sure to subscribe down below. And also make sure to like the stream. It helps get this out to more people that are in the path of these severe storms. Thank you to Dragon for the $1.99. I appreciate it. And also, if you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. It is the top link in the description. You get access to bloopers, a lot of other stuff like exclusive forecasts, and even weather tutorials on our YouTube channel. So make sure to check that out. It is the top link in the description. That is only if you want to support the page financially. It really goes a long way, but otherwise, that is the little promo for now. It has been a wild day. I'll say that, though. It has been wild. Wild, wild, wild. I was not expecting to be, honestly, I really honestly was not expecting to be live for almost 6 hours. Like, that was not really in my cards today, but, you know, I did skip a class to be alive for 6 hours, but honestly, it's not too big of a deal. Also, let's give some claps in the chat for our mods on the stream. Shelly and Tucker, they've been doing a great job. Let's get some claps in the chat for them. It's been a hectic chat. It's been going super fast, but get some claps to them. They've been doing a great job. It's been a really long live stream. Oh, thank you, Carla, by the way, for the $15 donation. I missed that. Sorry. I don't know if you're still here. Thank you for all you do for the weather coverage today. I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad I was able to help you stay safe. That's the goal here. Hopefully everybody's getting the word out about these severe storms, and glad I'm helping to keep people safe. That's the goal. All right, let's go back down to, we're going to stay on Nashville, I think, for a few minutes. We actually have some new recent reports. We're going to go through some of these reports here. A damage report out of Ashland City about just over half an hour ago. This is of a tree snapped along Little Marrowbone Road near the Beeman Park. There was a photo as well with that, which we can't see photos on here. 65-mile-per-hour wind gust out of Nashville, about 405 today, so there was some high winds near Nashville. Reports of roof blown off a house and several trees down in Summertown along the Sweet Gum Lane. That's in Summertown. So in Summertown, that's Lawrence County, Tennessee, we had a report of a roof blown off a home. There were also several trees down. A little bit further down to the south and west of that, just southwest of Lawrencetown, there was also 4-inch diameter cherry trees. Cherry cheese. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Cherry trees down along Tennessee Route 240. Quarter-sized hail also reported by a school bus driver. Reported quarter-sized hail along the Brush Creek Road. And that's really the main reports I think that we've missed here over the last little while. We had some reports back up in Cincinnati as well. Numerous reports of trees and wires down in the Miami Township. And we also had a report of 12-inch tree down, 12-inch tree, blocking road on Grand Vista Avenue. That is in Blue Ash. So those are the most recent reports that we have out of that region. All right, let's go over to here. We're only officially 37 subscribers from 48,000. Make sure to subscribe down below if you're new here. We have a new report also coming out of Louisville, Ohio, maybe. There's a two uprooted pine trees in a front lawn, as in Louisville, Ohio. So that's the latest report out of there. All right, we're going to go back over to here. We have a photo. All right, let's go and show these photos. So this is a photo out of, I think, Louisville area. Look at the wind. It's just a photo, but that is quite crazy. Louisville seeing some crazy winds there. It's quite wild. Appreciate you sending that in. All right. Yeah, the Louisville winds were pretty high. Louisville was upwards of 78 miles per hour. If you missed it, if you haven't been here, which a lot of you probably have, but Louisville had a wind gust of 78 miles per hour. Pretty crazy stuff there. Even Elizabethtown. Elizabethtown was about 56. Not obviously as high, but still pretty notable. 63 miles per hour in Fort Knox. So, some pretty high winds overall. And again, these storms will be approaching Lexington, Fayette, as well as Cynthiana, maybe? As well as Richmond here over the next little while. So, these areas will be on the track of these storms. I'll put a little timing guide on here so you get an idea of when these storms will actually arrive to your location. We'll go and do that. There you go. So that's the timing. Again, I'm not putting the actual times on there. I'm putting it in minutes because I'm on Central Time. It makes it really confusing. So that's your timing, primarily for the rest of Kentucky, as well as southern portions of Ohio. That is when you can expect storms here over the next couple of hours. And I'll also zoom in a little bit just so you can see the actual timestamps. See like the little line going down? So here's your line here. Kind of shows different shading here. Wish the shading was a little bit better, but get the idea. That's for that line of storms. For the most part, scattered damaging winds up to 60 and maybe a little bit of large hail is possible, but large hail is really a diminishing threat. There might still be a couple of tornadoes as well. Thank you, Ice, for the $2 super chat. You look at Florence, it just got dark. You're talking about Florence, Alabama? I'll look at my other radar, so I can leave this up here for a second. Florence has a strong storm coming, possibility for a little bit of hail, gusty winds, not severe though right now. Thank you, Avery, for the $1.99. Stuck in Target storage. Louisville Outer Loop. Are you from the damaging winds? I wouldn't be surprised. There's probably a lot of trees down too in Louisville. I mean, we just had a huge windstorm go through Louisville with 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and yeah, it was a mess to say the least. I mean, there was a huge area too of that wind threat for a while, even in the suburbs. So there were definitely some high winds. you have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, I'll be answering some of those here over the next little bit, in case you have any. But again, the severe weather threat will be starting to kind of simmer down a little bit over the next few hours. I don't expect a huge increase of severe weather potential. I think we've climaxed, to say the least. I think over the next hour, we're still kind of in a stage where we're kind of still in like the peak. As I mentioned before, 2 to 6 p.m. today was the peak in Eastern time. We're on still kind of the cusp of being in that peak range, but things will gradually start to get like less bad, if you know what I mean. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the threat. The storms back down here in Mississippi do have some concerning features though over the next few hours. These ones could very well produce a bit more of an increased hail potential and damaging winds, especially this one near Jackson. But a bit further off here, the north and east of that, I know somebody was asking about Florence. And there is a strong storm approaching Florence. It could produce a little bit of hail, but more than anything, it'll be more of a damaging wind concern, possibly up to 60 miles per hour if it does strengthen. But really, it's just a strong storm right now. Not severe at this time, but it will be something to watch out for as that does continue to move off to the north and east. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Columbus. This is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We don't have any really good radar sites here. I think the closest one is Columbus because the other one's out, or Cleveland, I mean. This is the ongoing severe storm in Ohio near Interstate 70. This is producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, moving off to the northeast over the next little while. So make sure you stay away from windows as this continues to move off to the east and northeast. This is moving, by the way, at 55 miles per hour. It is a quick moving little cell there. Here's the Louisville storms right now. For those that are in this region, again, the line of storms is weakening. QLCS situations going down. The tornado risk is going down. Lots of things are going down here. So, again, a lot of good news overall with this storm. And I've mentioned it several times. The tornado risk is going to start going down from here, especially since we don't really have any organized storms. The line of storms is weakening quite quickly. It's been ongoing for a long time. So, this is definitely still an area that we have a threat for damaging winds, but the overall threat will start to lower over the next little while. This severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, does go until 10 o'clock. It's going to probably not go that much longer in Kentucky, but it will probably still extend at least until like 6, 7, 8 o'clock for those back through Tennessee, and as well as portions of northern Alabama. We're still watching for that threat. Cool. If you have any photos or videos, I had somebody asking in chat. If you have any photos or videos, you can tweet me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is, or my Twitter link is down below. My Twitter handle is @MaxVelocityWX. That's probably the easiest way to do it. There's also an email at the bottom of the description that you can also send it to if you have any photos or videos. And yeah, so all on Twitter. Also, in Washington, Michigan, we just got a report out of Washington, Michigan of multiple healthy large tree limbs removed from trees by wind. Tree limbs were roughly between 6 to 12 inches in diameter throughout the neighborhood. So that's about 3 miles south-southwest of Washington, Michigan. There were some high winds there this morning. So that does not shock me. I'll link my Twitter in the chat, by the way, for those that don't know where you're looking. Hopefully it doesn't get spammed into the subscriptions. All right, it's not too bad. So yeah, if you have any photos or videos, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter. Again, I'm not going to show all of them, but I might show a couple. We have a large new severe thunderstorm warning back actually over in Ohio. This is going to include areas in Dresden, Zanesville, Pleasant City, Cambridge, and as well as Kimballton. This is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This will continue to move off to the east, reducing the threat again for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And again, it's pretty much what we're looking at there. We have a recent wind gust report of 52 miles per hour at the Lancaster Airport. It's about a good 15, 20 miles southeast there of Columbus. So if you're anywhere in this area, just make sure you're staying away from windows as the storm rolls by. Lightning is also possible, but damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is probably going to be the main concern out of that for the next little while. Here's that Nashville storm, by the way. Nashville storm, the one northeast of Nashville, is now turning into a strong storm. So it is weakening as well as it continues to move off to the north and east. And a little bit further down here to the south. Still have some storms rolling through Florence. Those storms are just strong near Florence right now, not severe at this time. Also, a bit further down to the south, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson. This has been a pretty severe storm, by the way. I would expect a new warning on this because the hail is probably pretty large here. We have around $half sized hail falling just east of Ridgeland. That is northeast of Jackson. Again, they'll be moving off to the northeast over the next several minutes. Just make sure you're staying away from windows with this sort of storm. We do have one report out of Jackson of pea-sized hail in the downtown area. And Tupelo also, we had a recent report of half-inch sized hail. That was a different storm, though. That was a little while ago. All right. Check if we have any other reports here on the storms. Right now, again, things are starting to definitely quiet down a little bit. Again, I already mentioned this earlier, but this is like the last day of significant severe weather, probably for the next little while. Thank you, by the way, Aline, I think your name is. I don't know how to say that. I have no clue how to say that name, I'm not gonna lie. A lie, maybe? Thank you for the donation on Venmo, I appreciate it. I'm looking at my phone, trying to do something here. Alright, no new reports, by the way, out of these storms. Just a little heads up there. Thunderstorm warning. This storm is not tornado possible, by the way. For those that are wondering about the tornado possible thing, so on this screen, you can see it at the top of your screen. That essentially means that the National Weather Service has included a tornado possible tag. And usually what it'll be is just another line here that says tornado possible. They put that on severe thunderstorm warnings now a bit more often when the storm itself does not have strong rotation. That would mean like imminent tornado threat, but there is at least some broad rotation, and that would mean that there's going to be something that's going to happen potentially in the next little while, but again, it's not guaranteed. It's, you know, it's one of those sort of situations where the chance is a bit lower of a tornado, and it's, again, much broader rotation, so it's not like an imminent threat of actually having a tornado. And with this sort of setup, it happens a little bit more often than not. We have those tornado possible tags. I don't actually think we have any right now in these storms, but with like a QLCS situation where the rotation can be very strong at times, but very broad. A lot of the time, we see more of these severe thunderstorm warnings with that tag, because there's a lot more uncertainty whether the storm will actually strengthen and, you know, produce a tornado or not. So with this environment today, we had a lot of that, especially throughout Louisville and just west of there, west of Interstate 65. It's really the main area that we had that for a while. So yeah, that's kind of like the main thing there in terms of the severe weather aspect of that sort of thing. And I love it, honestly. Like, having a tornado possible tag over not having a tornado warning on a storm that is having some broad rotation is so, like, it's so much more useful, especially for broadcasting purposes. When I'm doing these live streams, it makes it a lot easier to have at least some sort of way to actually say, hey, there's actually a possibility for a tornado here. It gives you more notice, at least. That's kind of like the main goal of it, so having that extra notice can really go a long way. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss any donations or anything. I haven't really been looking at donations at all recently, so let me just double check. I already missed one earlier. All right, yeah, I think we're good. Cool. This storm in Florence will be passing over you in the next 15 minutes. Main threat is gusty winds and small hail. Again, I would not be shocked if this storm was severe warned at some point, but for right now, it's more of a 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gust sort of situation, and maybe some hail. The winds overall do seem to be quite light. It's not anything too crazy. And then on the correlation coefficient, there is some hail falling. You can actually see it on the radar here. That is a little bit of hail falling. It's probably in the smaller variety of things, pocket change sized hail. Little hail core is trying to develop just to the southwest of Florence, but again, I'm not overly concerned about a very large hail threat, so we might see a little bit of hail, cause maybe a couple of dents in a vehicle, but it's not super significant. I do not need claps in the chat. I do this all the time. I do not need a reward for doing it. But the best thing you can do is subscribe to the YouTube channel and like the stream. Those are both free things to do. Helps the page out a lot. We're actually only 2,000 subscribers from 50,000. That's wild. How's it going, Rainy? Hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a while. I've been live for 5 hours and 58 minutes and 33 seconds. I think this is the longest live stream in a long time. I don't remember the last time I've been live for this long. I gotta double check. Usually I'm live a lot more often, but with college it makes it more difficult. I skipped a class today to actually be able to go live this long. Let's see. Man, I've not. This is the longest live stream of 2023 so far. I can say that. This actually might be the longest live stream since Hurricane Ian. Yeah, this is the longest live stream since Hurricane Ian. That stream was 6 hours. I had a few streams that day, but like, you know, I broke them up a little bit. There was like one that was 3 hours, one that was 2 hours. But yeah, it's kind of funny. But this is the longest live stream since September 30th. Now I'm gonna at least go for another 15 minutes here, and that would beat out that. So this would be the longest live stream since. Drumroll, please. It's actually kind of crazy. I feel like I do longer live streams than this, but I guess not. Holy cow, this is really far back. I think the longest live stream before this was my 8-hour live stream that I was the only one live on a severe weather outbreak. A while ago, though. That was a long time ago. Yeah, this is this will be the longest live stream since June 12th of 2022. That was like one of my first ever nationwide live streams. That's wild. Wild to say the least. It's a long time, too. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Jackson, Mississippi. This is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, this hailstorm here is up. Really not a whole lot of hail here. It looks like it's larger, but we've had reports of like pea-sized hail, so it's not too concerning. But near Jackson, Mississippi, a little storm producing quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. You were there for the 8-hour one? I actually remember you. That's so funny. Yeah, some of you might have been there for the 8-hour one. That was about a year ago. I cannot believe it was that long ago either. Time is flying. But yeah, that's actually wild. Yeah, that was back. I can show you guys real quick. I looked a lot different then too. We don't have anything too significant happening right now, so might as well show you guys. Whatever. Screw it. This is actually when Reed Timmer first ever commented on one of my live streams too. Look how different I looked. I had those weird I had the thickest glasses ever. This was the event though, for those that are wondering. This was look at this hook back then. This was insane. This storm was insane. I remember this a lot too. It's a better view of it. A huge inflow into a massive supercell. There was a huge tornado here. It was wild. This was in Iowa, I think, or something, or maybe Nebraska. Yeah, this is memories. This was the first time though that Reed Timmer found my content. He actually subscribed to my channel. He also commented on it. I still talk to him a little bit here and there. And Brandon Kopik too. My hair was long too. Yeah, I mean my hair usually gets that long. I just, I usually cut my hair like every 2 to 3 months. That way I save like a little bit of money at the barber, but I do purposely let it go a bit longer. You were here for the 8-hour one, and you were timed out 6 times? Really? How in the world were you timed out 6 times? You see the the 6 to 10 day outlook with the well above average temperatures? Just came back from Florida too. Let me check. I can actually pull it up on here. I've not looked that far ahead in terms of temperatures. I've only looked at precipitation. Because there's been such a busy last few days. My back is killing me, by the way. I still have an awful office chair. I can't believe I've been live for 6 hours in this really, really bad office chair. It is so bad. It hurts my back like crazy. Wow, this is insane. This is a temperature outlook going into this upcoming week. Look at this. Well above average temperatures forecasted across the Midwest, and this is because of this is going to be a blocking ridge. We're going to have a blocking ridge next week, and we're really going to not have too bad of weather next week. If we go over to, I'm going to show you guys this, so let's go over to here. Go back to this screen, go to here, and we're going to go back to the European model. This actually just came out, but this is the next few days, so we'll have a high pressure ridge dominating the eastern half of the United States. Here you go, that's your high pressure ridge. This is going to keep really the entire northern quadrant of the country dry, other than the far northwest United States. And this will also allow for a low pressure system. It'll be pretty weak, but it'll be down in the Gulf. This will allow for some flooding rains down here with a stationary frontal boundary going into this weekend. So that's really the only concern that I have over the next few days with isolated severe weather. But by the end of the weekend and into early next week, looking pretty nice. Look at this. This is all the way through Tuesday. We don't have any risk of severe weather right now that's slight or above after today. Phenomenal news. I need the break too. Going into Wednesday and Thursday, funny enough, the European model actually shows like a tropical storm developing, but again, we are way too early on that. This is like hour 200, so things get way inaccurate. The next potential event would be maybe going into like next Friday or Saturday, but that's 10 days out. So we have a lot to chill. We can chill for the next few days, you know? I probably won't have a video tomorrow. I probably won't have a video Friday. I might have a video Saturday, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing to really talk about after today for at least the next several days, which is nice. It's nice to have a break. I've been I'm not even kidding. I've spent at least 40 hours, if not more, just this week doing weather. It's probably been more though. I think it's been probably closer to 50 hours. So literally working full time. A full-time gig the last few days. It's been crazy. But it's shocking. I know a lot of people are shocked. They're like, holy cow, there's nothing happening? What? Yes, I'm being serious. There's nothing going to happen probably next week. Other than, again, maybe late next week, but no big surprises right now. No big events. No big storms. No more YouTube clickbait on all these channels. No. There probably will still be people posting videos on stuff that just doesn't exist right now, but just be mindful of that. Again, you heard it first. Severe weather and all that. Nothing really significant is going to happen probably for at least the next 7 days. Again, stay tuned with my channel. Make sure you're subscribed. I'll keep you posted if anything changes. But, you know, you'll probably still see some YouTube clickbait there and, you know, big storms that are coming when they're really not. They're nowhere near. A lot of people, when this happens, when there's like a dry spell, basically, when we're basically like a 200-hour span where we're really not going to see anything, they'll start making made-up things on YouTube videos or talking about things that are going to happen 300 hours out. Just keep that in mind. If you're looking around YouTube and any videos are out there, again, there's not going to be really anything that crazy over the next 7 to 10 days. Which I know in the last few videos I've kind of made, like, you know, I'm not saying clickbait titles, but I made titles that, like, you know, are emphasizing a pretty bad storm, and that has exactly happened over the last several days. That's happened now twice in the last week, but luckily we're going into a nice dry pattern. There's not really going to be a whole lot to talk about other than the heat. The heat's going to be the biggest thing, I think. And I might make a video on the heat, but even then, it's just heat. It's not like a record heat wave, I don't think. At least for what I know, I don't think it's going to be a record heat wave. But there might be a few record highs. We'll see. All right, line of storms is still going through Kentucky. It is weakening quite quickly. We have another area of storms back down in, or up in actually northern Kentucky. We still have an ongoing severe cluster of storms near Zanesville, so that is not too concerning right now. That's damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So we have that all ongoing. So we'll keep you posted if anything changes there. We'll probably be at least live for, I would say, the next... I don't know. I'll probably be live at least for the next 15 minutes. And if nothing drastically changes here, in terms of severe weather, I think we'll probably end the live stream there. But for right now, we're going to be live at least for the next 15 minutes. So if you have questions, pop them in the chat. But things are becoming a lot less concerning. I've mentioned that a lot. Today was not supposed to be super concerning to begin with, even though we had a few storms that produced some pretty significant damaging winds. Threat of severe weather obviously was, you know, not huge, but like what we've seen the last few days. Things have definitely been a bit better. But as a friendly reminder, if you've been enjoying the stream, I would really appreciate it if you at least hit the like button and subscribe. They're both free to do. And also click the notification bell so you get notified with the latest videos and forecasts and the live streams. And we do live streams like this all the time across the entire country. And also, I would recommend if you want to become a member on our channel, you get benefits from as low as $2.99 a month. Click the join button or the top link in the description below. You can become a member, get bloopers access, exclusive forecasts, and much more. Or you can even donate. Again, anything goes a long way, but again, no reason to actually, you know, it's not required, but it always goes a long way. And no, I have not eaten dinner or lunch. I literally did not eat breakfast, lunch, or dinner today. That's the reason why, like, if there's not anything too big in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to probably end my live stream and get something to eat because I am starving. I have not, like, I've been eating a cookie very slowly for the last 3 hours. You guys have probably noticed I've taken, like, 3 bites out of it in the last, like, 3 hours. That's kept me enough to, you know. Nah, Shelly, it's fine. I don't need it. DoorDash is so expensive. I would have DoorDash food, but DoorDash is ridiculously expensive. So I'll just get something else. Ow, finger. Kentucky is winding down. Yeah, I've been mentioning this. Like, Kentucky is going to be winding down over the next few hours. You have a weakening line of storms approaching, but this is really weakening quite quickly. And this is what was supposed to happen anyways. We're at 6 o'clock Eastern. This line's been going for a while. It's losing momentum, and that's what's going to be happening over the next few hours. It's going to be weakening out, and good news there. It's just pretty much just gusty winds from here. I don't think we'll get a new warning on this. If anything, maybe an isolated storm producing damaging winds around 60, but other than that, things are going to be winding down. I will be getting food after this for sure, though. I'm probably going to treat myself because I've been live for so long. I'm starving. I had Blaze Pizza after, never mind. Wait, no. No, yeah, the other day after a live stream, I had Blaze Pizza. I was so hungry. We're back to it again. I'll probably do Blaze Pizza again tonight. Blaze Pizza is great. I'm not sponsored by them, but right. Check out Florence, Alabama. I've had a lot of people asking about Florence. Again, I'm not too concerned about Florence. There's a strong storm. It's not severe, but yeah, it's just a lot of rain right now. A little bit of maybe small hail, gusty winds. That's about it. The ad for your stream is literally DoorDash? What do you mean? I don't even, I only have one sponsor right now on YouTube, and I don't really like having advertisers, like, a lot of them. Having one or two is fine, but like, there are some pages on Facebook that have a ton of them, but on YouTube specifically, like by the way, for those that are wondering, I have an ad on the right side of the screen. My right side of the screen is kind of filled up with stuff. Just a heads up, that will not be like that after June. I've had it like a year-long thing going with the Platinum Contracting, and which they're a great sponsor. I love them. We're extending on Facebook, specifically for North Texas, but this used to be a North Texas page, believe it or not, for a long time, and then we changed to nationwide, so that's still there, but yeah, I mean, after June, we'll be back to a very normal overlay. It will not be super clunky, not a ton of stuff. It won't be like stuff everywhere. My social media handles might still be there, but I don't even know if that'll be there. Live stream specifically, that will definitely change though. So yeah, for those that are wondering, no, I'm not like a huge sellout. It's just that's been there for a while. But they help me out a lot. Again, I'm in college, so things are super, super expensive. Thanks, Kimber. I appreciate you subscribing. Rotisserie chicken? That doesn't sound bad. I was thinking about Blaze Pizza, though. I have a one-track mind right now. No problem, Priscilla. It's been a long 6-hour live stream. Actually, it's been pretty quick. It felt like, honestly, I felt like I've been live for like 4. My back is saying I've been live for like 12. Hey, thank you, Amanda, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate the support a lot. Thank you. We've had officially 11 new members. I think the most members that we've had in a given live stream was like 13. So if 2 more of you become a member, we can at least tie the record. Most members in a live stream. That'd be pretty cool. This is also my second most ever liked live stream. That is wild. I really do appreciate the support. It's been a busy live stream, and I know I'm not really talking about weather anymore, but again, I'm not that concerned about what's ahead. It's a lot of isolated severe weather. It's a lot of minimal stuff. So yeah, again, you guys will be fine tonight. No more really significant severe weather. Be mindful though. Again, damaging winds is still possible through 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. Another thing you want to keep in mind is that there is still a threat for an isolated tornado through about 8 to 9 o'clock, I would say. Other than that though, it's winding down. It's winding down. Things are going to get better. Thank you, Baldy, as well, for becoming a Tornado Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. We're now 1 member away from tying the record. So if anybody else wants to become a member, you're welcome. Come be a member here on the YouTube channel. It's also really affordable. Again, we have $2.99 prices. So again, I'm not forcing anybody. I'm just saying. What's the likelihood of, I don't know how to say that name in New York? Yeah, that's an interesting question. No, anywhere in New York, at this point, it's really just isolated severe weather threat, and that goes for anywhere. But we'll still be watching for like numerous to widespread showers and storms across this entire region. If we go over to here, again, we're still watching for the threat of some numerous to widespread damaging winds, but overall, I'm not really concerned right now, or not, excuse me, not numerous to widespread damaging winds, numerous to widespread storm activity, but it's not going to be like all severe. A lot of this is not severe anymore. It's strong, gusty winds are expected across this entire area, but again, I'm not too concerned about that significant of severe weather. Here's a 6-hour loop. I'll do this for you. It's a 6-hour loop of the infrared imagery that I'll put on here. Where is the infrared imagery? Where is it when you need it? This is the 6-hour loop of the infrared imagery. I'll take off everything else. It's a pretty cool sight to see over the last 12 hours or whatever. However long it's been. This is the last 6 hours, though. This is the infrared imagery. You can tell the darker reds. It's indicating much higher cloud tops. So, pretty cool. Thank you, Carl and Brian, for both becoming Storm Chaser members. We've officially hit our membership record on the YouTube channel in a given stream of 14. I think the highest before, I'm pretty sure, was the Hurricane Ian stream. I appreciate all the support a lot. Really do. Appreciate you guys becoming members. And you also get benefits. You get a tornado badge in chat, too. Crazy stuff. Thank you, Unstable, as well, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. Welcome back. I appreciate it. As well as Brian. Welcome back. It's a pretty cool loop, though. You can actually see the low pressure system, by the way. It's way up here. That low pressure system's way up here. It's negatively tilted. Pulled all that moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. And then, eventually, here's your cold front, like right about now. I think the cold front's a bit further off to the east now, but your warm front is back up in here somewhere. I have no clue where. I'm just drawing, you know, precisely. It's right about there, though. It's probably, like, closer to here, though. It's probably further to the east, honestly, than that. But yeah, if you get the general idea, impressive, to say the least. And you actually can see here on the infrared imagery, too, back down here to the south, huge, huge cloud tops developing back down near East Texas, wells going into Louisiana. It's been impressive. Impressive, to say the least. Thank you, Bobby, as well, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. I really like you, Max. I like you, too. I like all of you. You guys are all awesome. I know the chat kind of got wild there for a little while. I wasn't really paying attention much, but it looked like chat was going kind of crazy for a little bit. But that was during the, I'm pretty sure that's during the people were trying to correct my pronunciation on the Louisville storm. Is Louisville the right pronunciation? By the way, in about a minute, this will officially be my longest second longest live stream ever. So 1 minute from now. Be officially my longest ever. Is it Louisville or, like, Louisville? It is Louisville. Okay. I thought so. I know in Texas there's actually a town called Louisville, but I was about to say, Louisville and Louisville are completely different. People pronounce it differently? Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, pronunciations can be taken one way or another, to be honest. How's it going, Timothy? Thank you, Fish, for becoming a Storm Chaser member as well. I appreciate that a lot. We are now up to 17 new members today. That is shattering the last record of new members. Shattering, I tell you. Alright, I'm going to take it off the infrared imagery. It's a pretty cool loop, though. Again, darker reds are indicating the higher cloud tops. You can actually see it much better down here near Alexandria. This is where actual supercells are exploding. But we're not really seeing, like, you know, huge hailstorms or anything like that. Let's take it off the infrared imagery, though. And also the 6-hour loop. And put it back onto here. Actually, if you guys want to look at this. This is also a little cool loop that we can do. Of all the storms today, if you want to see this. Over the last 6 hours, at least. This is a pretty cool little loop, too. Lots of cool loops. Thank you, DK, for the 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you, DK. I didn't even know you're still here. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate the support. By the way, for the new members, I'm only counting, like, non-gifted ones. So we technically have 17 new ones. We've had 15 gifted total, just for reference. Because we've had live streams with, like, 100 gifted members before. That's from Jaws. He goes crazy sometimes. But yeah, again, this is a pretty cool loop of all the severe weather. You can also see some of the tornado warnings, all the warning boxes that pop up. I'm actually going to remove the warning boxes. Cool aftermath of this entire thing. Here are the local reports. Turn those off here. So there you go. Looks a little bit better there. So this is a 6-hour loop. I wish I could do it longer, but I like to go to 6 hours. Also, if you got a gifted membership from DK, make sure to thank him in the chat. No problem, Lee. I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad I could help you with your storm anxiety. A lot of people have storm anxiety. I totally understand. And all day today, the goal, again, I've been mentioning it literally all day. There's no reason to be scared about this event. And luckily, it has not been too scary. There's been a couple of scary instances with the rotation that we've seen and the damaging winds, but overall, it's not been too shabby. Also, again, if you're new here, make sure to subscribe down below. We're closing in on 48,300 subscribers. We've gained 3,000 subscribers in today's stream. That is insanity. Actually, over 3,000. Oh my God, that's insane. And this live stream has had over 160,000 views. I just, I can't believe it. Wild times. Wild, wild, wild. I'm starving. Can't say that enough. By the way, this is officially our second ever longest live stream. Congratulations. Everybody was here for the second ever longest live stream. My longest ever live stream was back in June of 2022. That is when we had a mini outbreak of severe weather in Nebraska. I think Kansas too, in Iowa and Missouri. I think it was mainly Nebraska and Kansas, but yeah, that was a wild time too. Wild stuff. Wild, wild. I'm just going to double check Twitter to see if we have any new reports on these storms. I haven't really been talking about storms recently, but yeah, and severe weather is definitely winding down. So a few new reports in Rochester. Actually, no, we've already talked about these. Never mind. I mentioned them a little while ago. That's pretty cool, Pettis. I don't know if you're still here, but Pettis, I'll retweet it. If you guys want to look on Twitter, there's possibly a wall cloud in I'll just retweet it itself. I'm not gonna quote tweet it. But there was a possible wall cloud earlier over in, I don't even know where this is. There's a live cam that caught it somewhere. I retweeted it, but I have no clue what the location is. But it's on Twitter if you want to check that out. Also, if you have not already, make sure to check out our Linktree link. It has a bunch of useful links. If you ever want to like follow me on Twitter, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook. I'm on a bunch of social media platforms. I'm going to link it in chat a few times. Make sure you go check that out. You can join our Discord server too. If you have Discord, the link that's pinned in chat, you can join our Discord there. You can also click through the Linktree link if you want and check that out. But the Linktree link has all the links to my Instagram, my other social medias, Twitter, all that sort of stuff. Make sure to follow me on those. I do post other stuff there as well. But I haven't really promoted myself at all in this live stream other than just saying subscribe. So I want to get some things out there before we actually leave. I am so professional. I appreciate that. I try. Were you streaming nationwide yet when the Mayfield... No, I was not, Brian, no. I was not live streaming when the Mayfield tornado happened nationwide. And honestly, I was only doing North Texas weather until April of last year. So anything before April 2022, I did not cover at all. Outside of North Texas. Even then, I didn't really start doing nationwide live streams until like June. Because I was still doing mostly just Texas and Oklahoma. Because it was kind of funny. If you guys are kind of curious on the evolution of this page. Back in... What was it? April, I expanded to the entire state of Texas for live streams on YouTube. Just because, why not? And then in early May, I started to expand into Texas and Oklahoma. Because people were like, hey, stuff is going on here. Can you tell us what's happening? I was like, all right, I guess. And so I expanded to Oklahoma. And then I expanded to southern Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. And then from there, the rest is history. We went nationwide pretty much. Great Plains is the main focus, and now we do the entire country, which the main focus still is pretty much just east of this like line. I don't really cover a whole lot on the West Coast. I did cover the big, what was it called? The bomb cyclone a few months ago, which we do still cover over there. It's just not nearly as often because things aren't really as active over there, but yeah. Crazy. And then the name change came, I'm pretty sure, from Shelly. Shelly was the one that recommended changing to Max Velocity. It was originally North Texas Weather Center here on YouTube, and now it's Max Velocity, so. Instagram link said the page wasn't available. Well, that's fantastic. Did I actually say that? No, but it's there. I don't know why I would say it's not available. But it is there. I can verify it. It's there. This sock has a hole in it. It's driving me nuts. Alright. Anybody else has any questions? Feel free to let me know. I'll be live for like, I don't know, 7 more minutes. Make it 6.5 hour live stream. That'll probably be it. But we'll see. Unless something drastically happens, which again, I think everything's winding down. No reason to be concerned. Again, just a friendly reminder, I'll tell you right now, the next 7 days are going to be very, very, like, calm. We're not really watching any big significant events. The only thing that I'm watching for over the next 7 days really is down here, which we might see some like flooding rains potentially, like a low threat of that. But even then, I'm not too concerned. And with that being said, on YouTube, you're probably going to see a lot of random videos maybe popping up in your feed. They're going to say like, hey, there's a big storm coming. It's probably 200 hours out, and things change all the time over 200 hours out. So just keep that in mind. If you see a video that's saying that, again, just check your weather app and see, hey, is there something actually coming? But honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a lot of those videos over the next 7 days. This always happens during the summer too. Like there's some like hurricane showing up 300 hours out on a computer model, and people are all blowing it up into proportions when it's not even going to happen. So just throwing that out there. I have experience. I have experience with that sort of stuff. And I do not advertise 300-hour out forecasts. They're just not realistic. They're really never realistic, to be honest with you. So yeah, this outbreak wasn't bad. I mean, I don't even know if I would consider this a full-blown outbreak. You could possibly say that. How many storm reports have there been, actually? I haven't really looked. Let's see. So far today, there have been... Well, I would say this is an outbreak. This is the map, for those that are curious. So, it's hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in here. I can zoom in a little bit. I'm trying to zoom in as much as I can. There we go. That's probably the furthest I can zoom in. But this is your like thing here. So there's one tornado report, which there's probably more than that. This is just for today. This is from like 7 a.m. I think until now. Does not include the tornadoes that we had this morning. Hail threat. So we had about 12 hail reports. Significant wind. We had 1 report of that. I think that was the Louisville storm. Wind gust was 18, and then the wind damage was 75. So I'm pretty sure this will be classified as some sort of outbreak today, especially with how many watches we've had. I almost guarantee you that is the thing. Also, we do not have -1 tornado warnings. I just realized that. We do not have -1 tornado warnings. Let me fix that. I don't know how in the world that went to -1. Negative number with tornado warnings is not possible, but yeah. Love your voice. I can hear your channel the best. Yeah, my voice has kind of naturally become this. If you watch one of my videos from over a year ago, I never used to sound like this. I don't know what changed it. I really don't. Because I've always been passionate about weather. I love doing weather. But my voice used to sound so boring, like no diction at all. I have a lot of diction and a lot more enthusiasm and stuff like that nowadays, I think. But back then, like over a year ago, it's crazy, the transformation. It's so weird. It's like it wasn't even intentional. It just happened. When I went nationwide, I think that's when it really happened. And it also helps that I don't have a roommate this year. Last year, I had a roommate. That was possibly why. It was not puberty, trust me. Pretty sure it was just because I had a roommate. I kind of forgot about that. I also used to talk super fast. I could talk this fast if I really wanted to. I could really talk really fast. Like, I'm not even kidding. I've done that before. But no, I'm not. I try to slow down my pace a bit more nowadays. I sound like I'm on 2x speed when I'm talking fast. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Yeah, there was a couple, well, there was multiple tornadoes. I think the ones, though, like today, in this, what I've covered so far, there's probably at least 2 tornadoes, if not more. And the ones that we had confirmed were back down in southwest Kentucky, so. I could auction off this storm. Yeah, I could make an auction for the storm. We have a tornado warning? There's a tornado warning in Canton. I'll double check, though, real quick. Too fast? I know. It is kind of fast. There's no tornado warning. We're good. I'm glad there's no tornado warning because I do want to get food here in a few minutes. Yeah, I'm 74 and 84 years old, yes. You guys want to hear like a really quick, or like, I'm not even going to do a quick forecast, but you want to hear like a quick breakdown of a thunderstorm? This is literally how fast I can talk. If I really needed to, which I do occasionally go this fast during a live stream, I'll be like, there's a severe thunderstorm warning right now in effect for Cynthia, as well as Richmond, Danville, Buera, as well as Lexington, Fayette. This is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and the potential for some small hail. This warning goes until 6 o'clock tonight Central Time, but this is in 7 o'clock Eastern Time. The storm's moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. I can go really fast. So funny. I don't really ever do that fast, but yep, that's how the speed goes sometimes. It is quite wild. Yeah, all that we have left is severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings, so. If you want a quick forecast, though, I can literally go that fast, but I'm not gonna. I try not to anymore. I used to go that fast, and people kind of like didn't like it, which I honestly I hate going that fast because I lose breath like really fast too. But one of those things. I can also talk super slow. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, I mean I'm not gonna go that slow either. I like the middle ground there. New tweet. That's crazy. Storms are moving through, by the way. Alabama. They'll kind of catch up here in a second, but there's a little strong line of storms going towards Huntsville. Gusty winds, small hail possible as that marches out to the east. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few warnings on that, but again, I'm not too concerned about that right now. Cheryl, yes, I have been for a couple years. Imagine tornado warnings on TV speaking that fast. Yeah, I probably could. Probably could. Tech, no. I'm entirely my own person. I don't really care about working for other people. I mean, even working with people, I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, but like, you know. Yeah, I don't really have like any really I'll be honest with you, like I have no connections on YouTube at all. And I really don't really care about a whole lot about YouTube weather forecasting. Like I mentioned this a few months ago even. I was like, you know, on YouTube there's a ton of people that do weather forecasts. I've not even really heard of a lot of them that are popular, like quote unquote popular, like have more subscribers than me. But yeah, I really don't care a whole lot. You know, it's always good to have connections, but I have a lot of connections to actual meteorologists. I don't really. There's a lot of weather people on YouTube that don't have degrees or anything like that, and you know, it's not hard to learn what they know. I want to learn more than what I know right now. Like I know a lot of stuff, but like it's not where I want it to be. I want my forecast to be even better. That's why I'm in school. So only 2 years through, still 2 years to go, but there's still a lot to learn. So. I'm gonna be the Eminem rap Godspeed of weather. I probably could. I should do sometime a really. This is a good idea for next April Fool's Day. I'm gonna do a forecast. I was gonna do an April Fool's forecast, by the way, on April 1st, but then there was the April. This is not an April Fool's joke video that because there was a pretty significant severe weather event that we're talking about. I'm pretty sure it was this one. I was gonna do like a really fast talking forecast, but unfortunately, I couldn't do it. The severe weather event is obviously a lot more important. I'd rather do that than, you know, an April Fool's joke. If there's no severe weather in the short term on next April Fool's Day, I'll do that, but Waffle House is open, everything's okay. That is true. By the way, for those that are new here, real quick, I feel like doing this. We do have a few meters that we sometimes present. Today's wind meter was for trash can meters, was at a take a walk to find out level. Not at a gone forever stage, but we were at a take a walk to find out. See the entire meter here. It's great. It's fantastic. The trampoline meter today, which I mentioned earlier, was a medium risk. I actually did pull this up earlier. The trampoline risk wasn't overly high today. And honestly, it's at a low risk now for the remaining storms, but there was actually a medium risk for flying trampolines. And all these pictures, by the way, came from the DFW severe weather event a few weeks ago, back in the beginning of March. The one down here, though, at the bottom right, is actually from a viewer in Illinois from a few weeks ago. So we have all sorts of stuff here. I usually show those on videos, not really live streams as much, but I did talk a lot faster a year ago, Jack. I did talk a lot faster. I mean, I can still really talk this fast right now. There's severe thunderstorm watches up and down Ohio, all the way back through Mississippi. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour damage winds. Large hail and potential for an isolated tornado still will exist over the next several hours, all the way until about 8 to 9 o'clock Central Time. There you go. I don't know why I can do that. It's so weird. I barely even have to take a breath after that. That's kind of concerning. All right, let me just check Twitter real quick if we have any more warnings here. I don't think we do. We actually do have a new report out of Canton, Mississippi. Tree damage tree down across the trace, blocking both directions, 24 inches in diameter, 8 miles east-southeast of Canton, Mississippi. Interesting stuff. I actually kind of want to hear how high that, or how that voice actually sounds over the live stream. I'll have to look after the stream. Yes, I've heard of Ryan Hall. I know who he is. I'm not blind to that, but I don't watch these people. I don't really. Yeah, I like don't watch anybody really on YouTube for weather. I don't know. It's just my preference. If I'm ever watching weather forecasts, it's gonna be an actual meteorologist on TV or something like that. I'm not looking to watch weather forecasts on YouTube. Just not me. And I do know Andy. Actually, funny enough, I actually messaged Andy the other day. There was I had a thermodynamics exam the other day, and I was like, "Do you know how to do this?" Pulling out his notebook, and he didn't even have a clue what I was talking about. But yeah, there's some weird thermodynamic stuff. Thermodynamics meteorology is like a math related course. It's weird, but that's also a thing. Yeah, for anybody that's across this region, again, isolated severe weather is possible over the next 4 or 5 hours tops, but it's going to be winding down. I've said that a lot. I'm just talking now for the next few minutes since things have winded down, and I always like talking to you guys. I was going to get food, but it's okay. I'll get food in a few minutes. Yes, Tucker, I saw that. Thank you. I saw that. Amanda, I will be in 2 years. Only 2 years away. I'm in college for meteorology. I guess that's probably the biggest thing I can say, but I'll be a meteorologist officially in a couple years. 2 more years of learning. Yippee. Honestly, I still haven't really learned a whole lot about meteorology. It's been a lot of... I did do a broadcast meteorology course, which helped a lot. For those that are, interested in becoming a meteorologist or whatever, like a broadcast, or even doing videos, what I recommend you doing is making sure you don't say the 2 phrases, take a look at, or, what was the other one? Or as you can see. So, a lot of the time when people use those for transitions, as you can see as you can see, storms are here. You don't want to use that phrase. It is so repetitive if you start saying it. You'll say it for everything. I used to do that back before fall, because that's when I started taking the class. So, but back before fall, I would say that all the time. Another thing is, you don't want to say take a look at. So take a look at this storm, or take a look at the future radar. We're taking a look at that sort of thing. They're super repetitive. Don't say those phrases. They're banned phrases in meteorology, pretty much. Not actually banned, but you probably should say the phrases and get used to not saying them, because I wish I knew that earlier, because I used to say them all the time. I watched one of my old forecasts and I said it about 12 times, span of 3.5 minutes. And I used to do short forecasts back then. I used to do 3 to 4 minute forecasts, maximum 6. And I always was like, weather forecasts don't have to be 6 or any more than 6 minutes long. Recently, I've done all my videos at 8 to 10 minutes, and people love them. So I was like, all right, I guess I'm doing longer forecasts now. Which I do more detail in these longer forecasts, but, thank you, Clay, for the $2 super chat. Which website program do you use? This is WSV3. Not bad. Pretty good. Paul, the person that basically codes everything and all that, he does a great job with it. There's still some glitches and stuff, but I love it. Meteorology is always something I wanted to study. Yeah, it's really math intensive and science intensive, I'll tell you that. It really is. And I kind of thought, yeah, people told me that beforehand. I was like, whatever. But, it actually was. It has been so far. I'm almost done with all those classes, though, for the most part. Ice, you are fine. CSGO. Or play CSGO after the storm? Yeah, you're good. There's severe weather's past. Or strong storms, I should say, past Florence. Good to go. I don't know why I'm still live. I've been live for the last 30 minutes just talking to you guys. I've literally not talked about anything weather-related. Other than the really fast talking on the weather. Several buildings destroyed. Lots of trees down in Louisville. Yeah, I mean, that's a concern. Louisville got hit with 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I haven't seen any photos of damage at all yet. If you have any photos, feel free to @me on Twitter or send them to me on Twitter. Again, my handle is @MaxVelocityWX. You can also find that in the description below. But yeah, there's also, you can actually see it right below my face cam. I forgot. I literally have the handles on the screen. But yeah, if you have any photos or videos or anything like that, feel free to tweet me on Twitter. You can @me on the post as well. I'll check them out. Southwest Pennsylvania is just isolated damaging winds. That's really about it. Aaron, Stream Elements is a bot. They're not real. It's an FYI. You know, it's funny, Misty. I got offered a job a few months ago for a station in this area. Actually, I mentioned this at the very beginning of this live stream. Over in Cape Girardeau, I think. I actually got offered, or not really offered, but like, you know, I was asked if I wanted to work there pretty much. They're like, yeah, you can finish college here. I was like, no, I'm good. I love doing what I do right now. I'd rather do this than go to a TV station right now. I love doing the live streams, and they're much longer. Like on TV, you're only usually going live for tornado warnings. And then obviously normal, regular forecasts, but... Gerardu, thank you. By the way, we're only 26 subscribers from 48,400. If you've not already, make sure to subscribe down below. If you've been enjoying it, obviously, it's just been a talking session for the last, like, 40 minutes. Also, make sure to like the stream. We are 5 likes from 4,000, believe it or not. To like the stream. Austin, I actually got a photo of that supercell. Actually, I can show you guys. Somebody sent in a photo of that supercell near Waco the other day, and this is what it looked like. It was scary looking, to say the least. This was a tornado-warned cell at the time. This was near Killeen. So somebody sent this in to me on Facebook. This was Gina Crowder. She sent in this photo. It was a pretty wild storm. This is a really cool photo I got sent in too. This is after a storm. This was this is from Trina Hodeling near DFW. You can actually see, at the bottom, you have to see the bottom of it. Really cool photo. You see the moon at the top right, and then you see the reflection of the clouds. That is so cool. The reflection here. Yeah, these are on Facebook. This is from the DFW severe weather the other day. So, pretty cool stuff. Frank, it's pretty sure it's winding down there. If anything, just isolated. No, you're winding down. I mean, just rain, a little bit of lightning. Severe weather's unlikely. Everyone watches YouTube. I feel like the YouTube meteorologists are going to be the future. They honestly probably could. The amount of viewership that the weather category has gotten recently on YouTube is astronomical. I mean, it's more than I actually think. I don't know. I think it's more than TV gets, to be honest. A lot of people nowadays that watch weather on YouTube. You always got to keep in mind, there is a lot of people on YouTube. I'm not going to name specific people, but there are a lot of people on YouTube that do post a lot of clickbait content, and they're not actual real storms or anything, or they're like 400-hour model projections of something that's not even going to happen, like a big hurricane's coming to the United States when it's not. Keep that in mind. There's a lot of that on YouTube. That's a big problem, but, you know, it's going to probably be a given. Hopefully those things kind of get filtered out. I've been doing my best to literally keep my content non-clickbait. So the, like, you know, the only time that I say, like, this is bad or get ready, time to prepare, those sort of things, those phrases, is when we actually have severe weather, like ongoing or it's coming. So, yeah, you gotta be careful about those things, because there are a lot of people on YouTube that do that already. They've been doing it for years, too. It's not just, like, today. There are a lot of good YouTubers right now. There's a lot of upcoming good ones that are doing a good job at it, but there's still a lot of it. There's a lot of clickbait. Yeah, I mean, it's a given with YouTube anyways. There's clickbait, honestly, everywhere. It's not just one place, but, like, you know, weather category, it's real life stuff. It's not like gaming or something like that, so I try to limit it, unless it's actually urgent stuff. A lot of people think, like, my thumbnails and titles and stuff have gotten, like, you know, more clickbaity over the, like, last 6 months or whatever, but, like, honestly, I only really cover the bigger events now. I don't really cover a whole lot of smaller scale stuff anymore. So I used to do a lot of smaller scale stuff. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Yeah, so, okay, my next forecast tomorrow, we're going to be breaking down a hurricane that's going to be impacting the United States in 6,522 hours. Stay tuned. We're going to be talking about it. Imagine if I did that. I'm kidding, by the way, for those that didn't get my absolute sarcasm. Thank you, by the way, for everybody subscribing. I appreciate it. I have done storm chasing before. I actually chased Hurricane Fiona, I think it was. I can't remember anymore. I've been live for 6.5 hours. My brain is at another level. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Hurricane Fiona. How many days? Yeah, wait, how many days is that? Is this actually realistic? 6,522 hours to days. That's 271 days. How many? Or how many? How do I even search this up? What day is 271 days from now? Is this realistic? No, it is not. 271 days from now is the new year. January 1st of 2024. All right, that's not realistic at all. All right, hurricane, it's not actually coming. Just kidding. 3,120 hours away. I meant to say that. No, that'd be pretty funny, though. That's literally January 1st. That's actually crazy. I just got that on the pin. And in today's forecast, we're forecasting a hurricane that will impact the United States in the year 4,229. You don't chase hurricanes, hurricanes chase you. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, it was pretty funny. I went chasing, I think it was Hurricane Fiona. I can't remember what the name was. It was something. It started with an F, I think. Oh, was it F? I have no clue. My brain is fried right now. But, yeah, it was something. And that was an interesting hurricane. But I did cover that live. Or not live. I covered that on YouTube Shorts more than anything. Hurricane... No, Tropical Storm Nicole. Sorry, Nicole. Where was I getting Fiona from? Hurricane Nicole. Fiona was the other one, wasn't it? The Cuba one? Wow, yeah, my brain's fried. But yeah, that was Nicole. Nicole was the one that I went chasing for, and that was interesting. That was an interesting event. Yeah, it was something else. The storm surge was the most interesting part of it, in my opinion. We went to the beach, and it was quite interesting. Where do they keep coming up with these names? I have no clue. Rock Like a Hurricane. Yes, that is a song. Isn't that by AC/DC? Aaron, I'll link it in chat. But it's Max. It's literally on the screen at Max Velocity WX. I will link it in the chat. If you guys want to, make sure to follow me on Twitter. Link will be in the chat. Yeah, I heard about that, Holly. By the way, I saw there was a tornado in I think Cape Girardeau or Girardeau. Bolinger County, that was where there was a EF2 tornado this morning. There was 5 deaths, unfortunately, there. I wasn't live when that happened, but there was a tornado there this morning. Fortunately. Apparently, Michael became a member, but I don't think you actually did. Unless it's a renewal? For some reason, it did not show up in chat. That is very strange. Thank you for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I don't know if you actually did. It didn't show up in chat, but I appreciate you becoming a Storm Chaser member. If you did, very much. That's now 18 new members today. Yeah, that was a new member. So yeah, 18 new members today. That's a blown off record. The highest we had before was 14. 18 new members, not including gifted memberships, but all the new members today have been quite wild. Is this storm producing tornadoes? It did earlier, but we're not really looking at much of a tornado threat anymore. For the rest of tonight, it's more of just a damaging wind threat with this entire rest of the storms. Actually, let me pause the screen. I've been on the screen forever. Let me just pause this at where it is right now. This is what we're looking at right now. So we still have we do have a warning over in Texas near Jacksonville and Rusk for some half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, a little supercell here, and that's producing, again, some hail and damaging winds. A lot of strong storms, but the severe thunderstorm watch is going to probably end here pretty soon. This only goes until 10 o'clock. So this is going to expire really quickly. Probably in the next hour. It'll probably be canceled for Jackson and back through eastern Louisiana. It's 6:4. We have 4 hours left on this severe thunderstorm watch. It's going to expire really soon. Also back through areas in Kentucky and as well as Tennessee. This will be let to expire pretty soon. Severe weather threat will increase a little bit if any cells develop, which we have a couple of discrete cells trying to develop, but the threat of severe weather is low with those. It's just going to be isolated damaging winds, maybe a little bit of hail. Then the storm back over here near Paris, Cynthia, and Richmond, that is still severe for the next 13 minutes. Some damaging winds up to 60. And then back over here near Dover, we do have a warning for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and nickel-sized hail. But otherwise, as I said before, things are clearing out very, very quickly. The severe weather threat went down tremendously between the Louisville storm to now. They've dropped the overall, every severe storm has really dropped off over the last little while. Tony, at least from, okay, so it's weird. The amount of tornadoes that dropped today, I don't know before 7 a.m. They are included on the day before, so they're technically considered as, what's today? Today's Wednesday, so Tuesday. They're technically considered as Tuesday tornadoes. Now, the storms that we've seen today, in terms of from 7 a.m. and after, I think, somewhere around that time frame, maybe 8 a.m. and after, we've at least had 2 confirmed tornadoes, I think. We've had 2 in southwest Kentucky. We possibly had 1 near Louisville, Kentucky. We also maybe had a few other ones that were brief and weak in some of these other storms. A few areas in particular. There might have been one near, I think it was Shibley or Shelby or something like that, near Lima. I think it was Lima. There might have been a brief tornado earlier. There might have been another brief tornado near Indianapolis, but again, a lot of those things, they might have been very brief and weak. They might have not even caused damage. So there's a lot of, like, you know, possible tornadoes that might have happened, but the only ones that we've had confirmed, I'm pretty sure, was the Southwest Kentucky ones, which was like 2. There was a radar confirmed one, and then there was an observed one. That was southeast of Paducah and east of Mayfield. Stay safe, Dirty. Now, winds and small hail will still be possible over the next hour. Vicksburg, Mississippi. If you've not already been hit by severe weather, I don't know where Vicksburg is, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, my brain is absolutely fried right now. Vicksburg is somewhere on the map. I don't know where. I know I've heard of it, though. I just don't know where it is. Yeah, I don't even know. But if you've not been hit by storms yet, you have a chance for maybe isolated damaging winds or hail. If you have been hit by storms, you're done. Just rain, some lightning, possibility for some isolated flooding is also a possibility. Observed and picture taken, confirmed in Montgomery County, Indiana today. All right, so there was a tornado apparently in Indiana today, in Montgomery County. What county is that, Kim? Like, location-wise, do you know? Because that might have actually been something that we're covering today. I don't know. Northeast Ohio is just a lot of rain, a little bit of lightning, isolated gusty winds or small hail are possible. I am getting off in about 10 minutes. I'm cutting the line at 7 hours. I'm actually, the reason why I'm still going is because we're 10 minutes from 7 hours. So we'll go to 7 hours and they'll be done. I've been talking a lot. I've been live for literally 7 hours. There's not a whole lot of weather left to go, though, in terms of severe weather. Hey, no problem, Ruth. I do apologize for those that are just tuning in. I've already talked about all the weather. Again, things are winding down, but we're really pretty much at this point not really talking about weather. Or we still kind of are, but we're not, like, you know, we're not really diving deep into everything. But one thing, if you're still here and you've not subscribed to the channel, we're only 68 subscribers from 48,500. Let's see if we can hit that goal before the stream ends. We only need 68 more of you to subscribe. We have like 2,500 viewers. That might be reachable. Make sure to subscribe down below. 48,500 is a possibility. We are close to 50,000 subscribers, believe it or not. We're almost halfway there to one of those YouTube plaques that you get if you hit 100,000 subscribers. All right, where was this again? I don't know where. I don't remember who said that. Kim. All right, Kim. I don't know if you said it yet. Montgomery, Indiana. Yeah, Montgomery is going to be something that I'm going to have a tough time finding. I know Montgomery's here somewhere. All right, I'm just going to look it up. I should have probably just looked it up beforehand. Montgomery, Indiana. All right, this is over in... Oh, okay, yeah, that's not a storm I covered, actually. I appreciate you mentioning that. Thank you, Lovely, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. That is 19 new members today. That is a record. Appreciate you becoming a member. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. I tagged you in the trees in my front yard. Oh yeah, this is from Becca over in... I'll just retweet it on Twitter, but there's on Twitter some trees in the yard sent in by Becca. Appreciate you send that in. Also, another video. I'm retweeting a bunch of different videos on Twitter, so if you want to check them out, feel free to. I'm not going to really show them, but they are there. And this is interesting. A car got flipped over in Kentucky. What in the world is this? It's in somebody's yard. I'll have to save this photo here. Stay tuned for this. This is kind of crazy. All right, this doesn't actually transfer. All right, well, we'll just do this. So yeah, a car flipped over in somebody's yard. Wow, that's wild. That's something. I'll read the location in a second, but this is over in Kentucky. That car was also damaged, it looks like. Huh. I wonder if this was wind or what. This is weird. Like, there's no damage around it. This is only one photo. Let me see if there's another one. That's like no damage really around it. Oh, well, this is a little bit more defining now. We have a little bit more damage here. These are power poles that are down as well. And this is in Kentucky. Flex tape will fix it. Yeah, right. That's funny. Yeah, this is, again, damage there in, where was this again? Thank you again. That was a Dubra, sorry for sending that in. Southwest Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, that was Southwest Louisville. So that was an area that we had wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. A truck was also flipped over due to the wind, and a power pole was down. Thank you again, Deborah, or Dubra, sorry. Appreciate it. We're only 41 followers on Twitter away from 1,500, by the way. If you've not followed me on Twitter, which is the most probably useful, or useless, I mean, place to follow me, you can always follow me on there. Link is in chat. I did retweet some photos as well if you want to check those out. There are some damage photos on my Twitter page, so if you want to check those out, feel free to. Make sure to follow me while you're over there. Oh, man, my neck is killing me. We're only 14 subscribers from 48,500. That's my last goal for tonight. Just 14 more subscribers. If you have not already subscribed, yeah, we'll do more live streams like this all the time. We literally do these like all the time. So make sure to subscribe and like the stream as well. This is, I think, one of our most liked live streams ever. It's getting very close to it. Let me double check. The Hurricane Ian stream was the one that was more liked, I think, than this, but I don't know how long. Let's see. We are 300 likes away from this being the most liked live stream ever on my channel. Just throwing that out there. I don't think we'll reach it, but I'm only gonna be live for like 5 more minutes. Someone buy this man a massage chair? I know, I need a better chair. Like, so for those that are wondering about the chair thing and why my neck hurts, I used to have a much better chair, but the problem is it broke, the handle broke off, and as well as the screws on the back are like stuck, they snapped. So the back is like super wobbly, and I spent $200 on it, so I now need a new office chair. And yeah, my back is killing me right now. I really need a new chair, but this one has no back support. It's like the college basically provides you with it, so it's like, you know, I might as well use it, but looks like Mr. Clean came to my street already. Interesting. Interesting stuff. I know, every time I say make sure to hit the like button or subscribe, like my subscribers go up by like 50 or 100, and my likes go up by like 100 every time I say it. It's like it's the weirdest thing. I mean, you know, it's a reminder, I guess, but I try not to say it too often. But right now, I mean, we're not talking really about anything, so it doesn't really matter a whole lot. By the way, there is going to be a potential for some isolated wind gusts through this region. I don't think a severe thunderstorm watch will be issued here, but some gusty winds possible throughout Kentucky and Tennessee over the next little while. There was some major storm damage in Louisville. I'm going to retweet another photo. I don't think I can show this one, but there's another photo of a huge tree down that went right through a home in Kentucky. That was actually, this is a for sale home. Unbelievable. I'll link you my Twitter again if you want to check out that photo. It's a really crazy photo of a tree inside of a home. That is literally a home for sale. So if you want to, make sure to check that out on my Twitter. I can't show it because it's taken by a photographer. I also do operation, so yeah. Make sure to check that out. That's a pretty crazy photo out of Louisville. Louisville had some really significant severe weather earlier, so makes sense. Hey, no problem, Misty. I appreciate you tuning in. Also, I really appreciate all the super chats today and all of the new members, everybody that's watched the stream, liked the stream, subscribed, new subscribers today. I really appreciate all of you. It's been a long live stream. This is my second longest live stream ever. I usually don't go live for 7 hours, but with weather events like this, you know, nobody else is covering it, so I wanted to make sure everybody was good to go today. Literally nobody else is covering this. I was shocked. I honestly, I thought more people would be live streaming this event, but I guess not. I guess I was pretty much the only one. I don't know if anybody else was. There might have been other people, but I don't think anybody else was, from what I know. I looked like this morning, but yeah, it's been a busy, busy, busy day. This past hour, we've been just talking and not even talking really much about weather, but you know, that's how things go sometimes. Nice to chill a little bit. Also, thank you for any donations as well. Anybody that donated. I mean, donations and super chats are like two separate things, but I haven't really checked stream elements recently. Let me just double check. Yeah, we don't have any new notifications. Cool. All right. Yeah, I don't think anybody else was, but Phil, I'm not saying my GPA, but it's over 3. I don't know if I say my GPA and it actually means anything. Like, I don't know if there's like a, I don't know if it's like a social security number where it's like, you don't say this, but I'm pretty sure that's, I don't think it really matters, but it's over 3. Do I only answer subscribers? No. I have subscriber only mode on. There was so many people chatting today that I needed subscriber only mode to be on. I mean, there's no way I would have been able to. Chat was flying earlier. It's not as bad right now. I have actually slow mode still on. It's actually moving at a really good pace. I've been able to interact with a lot of you over the last hour. When I'm not looking at thunderstorms, it's so much easier to look at chat, but you know, it's been busy. Yeah, I answer everybody. Again, I prioritize typically super chats. With streams like this recently, I've been prioritizing super chats because it's just, there's too many messages. Like, if I answered every single individual person, I would be here for like 90 hours, and I wouldn't even be able to answer every question even then. So, yeah. There's just no way. I mean, like, the amount of messages I was getting earlier, and it's not because I want money, it's not because of that. Just people that donate typically are looking for like a quick answer or whatever, so it just makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, there's just so many people asking questions earlier. The chat was flying. The chat rate earlier, so this is how many chat messages we were getting a minute earlier, was around 50. We're averaging 50 messages a minute, which it might not sound like a lot, but that's about 1 chat every second. Right now we're averaging like 20-ish, which is really nice. I can actually read things. But yeah, earlier was so busy. Tropical storm soon, possibly? No. We're not looking at tropical storms anytime soon. Louisville? There's different pronunciations for Louisville. I call it Louisville, but a lot of people are saying Louisville is how you say it, but there's different pronunciations for it. Your take on West Virginia? The mountains are pretty cool. I've never been there before, but the trees also. There's a lot of trees. I'm kidding. I'm guessing you're talking about weather. Not really much, just isolated damaging winds for tonight. You'll probably get some rain though overnight if you need it. It's gonna be beneficial. You know what's funny is that I get these questions all the time. It's like how is this place looking? Or, you know, how, like the question that was just asked, your take on this place. Like, you know, I get these questions all the time, and sometimes I just feel like saying, it looks nice, or whatever. You know, whatever it might be. I don't obviously do that, but, you know. I wish questions were like asked like, what can I expect here? Which I get those a lot more often, but I'm just saying. Sometimes I get those questions, and it's like, I sometimes want to respond with, oh, this place is nice. Whatever, but yeah, it's something. It happens a lot more on Facebook. It doesn't happen on YouTube, really. On Facebook, I have North Texas Weather Center, and it's busy and whatnot, but yeah. Pennsylvania is isolated damaging winds. That's about it. Tornado threat is close to 0 right now. Hope you get a $100 dono because your stream was very helpful. It's always generous, but, you know, it's never required by any means. Donations, you know, they really do help a lot, but I do not require them. I don't require you to become a member. I don't really care that much, to be honest, but the sponsorship I have right now and just all the people that watch these streams and stuff are really what helps pay off for everything in terms of expenses and all that sort of stuff. I'm just trying to get through college. That's about it. Just trying to get through. Maybe this will be something later on. You never know. Almost at 50,000 subscribers. It's pretty crazy. Crazy times. But, yeah. I have roof damage from the last storm, so hopefully the damaging winds aren't too bad. They shouldn't be too bad. Shy Latte, I think your name is, or Shy Latte. I don't know how you even say that anymore, but yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Isolated damaging winds. Johnson, no, not really. I don't expect much of any more tornadoes. If there is, it's a brief, quick tornado. There's maybe one. Maybe one. But I honestly don't think so. No problem, Tony. That's so much. I do say this. We have 2,300 viewers. I'm shocked how slow the chat is going. I have it on a 15-second slow mode, but like, I am able to read this chat so much more easily, especially when there's not a whole lot of severe weather ongoing. It's so nice. It's so much more relaxing. It's not like a super fast-moving chat. It's awesome. No problem, Phil. Appreciate you being a member, by the way, for over 6 months. That red tornado badge, I'm pretty sure that's 6 months. By the way, we actually used to have a member on our YouTube channel that was a member for over a year, which we only had one member over a year, and the closest one to them was like 5 months. Their name was Sandy. They're no longer a member, so, or at least right now. Obviously, they could become a member again if they want, but funny enough, the longest member that we have on our channel now is, I have to look. I don't remember how long it is anymore. Our longest timed member now is 11 months. Now, I'm pretty sure they live in North Texas, because a lot of the original members are North Texas people. I don't know if Brian is still here, Brian Sheridan, but you are also a 10-month member. A lot of these older members I don't really see in the chat too often anymore, but a lot of them are North Texas viewers, so it's a little bit different. No problem, Bob. Fucker, there's no way you just said that. Oh my god. Alright, never mind. I'll be there for years. I appreciate it. Let me go over to Twitter again. Wow, the photos out of Bolinger County, Missouri are insane. There was a high-end EF2 tornado. It looks like EF3 damage, to be honest. I'm going to retweet that article, too. Crazy stuff. There have been some crazy damage reports out of these storms today. Thank you, Carissa, for the $9.99. Or not 99, 99 cents. I appreciate it. West Tennessee, you're just going to be seeing rain and cooler air by tomorrow. There will be a cold front moving through. Northeast Ohio, isolated storm. Isolated damaging winds, and that's it. How's North Central looking? Where in the world is North Central? I mean, we could be talking about anywhere for North Central. I could even be talking about the North Central Atlantic Ocean up here. North Central. That's a specific question right there. How's Memphis? Memphis is the same way. Anywhere in West Tennessee, cold front's going to be arriving tonight. You'll be seeing some rain overnight. Then there will be a stationary front with some storms down here tomorrow. So Memphis might see a little bit of that, but cold front moving through most of this region tonight. Cooler air will be arriving. Actually, let's go to the temperature map real quick. I don't even know why I'm still live. I've been live for so long. Here's the temperatures, though, right now. So let me pull up the little probe. So 80 degrees-ish right now across... Oh, this is 345. Let's go right now. Temperatures right now, it's about 80s back through eastern Kentucky and Tennessee. Temperatures behind... You can actually see the cold front on radar. I'll show you that. Temperatures right near the cold front are in the 60s, and then behind it are in the 40s and 50s. But look at this. You can see the cold front on radar. This little area here. This little area. Oh, I messed that up. This little area, that's your cold front. Actually shows up on radar. Pretty cool stuff. Oh, yeah, you're seeing that out there, too. I love the 6-hour loop. I've had this on for like half an hour. So it's been nice. I actually kind of like the cool 6-hour loop. I wish I could do a longer loop of everything. That would be really cool. Thank you, Carissa, for the $4.99. Is Henderson, Tennessee clear of a tornado? If Hendersonville is on... if you've seen storms in Hendersonville, you have no tornado threat really anymore. If you have not been hit by the storms yet, you have a very low chance of a tornado. Very low. Thank you, DK, for the $30 super chat. Let's get some claps in the chat for DK. I really appreciate it, DK. DK has been a long-time supporter here on the page. Is severe weather happening this weekend on the Gulf Coast? Not really. There might be some isolated severe weather. There is a threat tomorrow. The threat level right now. So tomorrow's threat, there's a marginal risk for those in Texas. That's like the Gulf Coast, I guess. Kind of in the western Gulf Coast. Following day, there is a chance, but right now the Storm Prediction Center has not outlined a marginal threat. But I would expect at least some sort of low-end threat for severe weather on Friday. Saturday, I don't think so. But it's still a low chance. Sunday's the same way. It's low chances all pretty much throughout the end of the weekend. Is the blizzard over? I think it's still going on in North Dakota because there's high winds. The snow is winding down, but there's a lot of blowing snow and drifting, but I'm pretty sure it's all winding down now. No problem, Jane. I appreciate you tuning in. Is Nate a meteorologist? I think he's in college, isn't he? I've actually heard a little bit about Nate. I think he's in college. I have no clue if he's studying meteorology. I have no clue, but I'm pretty sure I've heard that he's at least in college right now. I don't know much about any people on YouTube, though. That's like, I know like the very bare minimum about most people on YouTube. Thank you, Lord French Fries, for the report. French fries sound good right about now. I'm thinking about getting Chick-fil-A for dinner. I was thinking about Blaze Pizza, but it's getting late. I might just do fast food. Blaze Pizza is technically fast food. But I have not eaten a breakfast or lunch today. It is wild. I cannot believe I'm still alive. And this chair is hurting me. I'm 7 hours in. How am I still alive? It actually is crazy to me. I don't know how I'm alive still. I really do not. I don't know why I'm still alive. Everything's winding down. But there's still 2,200 people watching. That's the craziest part about this. I don't know how or why so many people are still watching. But I'm glad you guys are finding the coverage useful. And all the extracurricular stuff that we've been talking about in the last, like, 10 minutes. I appreciate everybody tuning in. It's awesome. Thank you, Lisa, for the 250. I appreciate it. You expect the pattern to get active in the mid-month? Yeah, mid-month will. Probably about the third week of this month will be active. We're not looking at anything over the next 7 days, and I've mentioned this several times. You'll probably see a bunch of clickbait weather forecasts over the next several days of crazy stuff that's not happening. The only thing that really is happening is heat wave, sort of, across the Midwest, which is happening. Also, down near the Gulf Coast, the potential for some flooding might exist. But other than that, there's nothing extreme. We're not talking about tropical storms or hurricanes or anything like that right now. Even though it has shown up on the computer models like a small bit, that's like 200 hours out. Things change all the time that far out. Thanks, Nova, for subscribing. I don't know about that. I don't know where that county is, but if it's on the eastern half of the state, isolated damaging winds. I'm not really doing deep dive, stuff right now, but it's anybody that has not seen severe weather or any storm activity yet. If you've not seen any storms and you're on the eastern, if you're east basically of this line right now, you have the chance for isolated severe weather over the next couple of hours. Isolated damaging winds is the main threat. Hey, thank you, Chase, for the $9.99. Thank you, Max. I work on the power lines, so your help with the weather is very useful. I'm glad it's useful. That's the point of it. I appreciate it, your generosity. Yeah, it's going to be a nice and calm week, and I need it. I really need it. I won't really have any videos probably for the next few days. I'm going to take a break a little bit. That's why I'm doing a long live stream as well. Like, I knew I wasn't going to probably do much after today anyways. I won't probably go live for a little while, at least I probably won't go live at least tomorrow and Friday. That's the bare minimum, but if there's something this weekend, I might, but I don't think there will be anything. The Gulf Coast is really the only area that might have something this weekend. It's going to be more rain and storms, but the severe weather should remain low. Yeah, I think my next video will probably be like, I don't know, Saturday maybe, Sunday. A nice little break. Weather space desperately needs a break. I can say that for a fact. Houston's getting hail? There actually is a storm down there, isn't there? Oh, Houston's under a severe thunderstorm warning. Huh. We're just east of Houston. Quarter-sized hail happening just east of Houston right now. Not an area that was in my bingo card for severe weather today. This is over near Houston right now. A couple of storms producing quarter to $half sized hail. A little bit of severe weather. Let me actually turn on the radar so you can see. I didn't have the radar on. I would say this storm actually has a better chance of $half sized hail. I think this one's probably not been updated. But yeah, $half sized hail near Houston, Texas right now. Believe it or not. Thank you, Rob, for becoming a Tornado Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot, Rob. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Rob. Thanks. I appreciate the support. That is now 20 new members today. Most ever in a single day. Wild times. Power outage update, by the way, for Kentucky. There haven't been really actually that many power outages near Paducah for some reason. Or not Paducah, sorry. Louisville have not had a whole lot of reports of power outages, but I don't know how many people are actually tracked. It doesn't seem like that many on poweroutage.us, but we've had a lot of power outages near Trigg County, which is the storm that we did have a confirmed tornado. Yeah. That's about it in that category. Thank you for Carissa for another $1.99. I'm not showing all the photos. I only show so many. I have retweeted some of them, though. I just realized I have 7 new notifications on Twitter. Oh, my God. That's crazy. Thank you, Donald, for sending that in. I'll retweet that, too. I've retweeted so many different photos. It's phenomenal. I retweeted it, Carissa. A big shelf cloud moving into Pennsylvania right now, too. I'll retweet that on Twitter as well. Lots of retweets on Twitter. If you want to check that out, the link's in the description or at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. That's my handle. It's also literally below my face cam. Also, a funnel cloud was reported out of Cookeville, Tennessee, just a few minutes ago. It's probably a brief funnel cloud. It's not descending, so it's a funnel cloud that was brief probably and lifting back up, so not really much of a concern there. That's the latest update there. How long can how can I tell how long I've been a subscriber? I have no clue, Mars. The only way that you can really tell how long you've even been something on this channel is probably by being a member. Which again, they're very cheap memberships, but that's like the only way I actually can track that. I don't know if there's any other way to check. There might be a website out there that tells you how long you've been subscribed to a channel, but I have zero clue. You know, did you guys hear, by the way, yesterday we had a baby shower in North Texas? We actually did. There was a baby shower in North Texas, literally. This is the baby shower that we saw yesterday. See it? Baby shower happening near Weatherford. There was a baby shower, believe it or not. Yes, I know. It's a joke, by the way. It's not actually a baby shower. I posted that on Facebook yesterday. I was like, was anybody invited to this baby shower? But no, it wasn't an actual baby shower. It was just an actual like small shower. And that thing went away so fast. His voice is really good. Thanks. I don't know if you're talking about me or somebody else. You didn't get invited? I'm sorry. It only was for a certain amount of people. That's an original, by the way. I'm pretty sure that's an original post. I sometimes get some of my inspiration on some of these like meme posts and stuff do come from other things, but like that one I just thought of randomly. I was like, all right. I'm still on. I don't know why I'm still on. I've been just talking to chat for the last like half an hour. I'm not even really talking about severe weather anymore. We're talking about Houston, though. Houston's seeing some $1.25 size tail. Wait, actually, real quick, I need to figure out when Chick-fil-A closes, because that's going to determine when I actually get off now. So I need food. And I want Chick-fil-A. Let's see. I got time. All right, cool. Because that's all I really want right now is just some Chick-fil-A. I was going to do Blaze Pizza, but I'm not craving that too much right now. I just had it literally like a couple of nights ago. Blaze Pizza, though, honestly, I could eat that every day. I get the take two. It's a Caesar salad, which is a big size, good portion, and then a half pizza, which I get my. I do pesto on the crust, classic red for the middle. I also do a sausage, meatball. I do broccoli. I don't know why it's random, but I do. It's a little bit healthy at least. I do the oregano. The oregano is really good. What else do I do? Do something else. Mozzarella cheese, the fresh mozzarella though. The fresh mozzarella. I do like the balls of the fresh mozzarella. Pretty good stuff. Let's do a Q&A. Yeah, I mean, we've been basically doing a Q&A for like the last hour. Can't get your Chick-fil-A delivered? I mean, I technically could, but I mean, it's a far walk to even get the delivery, so it's not really worth it. And I've been live for 7 hours. There's not really much else to talk about after this. It's pretty much all winding down. I have Royal Farms chicken. I've never even heard of that. I want Raising Cane's chicken. That was good chicken in North Texas, but I don't live there anymore. So I have gained about 3,000 subscribers today, at least. I think I'm actually up to 3,500 new subscribers, which is crazy. We've gained 3,700 subscribers today. And friendly reminder, if you're new here, make sure to subscribe. You might be able to join in on another chicken stream, talking about chicken. Nah, things will not get more intense as I get off. There might be a couple of severe storms. We're already seeing that in Texas, but things are not really going to get any worse. They'll probably just get better from here. We have a little bit of severe weather near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but things are winding down. It's all winding down. Chicken is better? It might be. It might be. It might definitely be. I love Raising Cane's. I don't like the chicken's not like great. It's okay. The what's great though is their sauce. There's another chicken place I've had recently that's pretty good. I'm trying to think of the name. No problem, Kim. I appreciate you tuning in. But there's another chicken place that I just had. Huey Magoo's is pretty good. Their chicken is actually it slaps. I don't know where in the world they have locations. They have some locations though. It's a small chain, I think, but pretty good. Pretty good. This live stream, by the way, a total view count of 182,000. Wow. That is crazy. My head hurts. I'm so close to getting off. I want to get Dave's Hot Chicken. I've also never heard of that. Any reports in Danville, Kentucky? Not from what I know, Super. I'm a legend. That's great. I'm a legend after doing one live stream. I said I was going to end the live stream exactly at 6 hours and 30 minutes. I also said that about 7 hours, and we're now at 7 hours and 20 minutes. And I'm not going to 8 hours. I'm guaranteeing you that. No way I'll go that long. I'll go for a few more minutes, though. I said that last time, though. Actually, real quick, for everybody that's still here, if you've not already, hit the like button down below. We are so close to a record of likes in a stream. I'm not even kidding. We're actually really close now. Make sure to like the stream if you've not already. We are, I think, 100 away, which if I say that 2 more times before we end, I think we hit that record. Let me just double check here. I think that's a record, though, for total likes in a stream. I'm pretty sure we hit a record if we get 100 more. Yeah, 4458. 4458. We're pretty close to it. We're at 4426. We need 22 more of you to like the stream, and then we hit the record. And then we'll have a record on likes in a stream, which, I mean, I don't know what the point is of a like record, but it's something. Guys, severe weather's winding down. Again, this live stream is pretty much about to be over anyways, but the only thing we're looking at right now is near Houston. A little bit of a couple of storms developing with quarter-sized hail. Isolated severe weather still ongoing elsewhere. Jackson, Mississippi has a quarter-sized hailstorm. Kentucky's winding down. Tennessee's winding down. The only other activity that might have a little bit of a concern, which is just damaging winds up to 60, would be up near Pittsburgh. That's about it. It's all winding down. All right, we've officially hit the like record. Like record has been officially hit. 4483 is what we're at right now. We'll probably hit about 4,600 after the stream's over anyways. Also, again, if you're new here, make sure to subscribe down below. We're only 45 subscribers from 48,700. Believe it or not, we're almost at 50,000 subscribers. We're pretty close to it, which is unbelievable. But we won't hit that today. I'm not going to be live that much longer. But crazy, crazy stuff. Keith, I am a college student. And so, yes, I am an age of college student. I like the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for who subscribed, by the way, today. We've, again, gained almost 4,000 subscribers today. And also, everybody that's liked the stream, donated, super chatted, all that sort of stuff. I appreciate all of you. A lot. It's been a crazy live stream. But I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream there. I know I've been saying that for a while, but I'm officially going to end the live stream here. I do appreciate everybody tuning in today. It's been the second longest live stream ever, the most liked live stream ever, and almost the most viewed live stream ever. We're very close to the most viewed live stream ever. Most viewed live stream ever was the Hurricane Ian stream. We got like 200,000 views in like 6 hours or something. So this one was close. It was 182,000, which I don't really care that much, but just mentioning it for the heck of it. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, make sure you have ways to receive alerts just in case any severe weather does sporadically occur in your location over the next few hours. But again, things are winding down very, very quickly. They have been for the last hour or two. Have a great night, guys. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Stay safe. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case. And again, before you leave, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream. And yeah, appreciate everybody tuning in, guys. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Again, we'll be live again at some point. Not today or anytime soon, but we'll be live again for more severe weather coverage in the future. If I don't see you anytime soon, I'll be probably having a video sometime this weekend. I don't think I'll have a video either tomorrow or Friday, unless something drastically changes. But other than that, appreciate everybody tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night, guys. See you guys all again soon. I can figure out how to end the live stream. All right, there we go. Have a good night. We'll see you guys soon.